See, 9 minutes. 9 minutes, not 8:10, not 8:15. 9 minutes. That's not too bad. I almost forgot how to hit all the buttons though.
And somebody in chat just won. People have started taking side bets on when you'll arrive.
Well, hello, chat. How you guys doing? It's been a while. I haven't talked to you in a while. Welcome to Friday Night Frenzy, where we discuss some of the crazy things that happen in the law throughout the week. We have some fun. So my name is Rob. I'm a civil litigator, rather a family law litigator in Northern Virginia, practicing domestic relations and bankruptcy. To my whatever side of the screen he's on with the gray hair that looks like an elf, that is my dear friend Ian Runkle of the Bailey. His channel is fantastic. He talks firearms law, criminal defense, and kind of all of the other shenanigans that we get into. But we've got a lot to cover tonight. Like a lot. I'm in trouble. But so what are you guys doing? How was your week? I want to hear all about it. My week was wild. I started my new job at my new firm. Yep. So made partner. So I'm a partner at a firm in Northern Virginia. And I had to go about the tantalizing task of writing a bio.
That is the worst. It's the worst thing ever.
It was hellacious. And in doing so, I went through the marketing director of the new firm was saying, so when we get you set up with IT, can we take new profile pictures? And I was like, well, what do you mean? I didn't really say so. What do you mean? Because I knew exactly what they meant, because this was my existing bio picture. That was my bio picture from 2012. So if you're looking for an attorney,
that picture is awful.
It's not awful. I was happy. Look how happy I am.
You're happy, and that's great, but the beard is necessary. It's a structural beard.
So are you hiring that attorney or are you hiring this attorney?
Yeah, like one looks a lot more badass.
One looks just... I look like a child. You're going to hire this person to go into court? I had that as my bio photo until last week. Oh my God.
You look like you're sitting there going like, hey, if I get this case, I'll totally have lunch money for the next week.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. I prefer this one. This one was better.
Yes, it is much better.
Yeah. So the new job started.
Somebody in the chat says your first one looks like you're about to get carded at the bar.
I probably would be. I don't get carded anymore. They see gray in the beard and it's like, oh, this guy's clearly a little... Yeah, man.
I got carded like a month ago.
No.
And yeah, they're like, can we see some ID? And I just went, seriously? And they went, you know what? No. I was like, okay, cool.
No. Yeah, like no. So the first week was wild. So I had to do all my conflicts checks, and you know how this goes. So 11 years of practice, and I have to give the new firm a full database of every client that I've represented and all opposing parties in every case I've handled.
Fun.
It's in the thousands, and you have to go back and cross-check. But learning a new system, it's been a blast. I was in court today and had a good time in court today. That's a false statement. I did not have a good time in court today. I was on a motions docket today, Ian.
Hopefully the other side had a worse day in court.
They did, but I was on the motions docket. The motion was supposed to start at 11:30. There was a fire alarm in the courthouse in the morning, so the judges didn't start their dockets until like 10 a.m.
Oh, lovely.
So my 11:30 motion didn't get heard until 2:15 with no food. Everyone was hangry.
Yeah.
Everyone was arguing. It became, and what's funny is attorneys, people think that we can maintain composure. We get hangry like everybody else, and we get tired. And so everyone's getting snippy. Judge is getting snippy. But
I've had judges where everybody knew that if you were going to do a like a guilty plea or something, you did it in the morning because they'd come in having eaten a nice breakfast and so forth. But the judge would skip lunch to work and hangry. So your client was going to get lots of jail if you did it if you did a guilty plea in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's wild. But you know what? Not as wild as the weeks that I took off. It felt like there wasn't a whole lot going on in the law.
You are wrong.
I was wrong?
Well, I mean, you've got a full docket today, don't you?
Oh, yeah. But we're talking some wild stuff. But the weeks I took off, it was like, it's not a whole lot. Then this week I came back and come Monday and Tuesday, it was like, oh, there's so much to talk about. and
I think we've got somebody here.
We do. We have someone who's here to help us talk about it. Danny, how are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I went to talk about this case, and as someone who's LDS, Mormon, Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, you'd be surprised at how much pushback I got on this most recent case coming out of Utah.
It's wild. So I'm going to put a little poll up because I want to ask the chat which one they want us to cover first. I'm going to give them two options because I think that there's one that, well, I'm going to give them the two shorter options, and I'm going to save Mr. Murdaugh for option number 3, unless, Danny, you feel very much interested in talking about Mr. Murdaugh.
Nah, I'm good to skip on Murdaugh, although I do think he is entitled to a new trial.
Oh, I think we've got to have one. And
I think if what we are seeing is true, what we're seeing is true, yeah.
Yeah, and nothing about this surprises me either. I think every attorney on YouTube at least was commenting saying something seems off. Why is the judge ruling that way? Why is this being allowed in? There were a lot of reasons to grant a new trial, but this is just one more thrown on the pile.
You know who else needs a new trial? The clerk. The clerk may well end up with a trial at the end of it.
One can only hope.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to wait until the allegations are vetted because right now we have sworn statements. And you know what's funny about this one was Eric Bland, who, as you guys might know, represented a lot of the victims in the Murdaugh case.
Oh, and is
in the various cases
unbiased in his commentary.
Well, what's funny about that is even his commentary. So he jumped in and he's representing two of the jurors pro hoc. Or not pro hoc, pro bono.
Yeah.
And then his law partner, Ron Richter, both of them have issued statements that are a lot. They're not attacking Murdaugh for this. They're not. They're very much of the
they're
line
like,
that
wait and see whether we need a new trial.
Yep.
But we might need a new trial, but don't leap to conclusions yet.
And, This is one topic. The Murdaugh topic is one topic where I've seen every lawyer that's talked about it has basically said, if this is true, this is probably the most egregious conduct I've ever seen by a public official in a courthouse, in my experience.
I have never, I've been practicing for more than 10 years now. I've never seen anything like this, and I've talked to lawyers who've been practicing for lots longer than I have, like lawyers who are exceptional lawyers at the end of their careers, right? Like who are, the real lions of the profession there. And they're like, nope, never seen anything like this. This is shocking. So, when you're talking somebody who's got like a 30, 40, whatever year career and has, done all the things, and they're like, nope, never seen that. It's bad.
Yeah. This is one of those cases that will end up in our law school books, educating young attorneys on how to handle these types of cases and what to expect. I've never heard of something this egregious.
There are going to be ethics opinions written about this. And I have the ethics letter. I have the ethics letter that was written to the clerk before she wrote the book.
Ooh.
I'm wondering because, for all the stuff that's like, here's what the jurors say, and maybe the jurors are full of crap. there's still something that is in Becky's own handwriting with her signature on it that I think is incredibly damning. And that's her little handwritten addendum
The
to
addendum.
the contract. And I'm like, that should put you in jail.
It's a lot of conduct where here's the well, and not to just spoil it, because we are gonna that's gonna be like topic number 3, I think. I have 4, so
Well, it's already been topic number 1.
ADHD brain is just all over the place right now. So let me finish my thought. Here's the thing about that is, in my experience, a lot of clients will come to you and say that there's bias in the courts.
And they're always
to some extent, there's a bit of it, but not ever to the extent that the client is suggesting, like the judge is in the back pocket and that, someone's being paid off. It's never that.
And usually when the client says biased, what's happened is like they had a trial with another lawyer. Yeah. And they fired the other lawyer because the other lawyer didn't agree that it was bias. But what happened is they got drunk. They ran over a child and her mother, both are permanently injured. And the judge yelled at them, and the judge yelled at them. And they're like, the judge is so biased because they were mean to me. And I'm like, but it was sentencing and you permanently injured like a mother and child by being a drunk driver. Like, no kidding. They're going to yell at you. Like, I would yell at you too.
It's 8:21 and we already have one of Ian's hypos. So, it's going to be a fun show. All right. To preview, I have 4 total topics this evening. 2 of them I'm put up on the poll. So the 4 total topics are Murdaugh's motion for a new trial. That's going to be after spicy time. YouTuber Ruby Frank has been arrested. Topic number 2. Then I've got
the worst.
Sarah Boone is on lawyer number 7 and has written a lot of her opinion in various letters in the month of August. So that's another one. And then lastly, I want to preview a case that's coming up for trial later this month. Kowalski versus Johns Hopkins. And this case, and I see, I've piqued interest. This is a case that Netflix did a documentary on, looking after Maya. And it's a very interesting case. Parent sues it's complicated to explain. Child has CPS, gets misdiagnosed. The diagnosis and the hospital administrator essentially calls CPS. CPS then gets involved. Mom gets removed from the child's care. Mom has been an exclusive care provider. Mom, after being removed from the child's care, turns out wrongfully because of a misdiagnosis, Mom then goes and unalives herself. And the estate is now suing the hospital and the administrator who made the choice. It's a nasty set of facts. It's uber complicated. I am shocked that it made it past all the motions to dismiss and it's going to trial. So I'm very intrigued, but that's going to be towards the end of September. And I wanted to kind of preview the facts so people saw what we were walking into. So those are the 4 topics for this evening. Mr. Bankman-Fried has been relatively boring. We might preview his trial coming up next week, but that's kind of the summation. But while we're doing
boring, but also like the audacity.
That man has infinite audacity.
And the amount of like
in my jurisdiction.
The amount of leeway they give this guy, I'm just like, holy crap. I wish some of my clients could get any of these, any of these allowances, because literally no one else gets this.
Well, he is Sam Bankman, not so freed.
Sam Bankman incarcerated.
But what I want to do is, and this is kind of a forewarning, because I have 4 topics that are kind of complex. This is a warning to the chat. I'm going to try to get to all of the chats. I'm going to have some of the member chats pulled up while we're talking about some of this stuff. I might not read it directly. I do see all of you when you're coming in here and chatting. It's amazing. I love it. I love the members and I love the gifted memberships. I will try to take pauses in between topics to go over some of the relevant stuff. But if I don't get to your super chat, it's not because I don't care that you sent it. I really very much do. It's a matter of time. I've got 4 total topics to cover and I'd like to keep the stream under 6 hours. So,
and I will sabotage that.
Ian will sabotage that at every turn. So why don't I roll the intro, and let's get rocking. So welcome to Friday, folks. All right, so I ended the poll, and at the end of the poll, with 861 votes in, Ruby Frank wins out.
Okay.
So Danny, I'm going to let you give us a preview of this case.
All right. So there's a lot to this case, and I've already been shunned on my own channel for getting the facts wrong, even though the facts didn't, start to develop in terms of her being found out until later. And when I say found out, I mean to the degree that there were arrests made, because it's not like we didn't know that she was, abusing her children long beforehand. As a matter of fact, one of her older daughters came out and said that she had reported this to the police and to CPS multiple times. Now, I have my own theories as to why this went under the rug for as long as it did. You can go and check out my video on that, because I don't want to get into speculation and theory, but let's just look at the facts. So Ms. Franke, and it is pronounced Franke, Ruby,
is it?
She was,
okay,
yeah, it's Franke. So she was married to, I believe his name is Kevin Franke. They have 6 kids together. They started this mommy vlogging YouTube channel, and they're from Utah.
Oh, I have thoughts about those.
Oh, so do I.
I do too. And this is kind of just a warning to every mom in the chat. Be aware of what your kids are watching. And I mean, when I say be aware, watch it yourself.
Oh, but these aren't usually aimed at kids. They're usually aimed at other parents. And I mean, they just need more fire is really what it comes down to. Like all the flamethrower on those kinds of channels.
It's a relevant question, Danny. If you want to answer, you can.
But need to know how's my mom doing? She is out of the hospital. She is recovering well. She's in rehab, and she'll be moving in with me. So I'm sure that she'll make appearances on my show, whether I want her to or not, at some point very soon.
Welcome to the club, my dear. Welcome to the club. Okay, I'm sorry to cut you off. Please proceed.
How is your mother doing, though, Rob?
Jeez.
The last time I was on this show.
It's
offended. I'm okay.
I know. So okay. So and then some people are saying yes. There is a trigger warning for this topic. There is a trigger warning for this, because here's the thing, and this is kind of some caveats to the chat and to the mods as well. We're going to be talking about the LDS faith. We are not disparaging the LDS faith or any faith for that matter at all. And I'm not really going to be okay with a lot of people in the chat bashing one faith or the other. So I would like to kind of the LDS thing is very secondary to what this woman did. It was
not
driving
to her accomplice. Okay, so and we'll talk about Jody Hildebrandt in just a moment.
Separate,
but it's not exclusive. The toxicity and the ways in which the LDS faith influenced both Ruby and Judy are not exclusive to the LDS faith. This is something that we find very commonly in very insular faiths and groups. So the community coming out and protecting her, uplifting her, saying that what she was doing was correct and justified, all of that is not uncommon in other cultural groups, and it's more of a cultural norm than it is a religious norm. And so that's what I wanted to say on my channel, although I went into a little more depth on it because that was my background. So anyway, Ruby is LDS. She talked about it on her show a lot. She has pictures of her and her husband in front of the church buildings and in front of the temple. And the child abuse that was going on was primarily psychological, but also not limited to physical abuse. So the psychological abuse was essentially torture. She would take away the bed. In one instance, her older son had played a prank on his younger brother and said, "Oh, we're going to Disney, we're going to Disney." And then it turned out they weren't going to Disney, right? They weren't going to Disneyland. And
that's a joke.
Upset. Yeah, I mean it's a prank. It was going around on YouTube actually. It was a pretty active prank. Well, mom gets pissed off, goes ahead and takes away the bed and the bedroom of the older son. Not for 1 week, not for a day, but for several months. We're talking like 6 to 7 months. And yeah, and although
he has to earn his bedroom back.
Correct. And although she said that all of her punishments were made public and were all on video, which most of them were, including the time that she got on to justify the fact that she wouldn't provide a lunch for her 5 or 6-year-old daughter who forgot to pack her own lunch to go to school that day, because she felt that, there are certain choices and consequences that children make. And my daughter failed to make that choice. And because she made a bad choice, she's just going to go hungry, for one day. And I'm mimicking her tone of voice and her presentation, because that's how she would present this form of.
Well,
I have thoughts, and they're all violent.
You're putting a friendly gloss on it, because it wasn't just that. She got a call from her 6-year-old's teacher, who said, "I noticed your 6-year-old didn't have a lunch. Would you like me to give her a lunch?" The teacher, because the schools do that. The schools say no lunch is there. It doesn't matter if you have money or not. They will give the child a lunch, because that's what the schools do. But they have to ask permission. So the teacher texted mom and said, "Your daughter forgot her lunch. Would you like me to give her one?" And the monologue that Danny's referring to was Ruby talking into her phone and YouTube in general, saying that how surprised she was that this was even being asked of her. That, of course, this 6-year-old has responsibilities, and one of those responsibilities, six years
6-year-old should not have responsibilities unless you're like in Victorian England and they're a chimney sweep, in which case find your time machine and get back to a civilized era.
At least if you give a 6-year-old responsibilities, you give them things that they can manage and that they're capable of actually carrying out as a responsibility. Otherwise, you're setting them up for consistent failure, and it's really detrimental to such a young child's development and to their confidence. Because if you give them the task of packing their own lunch every day, they just barely understood like object permanence, right? At 6 years old, they're just now starting to get out of the peekaboo phase and the quarter behind the ear phase. They're just starting to conceptualize patterns and habits and certain forms of duties that go along with everyday living, let alone packing their own lunch. Most 6-year-olds don't even remember to eat lunch. They need to be reminded.
I have attention deficit, so the number of times I forgot my lunch, and also things like my lunch box, umbrellas, school books, like all of those things. If I was punished for that, I can tell you there was no amount of punishment that was going to fix the attention deficit. And like, if I was living in that household, I'd probably have been like sleeping outside in the rain or something. I don't know how they would have, punished.
That's not out of the question, because one of the other punishments she imposed on her kids was having them work out in the hot sun for 12 hours a day. And I mean, it's just, and these were all things that were readily available in public. And the community, neighbors, everyone kept calling the police, calling CPS, and nothing was done, filing reports. And it was consistent. And the older kids were doing this. Now, keep in mind, she was with her husband the entire time. How the hell the husband hasn't been arrested is beyond me.
And he issued a statement. He issued a statement. Give me 1 sec, though, because I have the audio, not the audio. I have the transcribed from what she said about that lunch. This was her quoted statement in that video. "I know that her teacher is uncomfortable with her being hungry and not having a lunch, and it would ease her discomfort if I came to the school with a lunch. But I responded and just said Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning, and she actually told me she did pack a lunch. So the natural outcome is she's just going to need to be hungry. And hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her lunch, because then she's not going to learn from the natural outcome." I'm all for teenagers experiencing this.
Even with a teenager, I'm like, you know what? You can apply consequences, but certain things make for bad consequences. And hungry is a bad consequence generally. because the one thing Hungary is really good at preventing you from doing is learning. Like,
Ian, I'm right there with you. I, as an ADHD child who didn't get or form or develop habits and routines until, I mean, most recently, frankly, I understand. I really do, and I can appreciate the frustration. I yelled into my own microphone for 2 hours on my stream, so there was just consistent abuse that was public, that was known, where people were reporting it to the police, reporting it to neighbors. Our neighbors were reporting it to CPS. YouTubers, people, viewers were reporting it to CPS and reporting it to the police, and nothing was being done. It is amazing to me, and amazing in a bad way, right? Like, I'm actually shocked, in awe, that YouTubers can be reported and be swatted all the time. And the police will respond to swatting, but they won't respond to clear evidence of abuse recorded and published online. That to me is beyond me.
Jurisdictional issues. Jurisdictional, because in Fairfax, if half of this was occurring in my jurisdiction, not even, if one of these videos got shown to CPS, it wouldn't be a question. The kids would be removed that day.
Here's what bothers me the most about this is I can almost guarantee, and this is going to it's going to get me in trouble, so I'm not going to say it. But there's no way.
No,
let's just put it this way: there's no way that
Danny, there's a way that you can say it in a lawful way. I know you can. I know what you're going to say. That's fair.
Ecclesiastical privilege.
It's a yep. Mm-hmm. That's fair. Mm-hmm. Yep, that is that, and that it's ecclesiastical privilege, or otherwise known as priest penitent privilege.
Yep.
And
there is no way in hell that you can tell me that no one in their ward, no one in their congregation, in their church didn't see, observe, and report it to their bishop. I'm sorry. There's no way that you can claim that that never happened. There's simply no way to convince me of that. And do you know why? Because it turns out, I'm getting hot. Sorry. I have to calm down. Okay. I'm like, you can see like I'm turning red. It happens whenever I get upset. So what upsets me is that there is actually a staff member in my office at our law firm whose mother lived right next door to them when they lived in Springville, Utah. She reported it to the bishop and to CPS, and they did nothing. And it's shocking to me how many Instagram posts I saw after her arrest of people posting pictures of their home saying, finally, because the police were investigating there and talking to neighbors there. Finally, that should never be a word to come into this conversation.
No. Yeah. And for those of you who are curious, ecclesiastical privilege or priest penitent privilege, it exists in every single jurisdiction. It actually harkens back to, honestly, old Catholicism, and
it's not that strong in
the
Canada.
Confessional. No, it's not, and it in some jurisdictions it's losing strengths, in others it's gaining strengths. So what it is basically saying, look, think back to Catholicism and the true nature of confession. Someone goes into a confessional booth, they themselves directly confess to a sin. They confess the sin. The priest in that moment, in that one-on-one discussion, the priest himself is precluded from divulging that elsewhere, because we view the separation of church and state and the honor and respect to religion that we allow people to express and exercise their religious practices. That communication has to be allowed in order for the religion to be given its respect. However, this privilege, people have sought to extend it well beyond what it was originally intended to. The original intention was for the penitent to go into the confessional, to profess their sins to the priest. And that's where the communication ended. It was two people in that communication circle. Where people have sought to extend it is, let's say that you show up to a prayer group of 15 people. And now you're confessing something that you've done to a group of 15 people in a cleansing setting, religious setting. Now people are seeking to extend that privilege to all of the participants in that.
Yep.
And
here's the thing that I wonder,
difficult.
Though. Like, the religion says confess your sins. it doesn't say escape consequences. And I don't.
Okay. All right. I'm going to say it. Okay. Runkle, you know what we have in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints? Their bishops are instructed under the White Handbook that if there is an allegation of abuse, especially SA or other forms of abuse within a family, that they are to pick up the phone and call church headquarters. Do you know where that number leads them to? The church's law firm. The church's law firm picks up and then directs the bishop and protects the ecclesiastical leader in that situation and tells the ecclesiastical leader, don't divulge any of this. And as a matter of fact, if you have to report it in your jurisdiction, and they'll just look it up to see whether or not they have to report in their jurisdiction. Otherwise, they say, keep your mouth shut, stay out of it as much as you can.
So, yeah, what I would put is mandatory reporting for priests.
Yes.
And mandatory reporting for church council.
Yes.
So that if you're,
absolutely.
if you call up and you're like, hey, somebody reported, it's like, now you got 2 mandatory reporters.
Good luck. That will never happen in my jurisdiction because
a mandatory minimum of 60 days jail.
And
like, I'm not a big proponent of mandatory minimums.
Yes.
It also won't happen. It also won't happen in any church, in any jurisdiction. And I'm being candid about this because I know that people have opinions about this, but I'm being very candid about this because here's the thing. This is so ingrained in common law jurisprudence that the fact that it doesn't get extended, and I know that it frustrates a lot of people. I know that.
Well, you know how you eliminate common law jurisprudence? You pass a statute.
That's exactly what you do. And you know what else you pass in that statute? You say that the church, unless it is a leader of the church or someone in a place of leadership in the church, you outline it very clearly. The church doesn't carry liability. That is how you eliminate it. You say, look, the church isn't going to be held liable for reporting or for, basically complying with the law and working with police and law enforcement. They will not be held liable for what they share with law enforcement, whether that be in a civil matter or in a criminal context. That's how you eliminate that problem.
Put it the other way. You have no liability if you report, but if you fail to report, then liability attaches and you get to have joint and several, because that'll get the church lawyers in a big change of mind.
Ian, they're trying that and they're losing those cases.
They're going to lose that case every time.
Every time. They're trying that and they're losing those cases, and they will lose those cases in the U.S. because of U.S. constitutional jurisprudence. They will lose that case. And
also, you assume the benefit of the doubt, right? There's situations where people don't report because it's not evident to them. It's not obvious to them. That's the same with teachers and counselors and therapists, you name it. Okay.
Oh, I have therapists that over-report and under-report because of this exact distinction where they're trying to. You can't put. This is one of the issues I have with some of the mandatory reporting laws. Is what you're doing is you're putting doctors, nurses, practitioners of mental health, priests, you by doing a lot of this analysis, you're putting the analysis and you're trying to make them legal scholars. You are trying to have them parse the fine lines of when they have actual knowledge or not. That is so exceedingly complicated. The slippery slope that we are on, that we're discussing right now, I cannot overemphasize how slippery the slope is. Like this is a cliff and you're hanging on in one direction or the other, because anything you do in one direction or the other has serious, significant consequences.
You're saying it's a slippery slope, and I'm saying let's go skiing.
Well, maybe that's the difference between a Canadian perspective and a United States perspective. Yeah. I'm sure that if you were to ask an Australian or someone else from another country, they would have a different perspective. But here in the US, at least, we're very hesitant to go skiing because we believe, in the presumption of innocence, and we want to, in good faith, give someone the benefit of the doubt.
Sure, but the presumption of innocence isn't a presumption of non-reporting. Like it's
Ian, we also as a country and this is kind of the foundational issue. We also as a country were founded on this understanding of once people start skiing that slope, they don't know when to stop. And how far do they push it? Because then I can tell you,
get shut down and get targeted, and now you can't have a church or a religious organization without incurring a tremendous amount of liability.
And I can tell you.
It goes the other way too, which is that we're skiing down a slope of how much can you do to a child.
Yep.
And like, if you got to pick which hill,
One
of those is a different hill than the other.
How do you define it? Where do you define it? How do you write the language? Because I've told people this before. We have a constitution that has various amendments to the Constitution, and everyone says, wouldn't it be great if the amendments were written so simply that they could be understood? Those amendments they're very simple, but they are litigated over and over and over again. And Ian, I 100% get your point. I do.
But even if you don't have mandatory reporting or anything like that, just eliminate, like, you don't have that privilege for 99% of society. Like, everyone else can be, subpoenaed and so forth.
Well, let me put one caveat on that. I can tell you who I absolutely don't trust to write the legislation. Every single person that we elect to write legislation.
Sure, but that's an excuse for throwing out all the legislation.
That's the problem that we are in. This is one of the reasons I chose to become an attorney, because the area, it's so nasty. It's so nasty, and it is so complicated, and it is so difficult, and you're sitting there answering questions. They're unanswerable. You answer it one way, and someone can basically say, well, what's the logical conclusion of that? The other way, the logical conclusion of that. I became an attorney because I saw that the people that were writing the laws didn't know how to write them. And the people that were enforcing the laws read them a different way than the people that wrote them. And there has to be someone in the breach that's sitting there and arguing like hell. Listen, like, to the common sense application of the law. Ian, it is that simple, and it's not that simple. And that's the disagreement that we have here. Like, this fighting, this is the foundation of, like, the legal system.
Yep. It's crazy how similar you and I are, because that's exactly at least one of the main reasons I went into law as well. Because I was fascinated how something could become so distorted after its initial drafting and publication. It's more than a game of telephone. It's literally taking the words and reversing their obvious intent and meaning. And how judges construe that is beyond me. But regardless, anyway, this all comes into play because, Ian, you're going to love this next part, okay?
Oh, no, he's not.
So, and when I say love, I mean hate. So there's a lot of abuse going on, okay? It's all evident, and I'm kind of breezing over it because I don't think that we have time to go into all the incidents. I'm just going over these, okay, real quick. So a lot of abuse is going on. She shuts down her YouTube channel, or she doesn't shut it down, but she stops producing as much content, okay? It starts to slow because the viewership slowly goes away. Suddenly people aren't into watching, mom who appeared to be this perfect Utah Molly Mormon mom.
Nobody wants to watch child torture porn, basically, is what it comes down to.
Unfortunately, there were some, but yes, fortunately it's the minority of people, right? So she stopped making as much content, and then she joined up with Jody Hildebrandt. Now, Jody Hildebrandt is a counselor and a therapist who temporarily had her license suspended. And initially, what I was hearing is because she was divulging things in divorce courts and exceeding her counselor privilege there.
To bishops and to other people.
Oh, that's wonderful.
To the BYU school
staff. Yeah, school.
Now, the consequences of that are tremendous, because if you are found in violation of their honor code, then you are no longer allowed to attend the school. The consequences can be up to you being kicked out of the school. If you're kicked out of the school, you're also kicked out of housing. If you're kicked out of housing in the school, they also don't transfer your credits.
What?
So let's say that
you lose everything.
You lose everything. So let's say that you are same-sex attracted, aka gay, lesbian, you name it. And you confess this to your counselor, your therapist, who you have been referred to by your bishop. And you trust the bishop, and you trust the counselor, and you say, yes, I have sexual feelings towards someone of the same sex, or I believe I may be transgender, or the bishop may have abused me as a child.
Mm-hmm.
And then she goes around and says that to the school. Now your entire life is ruined. And you have become the victim of her exceeding that threshold. So all of these things or part of the reason why her license was suspended temporarily. So you're talking about the need to share. She shared in order to harm.
She shared the wrong way. Like,
And
Yeah.
that's the other part. That's the flip side of the coin. It's kind of funny that we reached the flip side of the coin when you talk about the mental health counseling. I have this argument all the time where a therapist will take the stand and they will want to testify to what the child is saying in the therapy sessions, and I fight like hell, and I don't always win the case, but I would say majority of the time I get that therapist stopped from saying those things, and oftentimes I've had those therapists removed because the suggestion that the therapist would divulge and fundamentally hinder the primary purpose of therapy, which is that trust relationship.
If a therapist is told that there is, SA to a child or something, or abuse of a child, it's mandatory reporting.
It is, and it's not. And this is where this is why a lot of mental health counselors will have attorneys that they'll talk to.
Yep.
Because they will say, I had a client come to me and they said this, and the attorney will vet them and walk them through the analysis of the privilege, because the privilege must remain. That is the client's privilege. That's not your privilege. That's the client's privilege. Yep. That's theirs.
Yeah.
Like it's like the attorney. It's the attorney-client privilege.
Protect it.
Ian, if a client came to you and said that they did these egregious things, how strong is your privilege?
Depends on what they're saying. Like if they say that they've got, if they say they've got a woman locked up in their basement now, then there is not just no privilege. There is, I must go to the police 100%. And if they say I'm beating my kid every night, and I'm going to beat them again tonight, I'm in a It's that last sentence you added. It's that last sentence. If you had a client that came to you and said that I gave my child, and it's gonna rub people the wrong way. I know it will. If you have a client that comes to you and says, I gave my child a true whooping last night and I regret it, and there's bruises on his body, what can you say? What are you allowed to say as their attorney? Ethically. Pretty much
they said that they yes, nothing. You can't.
Rob, are you trying to make people hate us right now?
What I'm trying to explain is the privilege and the binding nature of that privilege. And if I can't follow those rules, even if I don't agree with them sometimes, even if I don't want to sometimes, if I can't, then I don't deserve to be an attorney.
Yep.
Just like if you're a therapist, you can't follow those rules, you don't deserve to be a therapist. So, I mean, what Jody did in these cases is so far beyond. It's so clear cut. It really is bad.
Yeah.
Especially in my jurisdiction. So I'll give you an example very quickly. I'm in the middle of a divorce case, and there was a subpoena on my client's mental health records. That subpoena was issued and sent over to the therapist and to the clinics. I issued an objection, and I effectively had the subpoena quashed. And it was on the basis of this counseling privilege, this therapy privilege. And the same privilege, by the way, is also applied to doctors, because doctors need to be able to treat. And as a result of that, they need honesty from their clients and from their patients. They need their patients to say, hey, I took a ton of meth before I came in here, and now I'm not seeing straight, and I'm afraid I'm going to die. They need to be able to hear that without having to tell the police or a prosecutor or anyone else, so that they can actually help that patient. And so as a result of that, there is not the strongest privilege. It's not quite as strong as an attorney-client privilege type situation, but it is very strong. And there's rules of evidence that keep these things out of court. How the heck Doppel, because Doppel is the one who would have controlled her license, felt it was okay to suspend her license and not completely revoke it is beyond me. Except to say that Doppel is made up of primarily LDS faith adherents. who
People that protect
didn't.
their own. It's like politicians protect their own. They protect their own.
Well, and I think it's important to note that a lot of people may not have seen what she did as being that egregious. The seriousness of the breach is downplayed, and the seriousness of the abuse is downplayed when it's couched in terms of, well, I'm just following my religious beliefs and I'm just doing what I know is right for my children based on my upbringing and what I believe is truth, right? So this is how they couch it, both internally and externally, so that those who are in places of enforcement and those who should be there, who should be watching, who should be the gatekeepers, aren't doing their job. They're not doing their job. They're not responding. That's what pisses me off about this case, is that there were multiple calls for this years ago. And it's not until Kevin, now I don't think this is a coincidence either. I don't think it's a coincidence that it wasn't until Kevin was kicked out of the home and she moved in with Jody down in Ivins, Utah, which is about 3 or 4 hours from where I live. It's not till then that one of the children, the 12-year-old boy, was able to escape, go to a neighbor's house, ask for food and water, that she was arrested and that she was charged. And I don't think it's a coincidence either that the husband still has yet to be arrested and that the investigation has not been carried out on prior events, because this arrest and these charges are for the current abuse and neglect, but nothing was done prior to that.
And we're going to see how much of a stomach the prosecutor has for this. We will, because right now you've got initial charges, but there could be a superseding indictment, any number of things. But I know the arrest has been made, and I don't know if I'm going to do this, and I'm now hesitating. I'm going to play the 911 tape. Trigger warning. Go ahead.
Let me give a quick shout out here really quickly to Mormon Stories. If you guys are interested in Jody Hildebrandt and her role in this and why it makes sense that what they were teaching as doctrinal, right? What they were teaching to other parents and the abuse and the manipulation, it really was a cult. If you're interested in the cult aspect of it, I strongly suggest you check out Mormon Stories podcast. They did an entire episode on Jody Hildebrandt and her victims. So that's a separate discussion that needs to be had. I am so glad that she was charged. I am so glad, because the audio call that we're about to listen to, it was evident that they knew, that they had knowledge of, and that they intentionally allowed this neglect and abuse to occur in that household, because they filmed a podcast for Connections, which was the group that Jody Hildebrandt and had started and founded, but that Ruby later joined together and were doing these lessons from. That the last lesson that they published online as part of their podcast was 2 days prior to this phone call.
Yeah. And this is pretty, and people are saying don't play it. The call is important because everything else is just words. They're just allegations. You don't hear it. This is going to be played in court, and I can guarantee you it's going to be impactful, and the impact needs to resonate. It needs to resonate. This case is important to me because I do family law. Like, I see this stuff. I deal with CPS on a weekly basis. And some of them are terrible. Some of them are overambitious. Some of them are lazy. But when I hear this call and know that there were prior calls, this is me openly saying, CPS in Utah, get your shit together.
Oh, this is the same CPS, by the way, that stood by as, do you guys remember that case of the woman who went missing and then her husband had parent time with the minor children, and he lost his parent time with the minor children because his dad was a peeping Tom and wouldn't stop his dad from coming over to the house. Dad was found guilty, by the way, of child pee and a bunch of other things. Well, that's grandpa to the children. Well, dad decided to practice his parent time, right? It was supposed to be supervised. The CPS worker who brought the children over stepped away to go back to her car to get something. He took the children inside the home, locked the door, and lit the house on fire, had gas already running. The house exploded and everyone died. That same CPS.
CPS needs to, like, that's the thing.
We need a
CPS deals
whole
in
overhaul.
CPS needs to deal in minutes, seconds.
Yep.
In some of these cases. And when they just, and this is the other thing, they need to be adequately funded to do that. CPS has had funding cut in Virginia and in several states over and over and over again because they view them as a bureaucracy. And they are, but God, guys, get people in there that do the budget cuts to the right places. The workers need to be trained. They need to be out there. They need to have the ability to make these reports. Who's the 911 caller? It was a neighbor. You'll hear that. And then can we get an all clear when the call is over? I will give you the all clear when the call is over. I will do the one that we use during TOTC where I'll wave my hands up and down and say the call is over. But without further ado, let me go ahead and pull this up and you guys let me know if you can hear it.
On the address of your emergency.
Hear it? Yes. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And the phone number you're calling from. Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. And he's said he had just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated. He's got tape around his legs. He's hungry, and he's thirsty.
Okay. Is your door locked?
No, I'm sitting outside with him on the front patio.
Okay, cool.
And he asked us to call the police.
What's
So
his
he's
name?
very afraid. What's your last name? He's 12 years old. Yes.
Okay. And can you ask him his date of birth?
Can you tell me your birthday?
Oh boy, so
Quick
scary.
pause. The fact that he introduces himself in that call and he said there's been problems before. I know people have said that like this guy is going to be subpoenaed to testify. No, he'll willingly testify. I imagine he might have been one of the people that had called before. And there's like a resignation in his voice when you hear it. It's like it's already pretty moving.
Rob, may I just interject here really quickly?
Please.
You'll hear his voice crack. And I think it's really important to know when I talk about the LDS church and when I'm talking about the church as an organization, I am not talking about the members and the people who truly believe in the gospel. This is one example of thousands of very good members of the LDS church who genuinely are just the most kind-hearted and Christ-like people. So, before we go throwing an entire religion under a bus, that is definitely not our intent. This person who's calling, I guarantee you, is in the same congregation, likely an LDS member of the church who genuinely cares about this child. So just want to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Okay. And are the neighbors out of their home, or is anybody looking for them that you can see?
No. Our homes are far enough away. I'm not sure. How did you get out of the house?
Porch. He went out.
He says you just left through the porch at the neighbor's house. Her name is Jody Hildebrand, and she lives 2 doors up the street.
Out here in Cayenne, the houses are far apart.
Yeah, out here in Cayenne, the houses are far apart, so he walked just under a block to get to our house. He rang my doorbell and asked me to call the police.
Does he seem to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I don't think so, but he's very thirsty, and
Need an ambulance?
I don't think he needs an ambulance. I'll let the cops decide that, but his ankles are taped up, and he won't tell us why.
Okay.
But he has duct taped around each ankle. Yeah, there's sores around them. I think there's a good chance he's been. Oh, and he has them around his ankles. I mean, his wrists as well. Okay, this boy has been. This kid has obviously been. I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
Okay. Let's get the paramedics headed over that way, okay?
I'm muting myself. That was great. I wanted to get this out of the way. Like I'm sorry for pausing, but I know that you guys want to help, and I know that there's a lot of concern, but I also am very wary of anyone reporting and being encouraged to report overly. So let's not drop numbers in the chat or stuff like that. Like, please don't. Like, this is a very fact specific case. And while I encourage people to look out for the resources that are in their local jurisdiction, look for those local resources. So hotlines, et cetera, that's not where I want you to focus. If there's something going on like this, that is going to your local jurisdiction and calling the non-emergency line or the emergency line if it's appropriate. So let's not put numbers in chats and stuff like that. So I just saw a couple of like hotline numbers being dropped.
Oh, that's a good idea too.
Let's see. Has he told you where his mom or dad are?
Haven't asked him that. Yeah. You know your mommy and
I really got you.
yeah, I'm sure that doesn't matter, son. Do you know where your mom and dad are?
Well, actually, I don't know where my mom is, but I do know where my dad is. He's not anywhere here. Really, nowhere.
Okay. No, he doesn't seem to. He says he knows where his mom is, but
He doesn't know where his dad is.
that's correct.
I do know where my dad is.
Is his mom home?
He doesn't live
He just says he doesn't live around here.
Okay. Is his
Yeah,
mom
we're getting.
area?
And is your mom around here? Have you seen her lately? He doesn't know where she is right now.
Does he know his mom's name?
What's your mom's name? Ruby Franke? Ruby Franke is his mom's name.
Okay. How do you spell the last name?
Franke.
Franke.
Did you catch who spelled it? It wasn't the kid. It was the wife. So
She's already on their radar.
Yeah.
Okay. And does she live in the area?
No, I'm not sure where she lives. He's trying to help us, but he's
That's okay. We don't want to stress him out too much. The officers will go over all these questions with him anyway. I just want to stay on the phone with you until we get some help there, okay?
also good operator.
What's your
Yeah.
name?
my name is.
Thank you, Fox 13.
Fox 13 is usually pretty good about their criminal coverage.
Can you ask him if any other children were in the home he came from?
Okay. Was there any other kids up at Jody's house?
Thank you, Fox 13.
Anybody else? No. How was? Yeah, this is the 30th of, or excuse me, the 29th of August.
It'll be the 30th of August.
Today's
10 and 14, and they're still at this house.
Are they tied up as well?
What's the deal with?
The calm nature of the operator in that moment, like when you know that this operator's going, "Are you kidding me? Are you
Yeah.
kidding me?" But she's saying calmly to keep everyone calm. Are they tied up as well? Should my officers be showing up with guns drawn? Should my officers be showing? That's what she's doing. She's trying to elicit information to tell the dispatch officers how and what situation they're walking into.
How many ambulances do we need?
Yep.
Um,
Shout out to great dispatchers.
Are they?
Yes.
Yeah, and unfortunately, not
being
all of them are
held?
great,
Are
but
they-
the great ones
do they
really,
have wounds on
really
them?
help out.
They really do. And you know what? I'm going to do this. Shout out to Fox 13, man. To mute those different sections, we've caught it up a couple times. When you guys hear the audio go dead, that's Fox 13 muting out sections where the operator or the individual is giving identifying information for children, victims, or etc. So
Yeah.
Thank you for doing your job, because
Yeah,
this
They know the law here, and they don't play around. And as a matter of fact, they were one of the few news organizations to cover my race. So Fox 13 and KUTV, both excellent.
Yeah, very good. But the call that was released last night, none of this was redacted. None of the I listened to it.
And I mean, they're going to end up releasing the
Full.
like it's going to be in courts. The full audio is going to
Yeah.
be out there, and it's going to be public record and all of that. But there's not really any news reason to put it out there now, and there's all sorts of reasons to just not.
Not exactly. So I appreciate the discretion.
As well.
nothing bad going on with us.
Okay.
It's just the
Okay. So they're able to walk around the house and everything.
everything.
Well, okay. He says everything's fine with them. Grain of salt.
Spoiler alert, not fine, just
No.
not
He
as
said
bad,
he,
maybe.
What's happened to him is his fault.
Oh God,
Oh, can you press pause?
this makes me
This
want to do a violence.
Yeah, this is why the court appoints what are called PGALs in my jurisdiction, which are private guardian ad litems. And these are attorneys that are specifically designated to interview the children and work with the children, because if you this is years and years of torment and brainwashing that mom has imbued in this young child to believe that this is his fault. If he calls the police and the family is broken up, it's because of him. If he reports the abuse, it's his fault that he gets in foster care. Whatever happens to him and his sister after they're in foster care is also his fault. This is all years and years of embedded brainwashing and control. And as a survivor of child abuse myself, I can tell you that this is not uncommon. This is one of the most common ways in which parents, especially parents, but also people in positions of authority, manipulate and control children to keep them from reporting and to keep them from testifying later. And that's why these cases are so special, why we take special efforts not to have these children testifying. And hopefully these are all brought in on their testimony is brought in through their PGAL making a recommendation to the court.
Yeah. This is why I turn away cases. And this is why a lot of conversations with clients are not pleasant when they're doing stuff that's stupid. Because yes, I'm their lawyer, but I'm also their counselor at law. So yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I end up sadly, sometimes on the other side of files where you get clients who've done this, they're entitled to a defense, but they'll sometimes be like, so, you're on my side, right? And I'm like, listen, I don't have to like you or what you did. I'm just here to represent you. But I'm not going to be telling you that it's all okay, because it's not. That's not how this goes. And if you want somebody to tell you that, you are in the wrong office. So
I don't take it on either side. I don't do child abuse cases because they're triggering for me. So I can't, because I can't provide proper legal analysis. And it's just heartbreaking, but also not surprising to me that the two cases that I've covered since joining YouTube have been like Lori Vallow and this one.
These are the hard ones, because yes, Friday's usually like fun, but I mean, this is close to me, and to people that are saying, where was it? There was a chat, guys. We're not gonna label one faith as being responsible or people that get away with this crap. This is stuff that gets away with everybody.
It's any organization that has power. So it's not just faiths, because you'll see similar things in,
or people that have power. That have power.
There's a scandal with hockey teams out here, where the hockey teams were covering up various horrific things that were going on. It's just like, once these groups, any group, gets to have enough power, they want to protect themselves, which often means not protecting vulnerable people. And that's where things start to get really tragic. So.
And, esteemed members of the community, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, look at the case wasn't it Texas, where the judge was abusing his daughter physically? And it wasn't until she recorded it that anyone believed her or did anything about it.
Yeah.
This point right here, Crazy Cat Queen, thank you for making the point. Thank you for that. That is a remarkably, it shouldn't be that astounding to make that point.
And the other thing is, there's no group or person out there that is not sort of where you should think that this is not plausible. And that's the problem, is you get people like judges or whoever, where everyone's like, oh, there's such a good member of the community. It's like, that doesn't mean that they can't be doing all sorts of stuff behind closed doors. You can't ever sort of turn off the willingness to investigate.
Well, and what's heartbreaking to me is how many of these cases go completely under the radar, even if they're reported, just because the people.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Danny, for that, because that's something that I think deserves a little bit more attention. Yeah. This case is an exemplar of things that I see a lot more often than the chat would be comfortable knowing. And probably Ian sees, and Danny sees. This case is a lot. Yes, we're talking about a lot of the faith-based push to this or different stuff there, but this happens a lot more than people are comfortable knowing.
And a lot more than you and I see, because most of the people where it's happening are underprivileged, can't afford legal representation. And a lot of it is systemic in nature and generational. And so where you have systemic abuse and generational abuse going on for, decades and decades in a family that's not well off, that is not, and even if they were, but especially I've noticed kids who are poor are so deeply neglected by the system in general, where even if there is mandatory reporting, teachers don't report and there's no consequence because they're poor. No one cares. And it's sad to say, but I see it happen all the time. And that's just what the evidence leads me to conclude. I'm sorry, no one cares. If you're poor, you don't get justice. That's the reality. In our country, there needs to be equal justice, and there simply is not. If you're homeless and you're abused, no one cares. Good luck getting a prosecutor to actually hold someone accountable. And it's all the time. It's all the time. There is such thing as being above the law. As much as there is being above the law, you can be below the law. And that's something I talked about as, running for DA all the time, because half of the victims who came to me to tell me their stories were homeless when the abuse or when they were victims of crime, and no one did anything. And I honestly don't think that this case would even be covered if she wasn't online broadcasting this for years and years.
Making money.
I was just thinking that she wasn't
a millionaire. She's a millionaire.
Yes.
And this is a millionaire community, by the way, in Ivins. This is a gated community. I love it out there. I would love to buy a house out there. It's beautiful. It overlooks, or it's right outside of Snow Canyon. It's breathtaking. And these are all high-end, well-to-do folks. And so when they call the police respond. Think about how many times in St. George, in the lesser areas in St. George, the less wealthy areas, trailer parks, where they call the police to report the abuse, report to CPS, report to the cops, and no one responds.
Or they do respond, and it's a police report. It goes nowhere because there's no traction. That's the other part. It's the traction.
And the perpetrator isn't arrested, and nothing, and they're released on bail. The fact that they're not being released on bail primarily goes to, and that's what the hearing was today. Primarily, it was her ability to leave the jurisdiction because she was so wealthy. But everybody, I mean, even the court's assessment said she's not a danger to the community and should be released on her own reconnaissance. That's how the system is designed. So if you're poor enough and you do horrible things to children, the chances of you getting away with it are pretty dang high in my jurisdiction, and that's unacceptable to me.
Yep. Same with the white-collar crime disparity, too. So, sorry. Go ahead.
You've got people who... the other thing is, like, if a kid shows up malnourished and they're poor, it's like, oh yeah, it's
expected.
They're probably just poor, and that's expected. But it still can be horrible abuse. Like parents, aren't, parents with like locked fridges and that kind of thing.
Yep.
Or parents that take the $10 they have and go buy booze instead of food for the kids. This happens everywhere. This is not, it happens everywhere. And, I saw, I think the lady Lawya on Twitter had a comment today that I missed it by like 8 hours, so I didn't reply. But it was basically that she lost it. And she said she had a divorced client come to her and complain and yell that she had to do something because she just picked up her daughter, and her daughter was the shoes were mismatched. Here's the thing. Let me explain the legal system.
Oh, I've had this one.
Let me explain the legal system. There are a certain number of judges that are appointed to a jurisdiction. Those judges have a certain number of minutes in which they can hear hearings. Break it down to minutes. They have a certain number of minutes of court time that they can hear hearings. Criminal cases are, by their very nature, constitutionally protected. They are given precedence on the docket. So they are the front-loaded part of the court's docket. So there's automatically
people not waiving speedy trial.
Exactly. So there's automatically 50% of the court's minutes are gone. That's it. So there's 50% of the court's minutes are remaining. That's the minutes that they have. Now, within those remaining minutes, they have to resolve disputes that are massive tort claims. They have to resolve contract disputes, landlord-tenant disputes. They have to resolve divorces, custody. They have to resolve civil disputes. They have to resolve alleged child abuse when it's in domestic relations litigation. If you are asking an attorney to file a motion and set that motion for a hearing because the child was returned to you with mismatched shoes, how many minutes does that take? 30, 60, 90?
They're just not gonna, they're not, that's, and the thing is there's a level at which the court will just say, listen, we don't intervene at this kind of problem.
Nope.
And mismatched shoes is like, okay, your kid's got 2 pairs of shoes. That's fantastic.
But
what's the problem here?
It's how people allege the circumstances. They say there's been a material change in circumstances. The child has come to me in this past week and they have been distraught, sad, mismatched shoes. And they say, I need a half a day of court time. It's a half a day of court time. So that's a half a day of minutes that have been removed from that judge's ability, like actual ability to hear cases. These are the cases that lose. These are the people that lose out when those arguments get made. And it pisses me the fuck off. So there are times when I will yell at clients, lay into clients. No, we're not filing that. You're out of your mind.
I don't yell at clients. I'll politely decline. and tell
I
them that it's silly and it's a waste of their money. And then I calculate how much I'm going to charge them. And I tell them, by the way, I'm charging in 6-minute increments now. And just to explain that to you, cost you another, $75. So it's up to you.
I made a joke on Twitter a while back about somebody was saying if everybody had to work as a taxi driver, how would your profession change? And I was like, a lot of lawyers would put meters machines in their offices, and I'm actually thinking there are times that'd be fantastic, where you could just your client starts rambling on about something that is trivial. They're like, hey, I'm facing charges of murder. And it's really annoying to me that I have to, talk to my probation officer, like a bail supervisor, every week. And you just sort of look over towards the meter and you're just like, you're not going to win this argument, but we can talk about it as long as you want. I just want you to look at the meter, though, as we do.
But here's the thing. I've been in practice long enough and I've handled enough cases where I will tell clients that my billable rate is $400 per hour. That's what it is, $400 per hour. And I will tell them that I will bill them for every email, and they say, okay. Mm-hmm. And that part right there, that's why I yell at my clients. Because if I just tell them I'm going to bill them, that's not enough anymore. So that's why I yell at my clients.
Wait, you don't otherwise bill for every email? Because I do.
Oh, I still bill them. Now, there are a lot of emails that I'll just read that I read it in bed. I'll be like, oh God, I'm not answering that. And then I don't bill for that. God, I hope my other partners are not listening to this. Don't listen to my YouTube channel.
You're stealing from your firm, Rob.
Do not listen to my YouTube channel. If you or one of my new law partners, stop listening to
congratulations,
my YouTube channel.
By the way.
Yeah, thank you.
I know a lawyer who actually sends a lot of his so he sends out emails to clients, and he'll include in the footer of this email cost you X much. And I found out that he does that because he accidentally left it on when he sent me an email that was just like, hey, do you want to go out for drinks on a Thursday or something? And it was like, this email cost you however many dollars. And I was like, no, it didn't. He's like, sorry, I leave that's what I send to my clients because it stops them from emailing me so often. So
right.
Yeah.
Let's get to the end of the call because there is a bit more that's of substance.
Glad to hear. They're coming to you as quick as they can. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Really well. I just want to make sure.
He's fine. I've got him sitting here. My wife, he got him water and giving him something to eat because he's hungry and just a young man. He's hearing his stocking feet, so he escaped.
Well, I'm glad that he was able to make it to.
They're on their way.
So he could be safe. They should just be pulling up now. Let me know when they're with you, okay?
Will do. I hear a car, but they're not coming on the driveway. You did good. Enjoy that banana, okay?
Yeah, he just
did the right thing.
A few seconds ago, so he might be waiting for his partner. I'm not sure.
Is Jody up there right now? Yeah. Okay. Jody Hildebrand is up there right now.
Okay.
Man, I wish I would have had someone like this to tell
So
me.
she may come looking for him here soon, but she's not gonna, obviously. I think we need the cops here as soon as possible.
I'm just asking where he is.
Because he's breaking up.
Yeah, she's a bad lady.
Oh.
We didn't realize how bad.
Yep, he's breaking up. He's losing. He had the composure at the beginning.
Okay, let's see. I'm just asking where he is. Well, sounds like he's making a phone call real quick to his sergeant. He is going to head up.
Okay. All right. Well, if we have to take him inside the house, we will. We're just sitting outside right now because we have chairs out here and it was convenient.
That's okay. If anything, he's sitting out down your driveway and keeping an eye on the house. So if that's where you feel safe, that's where the child feels safe. So let's just stay where you're at.
God, great dispatcher.
Yeah, I think we're doing this. Yes.
There's freaking scorpions down
Does
there.
he have
too.
anything with him?
But
Yeah, one of them was this kid's mom.
no, he's wearing a long sleeve shirt and shorts, and
No, scorpions take care of
it's,
their young.
way too big for him.
Fair.
True.
Can you tell me what color the shirt and shirt?
Okay, the ambulance is here,
Okay.
so
Are they with you?
no, they're just not getting out of the truck.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and I'll let you go then. You did a great.
What a great job by all involved. I mean, that's the thing about this. Like, holy crap. Like, I applaud the hell out of every person in that interaction. Because the thing was, the officer, the officer that was approaching called the sergeant and was like, what's the kid wearing? And then the dispatcher came back on and asked, what's he wearing? Like, that was behind closed doors. You didn't hear it.
Well, and you also know that this dispatcher, after this call ended, was like, I need like the rest of the day. And they're probably like, yep, that's reasonable.
Sadly, probably not. She probably went on to handle 3 or more calls that were equally terrifying and terrible.
The saddest part is that most dispatchers don't hear the end of the story.
Nope.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in this case, she will because it's publicized. But, when I did ride-alongs with the cops at night, especially, and we showed up to DV situations, and, in some of these situations, the victims would beg us not to do anything because in a lot of DV cases, that's their home and they have nowhere else to go. Mm-hmm. And it's one thing to say, oh, well, there's resources and shelters. Yeah, those resources and shelters are slim and kneel to come by, especially in the winter. And so
they also often kind of suck.
Yes. And we don't have a men's only DV shelter in our state that I'm aware of. And so
you're lucky if you even have a men accepting shelter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's plenty of places that have like 6 shelters and none of them will take a man, including
let alone
in some
men with their children.
Yeah, and in some cases it's they won't even take like you get places where shelters won't take like male children over 13.
Yep.
And so it's like a mother who's leaving with like their 16-year-old boy, and it's like, yeah, he has to go to the homeless shelter. Well, what kind of mom is going to be like, okay, sure, because I can tell you the homeless shelter's really not a good place for a 16-year-old.
Yep.
Like,
so here's what I'd like to do. So Danny, the bond hearing, what was the disposition of the bond hearing?
So it was very quick because a bunch of dumb YouTubers decided to chime in and join, and it overloaded our dumb WebEx system that we have in the state. So it was very, very quick. Basically, the judge came on, said, I'm going to grant the motion to go ahead and join Jody's case with Ruby's. So they'll have the same judge, at least not join the case, but join under the same judge, because in our jurisdiction, it's randomly assigned judges to these cases. And it makes sense to have the same judge over here, both cases. There will be another hearing set. They will be held without bond until September 21st. I am going to try and be at that hearing live so I can report on it down there, but it just depends on whether or not I have a mediation that day. Coincidentally, 3 of her sisters, Ruby's sisters, are also mommy YouTubers. And they also exploit their children for cash online. although I'm sure not quite to the same extent. They came out with a joint statement saying we did the best we could internally behind the scenes, but nothing was really done, and we didn't know the extent of the abuse. Father came out and said that the severity of the abuse seemed to have escalated or something to that effect, right? Because he's trying to deny all liability.
Yep.
Also, and it was his attorney who came out making the public statement, which I don't think is a good look for attorneys in our jurisdiction. I think it's much better to have a public spokesman come out and say the exact same thing. And then allegedly there was a Reddit post of someone who was similarly situated in a jail cell where Ruby is being held. She produced what is that called when they're allowed to leave jail but they have to reappear?
Personal recognizance.
Yeah. So she had a receipt basically for the time that she was in jail at the same time as Ruby, same block. And allegedly she said that she had overheard Ruby talking to her husband's attorney. So there is some possibility that he'll be representing both Ruby and her husband, but I don't know and can't verify that.
That
So
seems like a because at some point they're going to point the finger. That's like the Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
They may or may not point the finger at each other because they, in a lot of these situations where you have couples, they're like, we're gonna, and often there just really isn't a viable point the finger at each other defense. So, like in this case, mom is probably going to have a hard time going, like, if she's going to say, like, dad was the violent one and was, forcing me to do it. It's like, you really going to run that when we got your YouTube channel? And
he was standing there, he was supporting. And I'm sorry, I don't care. Ooh, okay, this is complicated. I don't want to go off the rails. But when you're sitting there supporting your wife doing these things, you're an accomplice. When you're sitting there looking the other way and not doing anything, you're an accomplice. I'm sorry. I'm going to piss off everybody that way, but
Understood.
I'm sorry. When your spouse is sitting there watching abuse going on with your kids and you never call the police, that's on you.
The 4 kids right now are with CPS. There has not been parental or other family placement because I know the chat's asking. They're with CPS right now because CPS is trying to vet with whom they can place the children. And what CPS will do is they will go to the immediate family first and they'll evaluate them. And we're going to cross fingers that they do a proper evaluation. And then they will go to extended family. Then they will go to third parties. Then they will go to foster care. But they will hold on to them until they determine what to do.
It's also possible that they may be awarded to Sherry. I think that's her name. It's one of the older daughters. I think the oldest, as a matter of fact.
The 20-year-old?
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
she's an adult now, and she's coming out thinking, I mean, it depends on whether or not she has the resources to do it, because that is one of the factors that they'll consider in awarding custody.
The father is going to seek it. I will tell you that the father is going to be, well, in my jurisdiction, there's no way CPS would give it to the dad. Not under these circumstances. But I can't give that analysis for Utah.
Utah is something else. That was the, by the way, I was talking about the Powell case for those who are interested. Susan Powell is the one who disappeared. Her husband was suspected of murdering her, and he's the one who exploded the house with the kids in it.
Oh, God. Okay.
So CPS is, I mean, on the flip side, though, here's the good news. In my jurisdiction, when they are looking at revoking parental rights, especially with fathers and mothers who've been driven away because their ex is psycho and hates their guts and, just don't want to deal with them anymore and say, just pay your child support and don't see the kid ever. And then they come back 10 years later to see their kid. The chances of them losing their parental rights are 0 to 0. So that's the good news. It's always a balancing act. That's what I'm doing with my hands, by the way. I'm not dancing. I'm doing balancing hands.
You're balancing. I also love that sport coat, by the way. Great look.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So what we're going to do is I'm going to go through the super chats that are relevant to this story, the not pleasant super chats. And then I'm going to take a quick pause. And if anyone wants to jump off or we have additional discussions, we're going to do a cleansing swoop, which I know Danny likes to see. And then we'll go to the funny super chats for a bit before we get to the next topic. Does that sound good? All right. So Fat Yoga, Danny, the LDS Church has put out a statement on to the congregations. I hadn't seen that.
Ooh, I would be interested. Hey, if you know who's leaked it, because I almost guarantee someone has leaked it on Reddit or somewhere else, let me know. I'd be interested.
Yep. So that's one. Let me see what else is relevant to this that we have to get out of the way, because I want to get the sad stuff before I swoop. Rachel, I have no words for a parent like that, only anger. I am very inclined to agree with you. Yeah. Cora Savage, did you happen to see the article about what she said during the hearing to assign custody of the kids? Heinous, truly heinous. I did not.
I didn't either.
Ruby, Frankie, request to assign custody. Let's see if that pops anything.
Traveling science man, I haven't just seen the national parks in Utah. I basically live in them. I absolutely love our national parks. We have the big 5. And they're breathtaking.
She made an allegation. She made an allegation that one of her kids abused another of the siblings.
Like SA, like Sierra Alpha abuse.
That's what she's saying, but disguised as a patting game, but no further details.
I'm not buying it. I'm not
I'm
buying it. I
not
think
at
she's doing
all.
it to discredit her own children.
Break the kids up.
Yep. That's a very common tactic of abusers, is to play one kid against the other.
I cannot see, like, I read into that, like, the second I read that, there's no way a judge buys that. I don't know. That is a one, Ruby Frank's credibility. No. 2, that allegation for any judge who's handled family law cases, that's a red flag.
Yep.
The neurodivergent counselor, thank you for the super chat. As a neurodivergent tiny human school counselor, I'm so appalled that this parent's behavior was allowed to go on so long. I literally keep a stash of food for dysregulated kids who just need a snack or food in general. One, neurodivergent counselor, that is awesome. That's an awesome tactic. You're a wonderful, wonderful person for doing that, because sometimes kids, you give them a snack, they're different humans. Yeah, it's pretty egregious. Eva, I'm going to screw every part of that up. Eva Leah, star is Tev. Star is Tev. Danny, thank you. This is a safe place. Safe space. Please teach us. We want to know your perspective. I encourage her to do that, and she has been remarkable today and respectful. And the interjection that there are good members of every faith, and we don't cast labels on the whole of every practicing person because of the actions of a few.
I think it's important to note that there are very, very few members of faiths where they join because it's a club and they want the power. And most people join faiths because they see themselves as wanting to grow spiritually, just like you join a gym. They're not perfect people. They're going there to grow and to learn. And so, thank you for that. I appreciate that, because I am a huge defender of religion. And so I never want to castigate or make people feel like I'm diminishing their beliefs.
Yep. I am no damsel. 1987. Ruby appeared in court today and blamed the kids. That does not surprise me. Beverly Molly New, thank you. Yes, but in the Utah, the church is the state and the state is the church.
Yep. I can definitively say that because I've witnessed it myself. And Beverly, it's highly inappropriate.
Yeah. And Beverly, I apologize that I wasn't pulling super chats up as we were listening, because I wanted to make sure we were listening in its entirety. So I apologize for that, but thank you again. Yeah. That's why Jurisdictions are different. That's why I think Danny brings a different perspective to this case, and why I wanted to have her comment on it, because she's local. She's there. She knows. I practice in Virginia. This is alien to me. A lot of it is. Jess Kedlisi, universal mandatory reporting is needed. It's a slippery slope. It's tough. Mary Coppola, church and state separate. It's a slope. There are two sides to every argument, guys. I know that it doesn't feel that way when we view the cases on the extreme, but there really are. And it's wild how fast cases go from something that seems like such a simple premise. That's the thing. Something goes from such a simple premise. It should be so easy to explain that just the world being the world, you get the most horrible example of why that was bad.
Make mandatory reporting possible in Congress and then start looking at religions until mandatory reporting for staff in Congress is required. I'd be very, very reluctant to apply it to religious organizations or other organizations.
Peter Lawyer, made a comment today that I could not agree with more. And it was referring to a comment that was made to him. So this is like hearsay within hearsay. Either way, the comment deserves its repetition. There would be nothing more shocking to our founding fathers than the notion of professional politicians.
Yep.
Politicians that did not work, that did not have jobs, that had to put food on the table for their families, that did not experience life as the everyday person. I'm going to keep praying. I'm going to keep hoping. CCA, thank you for the super sticker. Would Runkle's suggestion be like making lawyers mandatory reporters? That was the hypothetical I was giving him to push back. And I don't know, you saw, I see Zora's setting up there, like offering cover, but you saw him get kind of uncomfortable there. And every person should be. When you're protecting privilege, it's a big issue. It's how you draw the line. It's not so much the line. Everyone agrees the line should be there. Where do you draw it? That's where you see the fine details. Christine Ford, pastor here. Hello and welcome. I hope that you at least learned, and I hope you're still here learning. Pastor here. In progressive denominations, we receive extensive training on reporting. I would be very rightfully stripped of my collar if I hadn't reported this. This is sickening.
Thank you.
And good for you. Good for you. And that's not, I'm not being facetious. That I'm being sincere. To this point, Angie says, I have a feeling our forefathers would have been rolling in their graves for decades at this point. Just want to pop out of them and scream at everyone for various reasons. But yes. God bless the beasts and the children. It's tough, but that's an understanding. It is true. Jody Hildebrandt's niece has spoken and said Jody did the same things to her, duct tape and starvation. She'd force her to confess the things she hasn't done. There's a separate 911 call of when the police go into Jody's house and they see the safe room in the bottom. So yes, that's there. Mary Coppola, Hippocratic oath for medical. Yes, it is. Do no harm. Ryan Man YYC, can we please have mandatory reporting for LEOs for the misconduct of other LEOs they have knowledge of? Well, that'd be curious.
Talk to the unions.
That'd be very curious.
Talk to the local DAs too.
Yep. Hey, yo, thanks, Nicholas. I did get the letter. I had it from another perspective, but yes, I did get it. Glad you're here, buddy. Cora Savage, thank you very much. Mormon Stories also interviewed Jody's niece, a rare interview of sheer bravery. Heartbreaking with many, many trigger warnings. I cried a lot over their story, but well worth the watch. If you guys want to check this story out, please, there are lots of sources on the internet. I will say that Natalie Lawyer Chick did a phenomenal stream on this yesterday, and Danny, I know, did a stream on this yesterday or the day before. So I would honestly start there, get kind of the synopsis of the case, and then divulge out from that. B. Hartling, thank you. CPS visited Ruby's house 15 times since 2019.
Yep. That was also reported by Fox 13.
Sometimes that's good. Sometimes that's not good. Because I've had people, there are sometimes neighborhoods. And this, I don't know if this happens where you are, Danny. There are sometimes neighborhoods where there's one person in the neighborhood who pisses everyone off. And the whole neighborhood starts calling CPS.
Oh, yeah. There's YouTubers who get CPS called on them for no reason. Just cuz.
Yep.
Just cuz. So, I mean, it is a good thing. But at the same time, a lot of these reports aren't taken seriously. And I'm speaking from firsthand on this one. So there needs to be, I think there needs to be more oversight of CPS, just like there needs to be more oversight of our foster care system.
Yep. And Danny, please show your channel.
Please come check me out, Danny on Direct. We do stream weekly generally. This last week, because my mom's house burnt down, I was unable to stream, but I will be streaming pretty consistently at least once a week, but hopefully more than that moving forward. As a matter of fact, I may quit my job.
Oh, interesting.
I'm contemplating it again. I love YouTube. I love streaming. I love
It's
talking
fun.
about these cases. I love entertaining and educating. So
yeah, it's fun talking about that. Ian, while Danny's at that, why don't you show your channel?
You can find me at Runkle of the Bailey at YouTube, and also Roll of Law if you want to watch more geeky stuff. But I've been covering a whole bunch of different things. Most recently, the Liberty Safes issue. That one's fun.
Yep.
If you're not familiar, they don't buy a Liberty Safe.
well, unless you're a glowy and want more glowies to have access to your stuff.
Can you
Well, they
say
love
what a
the
glowy?
taste
You have
of
to say what a
boot.
glowy is. The chat doesn't know what a glowy is. You have to, you have to
A
define
Fed,
it.
a federal
Fed,
agent.
yes,
Yeah,
federal
someone
agent,
who works
yes.
for the federal government and or state, local government who also is contracted with the federal government.
Part of the job, Danny, is breaking down the legal parlance and what we talk about. Like you have to make it
Right.
digestible.
I just assume everybody, if glowy is a slang, that's a YouTube word.
I think that's more of like a 4chan word originally. But
Maybe
yeah.
a 4chan word.
It's something. Caitlin Moore, these were safe neighbors because they gave kids Christmas cookies. These neighbors are heroes. I hope they're okay after this too. I agree. Alder Ridge Farms, thank you. It's not the same CPS. Everything Danny stated actually happened here in Washington State. Josh, the kid's father, moved to Washington where his father and siblings lived and his wife, quote, disappeared. There's shady stuff all over. We're going to get some of it in South Carolina. Be vigilant. Just that's what I'm going to say. Be vigilant. Vez, thank you. I just exploded at the father of the world, wonderful autistic kid. I mean, custodian for tonight. Why parents can't love their kids the right way. I'm imagining this is a positive thing. I don't know. Exploded at
Lost his mind. Lost their mind.
lost their mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I try to give grace where I can, and sometimes even that gets tested, but I always try to remind myself at the end of the day, give grace where you can. And also there's grace, and then there's the end of where you should draw a line. And deciding where that is a constant struggle for many in just life, period. Forever Wander, Jody is the most prestigious lawyer in Utah right now. I heard she hired a good defense attorney.
I mean, I'm not going to. Lots of people will start throwing shade over like they hired no, everybody deserves a good defense. I'm not going to. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm not going to begrudge that.
Sin N. The oldest girl had her college savings stolen from her account via multiple wire transfers. Had to be someone authorized, i.e., parent. Not surprised.
Ooh,
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised by that.
There
Elf
are
Liggins.
That's a really common thing as well.
Yes.
In the number of times I've seen like kids, because I end up representing kids who are escaping bad relationships and so forth. So, like bad families and whatever else, because they get into legal trouble. But the number of times I've seen like kids make it out, and then their parents empty out their bank account is huge.
Yep, it's true. Thank you, Elfligans. I'm going to have to start be discerning about this because I do want to get to our other topics, but I will try to get back to these at the end of the stream. I'm going to try and go through some of the more relevant ones.
And guys, if you are leaving an abusive relationship, and when I say relationship, I don't mean like just romantic. I mean any sort of relationship, like family, that kind of thing. One of the important things to do is to talk to your bank and let them know and have them put a note on their file. Because what happens a lot with kids who leave is like you get a kid who's like, 18 and they've left. Well, mom shows up with a whole bunch of documentation to say that they're mom and gets their name put on the account, and like through basically manipulating the system there. And once mom's name is on the account, mom can empty it. And so I've seen, people lose their entire savings that often was like there to help get them out. So it can be important, and it can be the difference between losing all of that and your parent, like the abusive parent, getting arrested when they show up and try to pull that one. So,
yep. And Goth Lawyer, thank you for chiming in. This is pretty incredible. I like seeing that people like this are watching the channel. It actually makes me feel really good. Current legal aid attorney, former family law attorney, GAL, and a public defender, and come from generational poverty. Trying to move this mountain one grain of sand at a time is soul crushing. Thank you for discussing this. Goth Lawyer 13, thank you for the experience that you put into this system and for what you continue to do to keep trying to move that mountain. Thanks for being here and participating, and for all that you do. I hope that this encourages you rather than discourages you to keep trying to move that mountain of sand. That was really cool. I was glad to see that. JR from earlier, I agree with Ian that religious organizations shouldn't be protected and allowed to have secrecy, and that this is why in Canada we are digging up the backgrounds of residential schools. There's both sides to that argument, and I understand that people have different views on both sides. What I relayed was the U.S. constitutional view of it, and I don't see that changing. So that's just my perspective. The Chugi show live. Oh my God, I'm late, but I'm glad to see Danny's here. Heard some wild things about 8 passengers case today. Her lawyer is apparently very well known and expensive. Would you say that?
Who is her lawyer? I'm really intrigued. I haven't seen the lawyer listed yet.
Will one of you pull that, and I'll keep going through the super chats real quick? If one of you might try to look that up. Equality, even if the allegation was true, which I don't think it is, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make what Ruby and Jody did okay. So upsetting. Yep. Forever Wander. Ruby said in court that the second youngest, the one who escaped, has been addicted to corn since he was 3. That's okay. So no, that's massive red flag. Nope. That's massive red flag. That's
a common allegation here in the state.
It's a common allegation.
That is not a thing.
In Utah, it's a common allegation that gets thrown around a lot. And I'm going to say people that abuse the faith throw that allegation around a lot to try and get an outcome. Is that fair, yep. Danny?
Oh, yeah, no, totally. I mean, the state of Utah, our governor declared corn a public health emergency. I'm not even joking.
People that abuse the faith use that as a means to get the outcome they desire. Yep. Rob and Danny for Congress. No way in hell. Not for me. Yes, Danny, for me. Maybe.
Absolutely. Yeah, get Danny actually, in there. I'm wanting Senate.
Oh,
Runkle for Congress.
Well, Ian's gonna have trouble, but get Danny there. We'll work on amending the Constitution for Ian. Forever Wander. Because Ruby said the judge said the child will have to be placed without other kids. Jody claims the child confessed to all of this. Just awful. Yeah, I'm not really okay with that. Kartasha, for every dollar cut from the CPS budget, the politicians doing it should be required to do right along with the workers to see the consequences. Yes.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yes. Make them come with me to court. Yep.
This is opening a real floodgates, because if we start here, then what? Politicians are going to be expected to have knowledge of all the things they pass laws of. They're
My God, it would be amazing.
I would hope that they're at least required to engage with each agency for a certain period of time, for a certain amount of hours at the base, like the entry level agency job,
Yep.
whatever
If you-
the agency is.
The thing is, they should also have to engage with the other side of people who are getting screwed by agencies.
Yes.
Because there are people who get screwed by CPS. There are people who get screwed
Yep.
by, like,
Yep.
if you do a ride along with ATF, they're going to take you to, like, here's a raid of, like, somebody who's selling guns to the cartel.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas what you also need to see is, like, here's a gun store who's being run out of business because, you know, they forgot to fill out a form on time, like that kind of thing as well. So
One of these things is not like the other. Yep, I know.
Yeah,
Yep,
I mean,
exactly.
Agencies have this tendency to infinitely expand their ambit. It's like,
An understatement in our
No,
you're in
Ian.
Canada, but
That's fatalistic. Don't say that.
it's also
Agencies are
accurate.
Good. I
Also,
know.
I've got an experimental beverage because I needed something to
Well, hang on. We're,
take away the
we're like-
suck
we're-
from
we
all
are
that.
we are 3 depressing chats away from me doing a swoop to happier topics.
yay, because Danny doesn't feel good.
M169, there's always a flip side of any issue. Wait till Rob talks about Johns Hopkins case and the flip side. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Be kind.
Why?
I know that people can abuse reporting, but there are so many abused children we are not catching or helping. Only way to break cycles. Yes and no. Education and getting the system right. That's a big part of it. Like, we're all in it. I see both sides, and it's tough. So we navigate how we can. Steve A, everyone deserves a good defense. Best way to be sure someone we lock up is actually guilty is if they had a good defense. Yes, and that's the Murdaugh case. We'll get there in a minute. But we have reached the end of the sad super chats. Danny, if you would like to jump off, if you'd like to see a swoop first, we can do that.
I need a swoop.
You need a swoop? You want old swoop or new swoop? Or you want both?
Old swoop.
it's the giggles and the fun. Yes. that's cleansing. That is why that swoop exists. That's why that swoop exists. It exists to cleanse.
I would be the worst person to deal with. Too, like, I feel like that's more like polished. It's not so cute.
It's not this.
I think because it's like squishy.
Yeah. That's there for cleansing purposes, ready for the swoop, hugs to the chat and to all. Yeah, I know. You know, sometimes you don't have the ability to talk really like nice stuff. For me, fanatic was parents equals anti. The law is not pretty. It's not.
But the swoop is.
The swoop is
The swoop is pretty.
The swoop is cleansing. The swoop is cleansing.
I love you guys.
Cheers.
I am going to head out because I've been battling the world's worst stomach flu. I was actually supposed to go to an 80s themed Utah like legal aid gala tonight, and I couldn't even go, and I'm so sad. So
that's brutal.
Do you want to see something you missed before we started all of this? Just briefly.
Sure.
Would you hire this attorney?
Probably not.
Or this one?
See, I expect that first guy to be hanging out outside of the liquor store trying to convince somebody to buy him booze.
Yeah, he needs a beard.
I've got $40. Will you buy me some vodka?
Rob, is that baby Rob?
That was my profile picture up until a week ago.
I am.
That first
so
picture
glad
is
you
actually
upgraded.
taken in a stroller.
That's the new one.
It's the beard, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Beard
This
makes
is
the
every
bio.
man better.
Robert D. Morton is a partner at Whitbeck Bennett. That needs a space in there, I think, doesn't it?
No.
Oh, wow.
it's the same-
Huge
it's
congratulations,
conjoined.
Rob. That's awesome.
Focus primarily on family law and bankruptcy. Prior to joining the firm, Robert co-founded a small law firm in 2012 where he gained invaluable litigation experience representing clients throughout Northern Virginia. In more than a decade of practice, Robert gained particular familiarity with the complex interplay of divorce and bankruptcy and possesses unique experience practicing in bankruptcy and state court. Robert spent his early years moving across the country until his family settled in the DC area where he completed high school. A black sheep in a family of engineers, he began his collegiate studies as an NCAA Division III lacrosse player at Stevens Institute of Technology. He ultimately shifted focus and transferred to North Carolina State University, where he graduated with a BS in 2007. He received his JD magna cum laude. Chat, shut up. We don't need it. We don't need your comments here.
Cum
From
laude,
Nova.
cum.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not a statement. It's not used here in Canada, but yeah.
Yep.
From Nova Southeastern University in Fort Lauderdale, Florida in 2010 before returning to the DC area. No two families are the same, and every interpartner dynamic is unique. Robert believes firmly that clients deserve an attorney who gives time and effort to understanding their specific circumstances rather than a one-size-fits-all approach to litigation. Outside of work, Robert enjoys spending time in his wood shop and on the golf course to decompress. And
It's
no
not
mention of
terrible, is
YouTube
it?
at all.
No, but it's not terrible.
It's not
It's
terrible.
fantastic. It's fantastic. I'm going to have Chat GPT, though, write my profile on my law firm. I still haven't done mine.
Bios for law firms are hard because you're starting with a lawyer who, by definition, has imposter syndrome, because I already said lawyer. And then you are trying to talk yourself up, like hit your accomplishments, which when you already have imposter syndrome is basically impossible, without also sounding like a douche, because there's a real
Yeah.
precipice that you have to walk between, like, I am talking about my accomplishments versus I sound like a total douche.
And the weird thing when I was drafting that one was, it was like, do people need to know that I came from a family of engineers? No, but I tell clients anyways, because they always ask me why my brain works the way it does. And I always end up saying, I came from a hyper analytical family. They were all engineers.
And you
So
know
I end
what?
up telling them that. Or people ask, like, wow, you seem to know a lot about, my kid playing sports. Well, yeah, I played lacrosse in college. Like, it's stuff that I tell clients.
I like the stuff that humanizes you, because I will say there's a lot of lawyers who are just like, I won this award and I won that award and I, whatever. And I'm just like, I actually think you probably just suck.
One of our attorneys, I've encouraged her to put the fact that her child is on the spectrum on her bio, because we get so many cases with kids who are on the spectrum and they need special attention. They need special programs. And it's really helpful to have an attorney who understands those things. Beautiful bio. I am going to step out, take some medicine. I'm actually going to hang on for the Sarah Boone topic because I think it's hilarious. So I'll be right back. I mean,
that's fine.
What she did, not hilarious. The follow-up, kind of hilarious.
It's been way too long. We've got to do a stream together at some point, because
we do.
It's been way too long.
We do. But I'll be right back. I'm just going to go take some meds and then I'll be right back.
All right. I'll pull you down, Danny. When I see your face pop back up, I'll pull you back in.
Okay.
All right. So let's do this. I've got a couple of larger ones, and I do want to read those before we go to the next topic. Swag Satan.
I don't think you read that right, but I get why you didn't.
Swag Satan. Hi, Rob. This is Sindhu from India. I usually don't see you live because FNF time is 5:30 a.m. here, so this is a first. Been a silent watcher of your content for a while now. During difficult times, wanted to say thank you. Thank you for the chat. I never want to feel like people should or need. Honestly, I just like making content and talking about the cases that are important to me. And I'm very glad that you get to watch and have fun tuning in. And I was awesome to see you here live. And thank you very much for supporting the channel. Very, very much appreciated.
The number of people who speak up to say, like, hey, I really appreciate, your channel existing, that kind of thing.
Oh, it's so cool.
It's, they're like, I've had a stressful time and now, and that helped. I always just love I love seeing that because sometimes the world is a dark place, right? Sometimes the world is kind of crappy.
Yep.
And it's always nice to feel like you're making it a little less crappy for even one person, right?
Yep. Even for just a minute. Like, that's it.
Now, you know what's wrong with your bio?
No.
It doesn't mention your LSAT score.
Oh, God, I hate you so much right now. Oh, my God. What a terrible thing to say. All right. That's funny. That's funny. Yes, I have.
Have you seen any of my coverage of that guy?
I have. Yes, I have. And it makes me laugh every time. Here for years, chat would be more than happy to write your bio. No.
Oh,
no,
God.
no. Angela Daly, thank you. Sit in the hospital.
The word snack might appear.
I hope next surgery went well, and I hope your recovery goes swiftly and smoothly. I'm doing well and excited to go home tomorrow. Congratulations. FNF is getting me through the boredom. Hope you're not bored anymore. Jojo was asked for ID 2 years ago when I was 49. Congratulations, Jojo. That's a compliment. JR,
I get the weird thing where they I'll get ID'd by somebody. I'll walk in and I'll be like, I want this. And they look at me and I can see they're having a hard time processing like face versus hair.
Yeah.
And they're like,
you look like a child, but you have gray hair. This makes
and then
no
they're
sense.
like, they eventually will come around to like, I got to ask for ID. You could have dyed your hair. And I'm like,
no.
Fine.
No. But thank you. JR, patient waiting for read the bio. You got the bio. Joshua, hope you had a great first week new job. I did indeed. It was fantastic. Suzanne, big congrats to you, Rob. They are lucky to have you. I'm happy. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be in court a lot more. I can already tell. I was in court today. I was picking up a case for another colleague, so I love this.
Oh,
Joy WRN.
I was just thinking that your new firm, I was going to send you a pen, and then I realized that you make pens.
I make pens.
So that would be stupid.
Make the pen.
But I found my favorite pen again.
Oh,
it was
awesome.
Lost.
I did find fountain pens that I can make, by the way. Joy WRN, glad to be spending my birthday with you all. Shout out to all the September babies. Shout out to the September birthdays. Happy birthday to you, Joy WRN. Cheers to you, and may you have a phenomenal birthday. And on that note, Nicole, can we get a birthday shout out for Amber? Her birthday was yesterday. Amber, happy birthday to you as well. And to all of the September birthdays, happy birthday to all of you.
And to all a good birthday.
Exactly. Mod Princess, I also started a new job this week. Tired, but in a good way. There's a lot to do as the first full-time admin for this small business. Best of luck to you, Mod Princess. I think that's going to go great. It's tough to move them along, but once you do, it'll be great. Megan Brogdon, I know nothing about Sarah Boone here in Australia, I imagine. We'll talk about that in a minute. Kristen, celebrating return of FNF with cheesecake. Missed this. Glad you're back. Thank you, Kristen. Very much appreciated. Cheesecake is always wonderful. Megan Brogdon, growing up as a JW, I can attest that psychological abuse is Jehovah's Witness, by the way, is what that was, right? It's not limited to one faith group. Organized religions can be problematic. They can be. Leadership is generally the issue in most cases. Amber, by the way, Amber, I imagine that was you that celebrated the birthday. Happy birthday. FNF and cheesecake with my favorite people. Happy birthday. Celine, apparently it's cheesecake night. I love pumpkin cheesecake and it's delicious. Okay. Thanks, Celine. Nicole, FNF with cookie dough, cheesecake, and carrot cake. All the cake. Oh my God. There's a lot of cake going on in the chat right now. Azam, thank you for the super sticker. And Azam, thank you for always contributing and having fun hanging out with us. I will join the rewatch crew, but I want to make brunch for my mom today. I hope that's wonderful. That sounds like a wonderful time. But I'm pretty sure you might still be here after brunch. Congrats, Rob. Probably will be. Probably in Spicy Town, but it's going to happen. Alan, people don't realize how far pendulums can swing. That's the slippery slope. That's the slippery slope argument. Yep. Torin 3, have a good evening. Danny, putting final polish on your braid design right now. Oh, Danny's going to get a braid. I'm going to save that for later so I can show her. Runkle said Magna. I don't know what that is.
Oh, because of your bio.
Oh, SDR, thank you for the super chat. By the way, if I lose power, Ian, I trust you. I'm trusting you because there's a big storm raging right now. Please, it's a storm. Laura Leanne, thank you for the super chat. Very, very generous of you. It'd be fascinating if Rob and Ian did a stream just explaining how the legal systems work in USA and Canada. So many people are here from around the world. Please, can we add it to the docket? Much love, everyone.
That might be fun.
You know what's fun about that? So Trials of the Century, when we cover Canadian cases, which we did on our last Trials of the Century, please check that out because we do have discussions like that. But yes, we can do that.
Yeah, Rob is often like, wait, what? I'm kind of tempted to cover some recent well, no. It's hard to decide. Yeah, that's the thing is we've had some cases that have changed the law in Canada, and I bet they would horrify you as to how the law has changed.
You know what? I want to see you do that with Danny.
Oh,
I really.
Why me? Why do you want to start a fight? I don't.
No, it's not a fight. It's not a fight.
It's not a fight. It's just it'll make you sad.
I have been numbed. I have learned so much with chatting with Ian so much that what he's going to say is going to shock me, but I won't be as shocked. If he goes through Canadian case law, like the fact that you can charge and like as a prosecutor, you can appeal if someone gets acquitted and you can recharge them and win an appeal. See? Yes.
Let me tell you the story of Peter Cahill. Let me tell you the story of Peter Cahill. So Peter Cahill, somebody was breaking into his truck. He got his shotgun and went out to confront this person.
Okay.
That person turned, and Mr. Cahill says he thought the person had a gun because they turned and they had their hands sort of to their chest.
Okay.
So Cahill fires 2 rounds and kills the guy. Later determined, no gun. I think the guy had a screwdriver that he was using to break into the car. So he gets charged with murder, second-degree murder. And at the first trial, he is acquitted. They clear him. And that gets appealed all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada on the basis of the jury instruction, because the jury should have been told that maybe his self-defense argument should be basically given less weight because he chose to go out of his house to look at somebody breaking into his car. Supreme Court agreed that the jury should be told that that's part of what they should consider is whether or not he should have left his house at all. So he gets sent back for a new trial. That new trial, I think, ends in a mistrial. And then they ultimately convict him of manslaughter.
Oh, gosh.
Rather than... So he's looking at a lot of jail time and possibly at appealing his manslaughter conviction. But I'm like, I don't think in the U.S. he would have been charged at all.
I think in the U.S. he would have been charged. I think he would have won on appeal, though. And I think it would have never made it to the Supreme Court.
Well, he won on the... Like, in the U.S., he won at the first level of trial.
Uh-huh.
So, like, he won at trial and with the jury. The jury said to acquit him.
The jury acquitted
him. And in the U.S., that would have been the end. The state would not be able to appeal that.
I don't know, man. Do you guys remember that case out of Texas where the guy stopped a rapist in the act and he shot him and he got charged with manslaughter and he was sentenced to prison?
Oh, that
I
makes
don't
me
know
sad.
that case. The thing, what I was saying, not case specific. What I was saying
I could be
was
wrong, but I thought I recall a case like that.
Danny, can we focus on the most egregious part about this? Wasn't really the self-defense thing. It's the fact that the state could appeal an acquittal.
I don't want to. I'm already, my tummy is upset and the cringe is making it worse.
Do you know any, do you shoot?
upset.
I assume so. You're in Utah.
Oh, do I shoot? My law
Yes.
firm. Okay, this is how great my law firm is because our specifically attorneys who do like family law are at a way higher risk for assault by both our clients and by opposing parties and a bunch of wackadoos. And so I have such a great law firm that the partner of our law firm sets up shooting days once a month. And we all go and do target practice the first of every Friday, and everyone carries in my office.
Have you fired a pump action shotgun?
I love shotguns.
So the prosecution expert testified that that the maximum speed for firing a shotgun is 1 shot every 3 to 5 seconds.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
What?
Sorry.
Wait, say that again?
Sorry.
Hold on,
sorry.
maybe I misheard.
No,
Say
we're
it
after
one
2
more
hours.
time.
We're after 2 hours. Okay, we're good.
1 shot every 3 to 5 seconds.
With what fucking shotgun? Muzzle loader with someone who has no idea what they're doing?
With a pump action.
Huh. Well, that person's going to be very upset when they go into a house expecting 3 seconds between each load.
But the thing is if you look at this in the context of this,
That's insane. I did trap and skeet with my little brother. We did team sport, so that's insane.
yeah, and if you look at this in the context of they're charging him with second-degree murder, right? Think about the difference of guy whirls on you with something you think is a weapon, and you take a shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You take another shot. That feels a lot more like murder than does bang, bang.
Right.
Because I can tell you, I can get off a shot faster than 1 a second with a pump action shotgun. And I'm not good with a pump action shotgun. I am not good
How?
with one. What's that?
How? It's aim and shoot. It literally is just aim and shoot. Like,
Well, it's fire, shook, fire. It's not, it doesn't take a whole 1,000
It's
even.
not great for skeet because you move and you're moving.
and that's what I'm saying. Like, I did trap and skeet, and you're doing it like it's instantaneous. Like, you just start, it becomes mechanical almost. You know what? Canada supports grapists and protects grapists. So I don't know what else to say about Canada. I hate Canada. You know, Canada is the same state or the same country that said, oh, yeah, the truckers who are sitting there protesting will kill your dogs if you abandon your dogs, or if you're not caring for your dog. I mean, they're nuts. Okay. They are one of the most authoritarian Western states there are. So I am not one to talk about Canada. I will be so mad talking about, I'm so disappointed about our neighbors to the north, but you know what? Americans are a different breed. So I can't project my feelings about the role of the state and everyone else onto you. So I'll shut up now.
I just get really annoyed that this guy is convicted of manslaughter with testimony like that. And I'm like, I'm sorry. That expert needs to be fired, because if you're an expert and you say it's possible to fire a pump action shotgun once every 3 to 5 seconds, you are not an expert. You are an idiot. Like,
a complete idiot who's never touched a gun.
This is like, so for the non-gun people in the chat, this is like the equivalent of saying I could drive my car sideways. Like, it's just, I've taken complete newbies to the range who've never fired a pump action shotgun, and within 2 minutes they're firing faster than that. Mm-hmm. I'm like, no. And this guy getting convicted with testimony like that coming out, I'm like, this is an abuse.
What is that? Oh, there we go. These are the rails. 3,000 miles. Hey, not my fault. You told me, Rob, that you wanted me to talk to Runkle about Canadian jurisprudence and how it varies and differs from
you did this, Rob.
These are the rails.
I told you I didn't want to do.
We blame the tie. We blame the tie on this.
It's my fault, clearly.
Do you appreciate the fact that I did the calculation in kilometers?
I do. I actually appreciate that you've got really good handwriting on that.
I know.
My handwriting is awful.
That's artistic. You should set up an art channel.
So I did want to bring this. I saved this for you, and I wanted to show you what he means by this. So Torin3, have a good evening, Danny. Putting final polish on your braid design right now. So Torin3 has a YouTube channel, and Torin3 makes these lovely braids. The patience involved in this process is remarkable. So what you're seeing is a Rob bot. So that's like my robots. It's a Rob bot that he is making.
I
It's
just
going to be
assume
a
that all of
belt.
this is magic. I have no idea how it's actually done.
It is. And watching him do this is like one of the most therapeutic. If you ever want to just, if you're in the mood for just chill out, like life's been tough, these are good streams. And the process in doing this, he has to love this, man. He really does.
I put these streams on when I've got like legal writing to do, because it's just so good for that.
So what I showed you, that's minute. So this is minute 8:30, right? 1 hour later. And he has just reached
into them.
It is incredible. And the therapeutic process behind this has to be like, look at that. I have regretted not being able to get on and be a part of his live streams, but I haven't been on with Danny. I've been on with Ian. I haven't been on with anybody. This is just so cool. So if you guys are looking for someone, and Danny, apparently Torin is working on your braid design to make you one of these lovely things.
He is, and I watched his stream where he did it, and I'm so grateful, and I can't wait to join him on his stream.
It is so
I'm thoroughly
cool.
impressed.
That's why I like tell people, make something, you'll feel better. You really will. It's better for your health. But yeah.
I make things all the time. I make a mess.
Oh, that happens too. That's still making something. Diana B, with Hogue, now with Rob. I love it. I love it too. Shelly, thank you, Rob. My daughter is an autism coach for Fairfax County Schools. Congratulations. That's awesome. Like, that's a tough job, but that's also probably very rewarding. She's very, very familiar with your new firm. We do a lot with schools and a lot with educational law and a lot with mental health law. Mostly legal reps in contested IEPs. Yep.
IEP?
Getting IEP. It's basically an academic program where the children need resources.
I had one.
School doesn't want to give them resources, so they challenge, or they say the child does not have this need, and then lawyers get involved to kind of say, no, you're not really following the process, because the school, it's fighting bureaucracy that never used to exist when we were kids.
It's to help the state come into compliance with the ADA, the American Disabilities Act. And if they're out of compliance, they get in big trouble. And I have had to go against, for my own disabilities, against both the bar and almost every educational institution I've been a part of, except the University of Utah. Surprisingly, law school, yes, I had to fight for my ADA accommodations, but prior to that, I was great in their undergrad.
I'm lucky because like we don't have the ADA, but we do have like human rights legislation. But my law school was actually surprisingly chill about things.
Cool.
They wanted documentation, but when I provided them with documentation, the big thing was laptops in exams was starting to become a thing when I was in there. And I'm like, I have dysgraphia and I have ADHD. I need a laptop.
Dysgraphia?
And they're like, dysgraphia is handwriting is slow and painful. So bad at handwriting.
I have dyslexia and my handwriting is awful, and I'm not slow, but it is painful.
It's like slow and it physically hurts. And so when you're in an exam where it's like you have to start out writing and you're going to be writing the entire exam, I am at a huge disadvantage with respect to my peers because I just can't write as fast. And like in court, I'll either have a laptop or I will take the most incomprehensible to anyone else notes. It'll be like, wit X, wit letter, hyphen, so, I mean, heck, I've got you know,
Nope.
this
Nope.
is from the
Don't-
Johnny Depp trial.
Yep.
And
That has my
you
name
know,
on the top of it, doesn't it?
It does.
God, I hate that thing.
Robert D. Morton Esquire. I mean, some of my notes are useful in the sense of like, be cleaning ears. But I'll have others that are just like, where I look at it later and I'm like, I know what that means. But if I gave my notes to somebody else, it would just be like, nobody could understand what this is. FG colon P hyphen ATTN. Can you guess what that means? Rob can't.
Wait, say it again.
F/G colon
Uh-huh.
P hyphen ATTN.
The last one's attorney.
Nope.
ATT attention.
That's jurors F and G are paying attention at this particular timestamp.
Oh my God, we are
It's
Ian.
not my
Ian.
fault.
Ian.
Again, I haven't taken it.
That's fine. You didn't do it. Ian. Focus.
No.
F-bomb. F-bomb is for focus.
Tell you what, I'm gonna go. I'm experimenting
Refresh.
with a drink that I don't know if it's working quite, but I'm gonna go get myself another one.
Runkle, by the way, do you know what the flavor profile of Mountain Dew is?
You're not helping, Danny.
It's just orange juice. So you can mix it with anything. Okay, I'll shut up now.
All right. Well, that's
Makes a
That's
great
news.
mimosa.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Ian, go make a
I'm gonna
cocktail.
try that. Be right back.
Yep. SDR, we missed you, Rob. Congrats on your job. Thank you very much. Nisa Hauer, thank you. Today is Ruby Bridges' birthday for all born today.
Yay.
Jen Edwards and Leonidas the Kitty. You forgot to mention Wood Daddy Sacks in the bio. No, I left that out intentionally. Baby Gator, thank you very much for this very generous super chat. Robin Runkle, you don't know this, but both of you and EDB have helped me get through severe anxiety and depression the last few weeks, and I just want to say thank you. I'm going to save that. I'll pull it back up when Ian gets back. These chats, by the way, when I don't care if they have $1 with them, when I get them in DMs, they're the most meaningful. Thank you, Baby Gator, and I'm glad. Goth Lawyer had spoke at the Ohio Magistrate Conference, and I mentioned that I play roller derby in my bio. There you go. I love it. When do we ever get a real storm? Pam Friedman. Every now and then. Marianne, thank you. Thank you for keeping me company as I do all my Saturday morning chores. P.S. It's not just lawyers that struggle with writing professional bios. They suck. Yes, they do. They should not be required. They are torture. Joshua, will you do the Enron trial again on Trials of the Century? I will after SBF. Danny, the insurance girl, not Danny on the screen or Danny on direct, which is the name of her YouTube channel. Please go check it out. Busy week of work, homework, and 500 million family birthdays. 5 in reality, but still, by the time mine rolls around on the 12th, I just want to nap. Happy Friday, y'all. Well, on the 12th, which is just 4 days away, I can do lawyer math. Cheers and happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Danny.
Because I won't see you before then. Happy birthday. Celine, you didn't mention robots or unicorns in your bios. I did not. Nick Loss, is this good timing to tell you in the EU, the state can appeal anything and add on or remove charges for a higher chance of conviction? Danny's going to be broken when she talks to Ian in some of these Canadian cases.
I'm not doing it.
I
can't.
No, you have to. You have to.
It's like it's akin to, adjacent to talking to an attorney who fights the CCP. I can't.
But you have to explain the system, the systemic differences and why it's important. Nicole, last week during members only, you said that all cats go to heaven unless they attempt murder, in which the case they go to purgatory first. I did mention that. Someone said all animals go to heaven. And I said all cats go to heaven unless they attempt murder, in which case they go to purgatory. And they earn off the murder.
Purgatory.
But all cats attempt murder, so does this mean you go to purr? Yeah, you can say it better.
Purgatory.
Yes. Just a land of cats. Indeed. Melissa, can't believe it's 1 year. It's been wonderful. I'm very glad that you're here, Melissa. Thank you for being a member. Lori Leanne, I think it was me that caused the deviation. Sorry. No, that's Ian. That's
Yeah, it
always
is your
Ian.
fault.
Brissy girl. See the guy pulled over by police for driving down the freeway with a bull in his car. Might be a nice palate
I
cleanser.
love that
After
story.
wait, what the hell?
This man put like a longhorn bull in his car and was driving down the freeway with this little guy
No.
little guy sitting in his passenger seat.
Holy mother of what the hell is that?
You have to share it. It's so cute. This is the
Am
most
I going to get
pure
hit
Americana
for
thing.
copyright on this?
No, you can share the picture at least.
What the? This is a bull. This is not a small. This is a bull.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Like I am. My mom was a rancher's daughter. Like this is a bull.
Show it. You got to show it. Everybody's wanting to see it in the chat.
That.
Big boy.
I like that you went the cute voice with that. That.
He's a cool boy.
What is that? An old Ford Taurus?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's a Chevy of some kind. It's a boat type. But anyway, yeah, he's custom modified his car to allow his big boy to travel with him. Look how cute. He's so happy. Look at that happy bull. Oh, I loved big.
Are you
look
out
at him.
of your damn mind?
You know, my
Team
great-grandfather
bull.
used to take his mountain lions in the back of his truck with him into town too.
I
Why
want to
do
go
they have
back to
mountain
this.
lions?
This is on the highway. This is on the highway. Do you know how fast I would move out of the way of this man?
You know what
Why?
really sells
Well, the
this?
poop.
It's not the giant bull in the car.
Is it
It's the
horns up
hood
front?
ornament.
I
Yeah.
was
The
gonna say,
hood ornament.
hood ornament.
That's what really.
Are you
Um,
out of your damn mind?
What state is this again?
Nebraska.
Now that is shocking. I would have
So
thought Texas.
what is shocking is that those shocks are not blown the hell out. Like they're stressed.
Oh, they might be.
They're stressed, but that's 4,000 pounds.
I'll have to find the picture of my great grandpa with the mountain lions in his truck.
Yes.
Oh, he's a handsome fella. Look at
See?
you, buddy.
Look at his pretty eyes.
I think that, those horns would make great drinking horns.
They might. So we had something. Hang on. We had a news report that came out around here that I'm going to share. It's not so much palate cleanser, but I thought it wasn't real.
Syracuse Brad with the talk about Meals on Wheels comment. That is winning.
So let me pull this down. So there was something that went viral on Twitter, and I looked at it. I was like, this isn't real. And then I realized it was in reference to someone made a response. PGPD responded on Twitter. I was like, PGPD, what are the odds that's Prince George PG County Police Department, which is right around right next to me. And I was like, there's no way. No way. No way. And I looked at the cop car and I was like, hey, kind of looks similar. So PG County officer is there's someone there.
This video.
This circulated the whole internet. And I was like, this can't be real. This can't be real. This can't be real. And then PG Police Department posted on their own Twitter, oh, she can't get in the car. Oh my gosh. Oh, what are you doing back there? That doesn't open from the inside, but
What's he doing back there?
Well,
Wait, what?
like I said, I thought it was fake.
What?
I thought it was fake.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
I thought it was fake. One, I'm very curious because the officer must have disengaged the locks before he got in there, so he had that planned. But
What are they doing in there?
There's a
You know
whole
what they were
lot
doing in there.
You know exactly what they were doing in there. You know exactly what they were doing in there.
If this police car is a rockin', don't come a knockin'.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, but
They were playing
so
cops and robbers. Duh.
I thought it was a joke. It was not a joke.
It's not a joke.
It was not a joke.
So hashtag still a cop.
Hashtag suspended.
Hashtag suspended.
Hashtag reinstated later with back pay.
And wait, hang on.
Probably not the job.
Suspended with pay or without?
Side note, this gets funnier. And I'm being reminded this gets a lot funnier.
Suspended with pay or without is the question.
No, he's suspended. I don't know.
Is it a free vacation is the question.
Will you just chill out for 2 seconds?
Paid vacation.
No.
2 seconds. I need you to chill out. Hang on. Where was it? It was PGPD police officer. Because someone blew up their spot on Facebook.
To say like, hey, maybe be less sex offendery?
No, I think it was the spouse. Because both those folks
Wait,
being
there's
married.
a spouse? That's even worse.
Both those folks being married. So let me
Not
see.
anymore.
The officer identified
Both
as
those
blank
folks keep making
Morlett had his police powers suspended during an investigation. They're aware of a video circulating on social media with one of our officers. As soon as we became aware earlier today, we opened an investigation to determine the circumstances. Let me see.
Both
The
those
officers
officers
been identified.
Both those people be paying for a divorce lawyer's boat.
You would think so, but two people in the same situation, it's not like they're going to be making away with the bag. So,
but the thing is, I'm trying to find the part because I think the officer's wife.
I mean, this is the kind of circumstance that ends up making a criminal defense lawyer get a whole bunch of money.
Well, I think the officer's married, and the officer's wife posted on blast, like calling out the woman, and the woman is also married, and like this has now become drama on drama.
I'm just gonna say, if you're the wife,
misunderstood.
You're
Runkle,
blasting
you're
the wrong. You're blasting the wrong person, because blast your husband.
I never understand women who get mad at the cheater woman. And same with men. Like, it's like, why are you upset at the person who, like, it's kind of like a, what is that called? Dog bird situation. It's like, go after the cat, you dumb dumb.
So woman finds out guy's cheating. She tracks down the woman. She shows up at her place and is like, I have to know, did you know I existed? And the other woman is like, I did not know. I am super pissed. And she's like, great. Now we're besties because now together we have a common cause for vengeance. And I was like, you have your priorities sorted out. Like, you know that you guys are on the same team on this one.
Yes.
So the wife of the officer says it's been embarrassing and painful. Well, I would imagine that watching your husband get in the backseat of a squad car with the,
I mean, it could be more embarrassing. You could see the squad car start to like shake and make a squeaking noise as the shots.
That's terrible, Ian. That's salt in the wound, buddy.
I don't think
yes,
you're
I know
watching.
it's been going on. So she added that she knows that there's been cheating. This is
If
tough.
you guys are
man.
watching, send a super chat to tell us to like.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. I don't want that. Don't do it.
Send something so we know to like dial it back.
So he was suspended without pay. There you go. Suspended without pay. So that's good for you, PG County. Good for you.
Which is weird because up here.
Oh
in Canada,
my
we've had
God.
guys who were...
What?
I didn't read the rest of that sentence.
What does it say?
Fox 5 also learned that in 2016, he was suspended without pay after he was accused of beating his girlfriend's 3-year-old unconscious.
How? What the?
Charges were dropped and his record was expunged.
PG.
Marlett was also suspended in May of 2023 after being accused of domestic violence. Ian?
Hashtag still a cop.
Ian,
Hashtag
I was gonna say, you son of a bitch. I was gonna say it.
It's the world's worst game show. Still a cop versus not a cop no more.
Oh, that gives me chills. It gives me angry chills.
Yeah.
All right,
why
pissed.
was he not arrested?
I'm now
Suspended.
pissed.
Why not
This is,
charged?
you know what's funny about this? I expect every officer to conduct themselves in the way that, you know what? Here's the quote.
Oh.
I expect every officer to conduct themselves in a way that will not dishonor this agency or this county. I assure the residents of Prince George's County, I will take this matter extremely seriously. Why is he a cop? Fire his ass.
The thing is,
are
Extremely
you
seriously. Why didn't you
kidding
take
me?
the fire one?
expect has two different meanings. And I expect that officers will abide by those standards in the sense of like, I think that this is what they ought to do.
What
But I
the
don't expect that they will abide by those
fuck?
standards in the sense of like, do I actually think that's what cops do? Yeah.
Where's that F-bomb thing?
I will
Whoa.
pull it up in a second. Rachel,
I haven't seen a Reddit in a while. Nice.
this is
Whoa.
sincerely kind. And I know that this is not the first time you've ever done something like this. So I very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. Just a thanks to you all. I've been working through PTSD, nurse, and had first 2 codes in one night.
Ooh.
Sorry.
So that's a tough fucking night. That's a tough
Yeah.
night.
Yeah.
On top of a toxic workplace and all of the ND LawTube has helped me learn how to intelligently argue for things and be okay with my brain. Currently waiting formal ADHD diagnosis 26. Rachel, tonight's experience is a tough one. And I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I cannot ever express anything akin to what you went through tonight. But it's a part of your growth. It's a part of your learning process. It's a part of what's going to make you a 27-year-old that knows a lot more than a lot of others that are 10 years older than she is. So I'm sorry that you went through that tonight. I hope tomorrow's better. I hope that we can help you decompress. We're going to try to talk about more funny stuff, like a PG County officer that just can't keep his dingling in his pants and somehow is still a cop. I don't know how that's funny, but sometimes it is. That ADHD diagnosis, whether it comes, whether it doesn't, hopefully you know more about yourself. That's the whole purpose. Know who you are. Know how to adjust to who you are. Know how to live your life in your own skin. It's a really cool thing when you feel that way. So cheers to you. Living your life in your own skin, knowing more about yourself, and taking each new day as a new opportunity to do good in the world. So cheers.
Cheers. And I hope the diagnosis helps in terms of understanding and sort of sorting things out for yourself. If you have any questions, because I got diagnosed in my teens, and I can tell you it was a bit of an epiphany. Like, it wasn't actually that confusing. It was more like, holy crap, everything starts to make some sense. So feel free to reach out. I've got a Discord channel. I've got, whatever. I'm happy to answer some questions. So,
and the number of people that reach out, like Ian, you and I have had a friend in the past year, like a mutual friend, say they were diagnosed, and like navigating that with them has been it's been, I don't want to say fun, but a remarkable teaching and learning opportunity. Like to see them go through that and then help them navigate it. It's really, really cool. So I'm here to help as well.
And good for you being your own advocate, Rachel, because it is so hard to advocate for yourself as someone who is neurodivergent. I was diagnosed as a child and had to be re-diagnosed multiple times because no one would accept my initial diagnosis. So cheers for you. And I promise things get better at some point. It may not be okay today, but it will be okay soon.
Yep. And I wanted to pull this back up because you were not on screen when it happened. Baby Gator, Robin Runkle, you don't know this, but you both and EDB have helped me get through severe anxiety and depression the last few weeks. And I just want to say thank you. And I said that I knew you would appreciate that the same way I did.
I absolutely do. And I mean, I, at earlier points in my life, struggled a bit with some depression. It's a rough thing to deal with. And if I can make that even 10% better, I'm like, I consider that fantastic. So, Baby Gator, happy to do what we can here. And yeah.
Yep. Kristen, does this mean you're embarrassed by the bots and unicorns? No, not at all. I don't give a crap. I wear unicorn ties to court. I'm not embarrassed at all. I just don't put it on a bio. That's it. Courtney Michelle, I have nothing of value to add. Just wanted to pop on and say hi. Love you guys, Rob, Ian, Danny, and chat. Thank you. Melissa Ritchie, finally joined both Ian and Rob's channels after a year of lurking. I found both of you in EDB during a very dark and lonely time. Thank you for providing a place for the lonely. Melissa, you are welcome, and I hope that you find a place that's happy here. The neurodivergent counselor, I adore my school because we have multiple students with dual IEPs for gifted and autism ADHD, so they get both services and to hone their strengths and give supports where needed. That's incredible. I'm glad that you do that service. Cheers to you, my friend. And I'm getting this. Will we hit topic 2 before we start hour 4? We will, and we're going to do it now because Sarah Boone. Here we go. Sarah Boone.
I can stall us for another like hour and 20 minutes.
Nah.
Stall.
No. Oh, you always hit me with the appropriately timed. That was me getting you back, and I think Danny appreciates it. So, Sarah.
And now we're. Okay.
I should have never, ever given you powers. Ever.
I can't find the picture of my grandpa with his mountain lions in the back of his car. Sorry. I'll find it.
Someday I'll show
time.
my granddad in my grandpa as a cowboy. The man was like 5'3", but was still a badass and could rope anything. All right. So Sarah Boone.
Anything you say, Chad will have opinions.
Well, oh Jesus. Sarah Boone, as you guys might remember, I showed this to Ian and he was quite traumatized when I did show it. Sarah Boone is being tried for murder of her significant other. I don't think they were husband and wife, significant other. They were playing a game of hide and seek, and per Sarah Boone, the husband or the boyfriend hid in a suitcase. And Sarah Boone got lost track of time, went upstairs, came back downstairs the next day, and lo and behold, the husband was no longer alive. Various statements led to her saying that she performed CPR. She did not. And then there was a video they got off her phone of her tormenting the husband or the boyfriend in the suitcase. So she's facing trial, and she is trying to get an attorney to get on board with the battered spouse syndrome argument. And
this is the part where I laugh. Sorry.
She's had trouble. So she has been appointed various counsel, and she expresses herself via letter to the court quite often. So this was the most recent filing, and it was August 22nd, and it was a motion to withdraw as counsel. Now, before I get to that one, I do want to read this one. I said she expresses herself via letter quite often. Let me get rid of these. How do I make you go away? Okay, there you go. So, but I want to zoom in. You know what? When programs, I freaking hate computers. When programs redesign their layout and they move buttons, it pisses me off. August 2nd, to Judge Wayne C. Wooten. Case number, blah, blah, blah. Dear Judge Wayne C. Wooten, please see the included letter I received from my investigator communicating with me to provide an update. It's the underlining part on why we have been unable to meet since our last uneventful meeting with my attorney, Frank Bankowitz, on May 18th of 2023. My investigator also has not been able to make contact in attempts to move forward, all caps underlined, and produce very much underlined, needed, and overdue progress in my case.
You don't want progress in your case because progress is directly to jail.
It's conviction.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Well, I mean, I, as Mr. Bankwitz's client, cannot communicate with him via phone due to him all caps underlined, still not activating one of 2 numbers he's given that do not work. And he keeps giving me different reasons why each time I ask to keep trying. This has been ongoing for 13 months and counting. Now, that's a bit of a problem. But again, circumstances can dictate who's causing the problem. By not activating, by not quote unquote activating, he is actively hindering progress, compiling even greater amounts of carryover. And in the meantime, information for review when/if we do eventually meet in person.
What is this activating?
Activating his phone
He's
lines.
saying that there's 2 numbers that one of 2 numbers he gave was supposed to be an active
inactive. It was inactive.
Inactive. It's not activated. You know what? This is why I don't do criminal defense. This right here.
This is tough. This is tough.
Now,
clients that shoot themselves in the foot a lot.
Oh, no, clients aim higher than that.
That was so dark in my mind.
But also, but it's also appropriate. I don't know. So the last time to date was 77 days. Prior to that, 98 days, and 147 days prior to that. Now, these are problems because she's articulating days between contact with counsel that a court of appeals will look at eventually
and reject.
They'll look at the reasons, but they will look at them. With the aforementioned being said, Judge Wayne C. Wooten, would you please be gracious enough to communicate with Mr. Bankowitz to supply the requested simple information my investigator needs, considering the number of days/weeks in between our meetings with him, and we can be working in the meantime until he's able to visit with me, his client of over a year now, adding to the soon-to-be 4 years I've been here already. Please see previous letter regarding all 6 of my attorneys. That is the longest run-on sentence I have ever seen in my life. That was one sentence. That was one sentence.
It was long, but it's not the longest one you've ever
divorce?
seen.
I just, yes, you are right. You are right. You are right. That was exaggerating and hyperbole, but my God. My innumerable attempts have been completely unsuccessful in any form of communication with Mr. Bankowitz via phone, letters, email, and voicemails attempted by an outside source. Well, that's curious. So she's contacting third parties to contacting her attorney.
Okay, can I just say this? My friend's a defense attorney. She has a client right now who's doing this, and she has never been closer to like firing a client in her entire life. And I told her, just do it. Just do it. It's not worth it.
Danny,
this is the point where I will definitely fire a client where they're like getting other people to call you.
Can you not ruin the punchline?
Oh, sorry. Shut up. I'll shut up.
Don't ruin the punchline. We're there. Sorry. We're almost there. Sorry. Dang it. What else can I do, Your Honor? That's a rhetorical question to a judge. It seems my only hope is for a court date, which I am included in. You know what? Throwing shade at the judge right now, not the best move, where my attorney's attendance is mandatory and I can vie for his attention during the minutes beforehand while in the courtroom. I'm sure all the allowed live cameras could provide footage of me doing so every time. I don't want to waste any more time and catch up in the courtroom is unfair and ridiculous. When can we have a real meeting? Now, that is despite what we think about Sarah Boone, she's highlighting problems. And attorneys have to deal with difficult clients, and some are better capable of it than others. This client is the type of client that needs all the patience. And I don't know that there's an attorney in the world, honestly, and being honest, it's tough. But
Rob, you pay me enough and I will sit there and listen to her every complaint.
Oh, she deserves someone who sits there and talks. And actually, she really does deserve a attorney that's doing more communication than 77, 94, and 177 days. That's not great.
That's not enough.
That's not enough.
At least not with her file, because I've sometimes
it's
had clients
complicated.
who are like, "Hey, why haven't you called me?" I'm like, "Because we had 2 meetings and we're good. Like our next meeting will be trial.
Yeah.
That's it. Like we've gone over your defense. I expect we're going to win, and I don't need to hear from you until trial. Like,
Yeah.
be there for trial, but we don't need more meetings. We're good."
To be
And,
fair, though, how many of your clients have lied about you to either your partners or
Every single
associates
one.
or paragraph, right? So just to be fair here, let's assume that this is assuming she is not abusing her attorneys every single
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
conversation.
But they always do.
They always do, and there's a level of tolerance to that. And
No,
I
there's
think
not.
I have some tolerance because I have clients who will call me and they're upset and they're frustrated and they're not as well spoken as I am. And so it comes out as abrasive and rude and mean. And it takes me walking them back to get to the information and the underlying issue and addressing that. But I get paid a lot of money to do that. You may have the right to competent defense. You don't have the right to abuse your attorney. Period.
Yes, you do.
Really?
Yes, you do.
to a certain
Really?
extent,
So
I'll
Yes,
put
you
up
do.
with a
To an extent, you do. One, they are distinct. They're separate, Danny. And what you're identifying is the people that serve the position. You're
Sure.
identifying that disparity. There are people that serve that role, the public defender's office. They have to put up with the abuse. That's their
Why, though?
job.
That doesn't.
That's their job. Their job is to separate the person from the law. That's their job. And the
thing
job
is
sucks.
Sometimes the job does suck. That is really, that's just how it goes, right?
Yeah. And
I had a client threaten to kill me.
Ian, you agree or not?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I had a client threaten to kill me, and I knew the guy had mental health issues. And so I was like, all right, we're going to talk tomorrow. And he was like, you're not going to be alive tomorrow. And I was like, just chill, dude.
Yep.
And the next day I called him and he's like, I'm sorry, I was being an ass. And I was like, you were.
There's
but
got to be a limit to that, though.
There is.
I love this. And this is where I'm going to fight with the chat. It's kind of funny. I'm going to fight with the chat on this. She calls them names, abuses them. What they put up with. Did she hit him? That's a problem. No, even when clients hit defense counsel or threaten to unalive defense counsel or threaten to do all of the things to defense counsel, they are still defense counsel.
I had a client
obligation.
Standard. That can't be the standard because
who's
going to sign up for that job time and time again?
The obligation is superior. The obligation is superior to the person that fills it.
Defense lawyers should get paid a lot more than we get paid.
They should.
They should. I agree.
I had a client punch me, and thankfully she was 90 pounds. So it wasn't a big deal, but she still took a swing and connected with my face. And I was like, you done?
Yeah.
And sometimes that's the job.
And we are going to watch the hearing. I have the hearing. We're going to watch it. And I do understand. And I understand there. And to Danny's points, there are limits. There are limits where the state will continue to put attorneys they are paying in front of you. That's what we're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. The state.
At what point
my tax
does the
dollars
state
should
stop?
not go to putting victims in front of a criminal who refuses to treat them as a human being.
And you're right. You're right. But the line is a lot further than what you think it is. It's a lot further than what you think it is.
I'm sure that's true because I don't play in criminal defense world for this very reason because I cannot.
And the thing is that one of the most that file I mentioned where the woman punched me in the face ended up being one of the most rewarding files I've ever dealt with because she was seriously mentally ill. I know that's a surprise with the whole like punching your defense lawyer, but she was seriously mentally ill. And I was able to connect her with resources that made her able to function better in society. And the best thing I've seen is I talked to a Crown prosecutor and I said, like, hey, remember that client? And the prosecutor was like, oh, yeah, I'm kind of curious, and ran the client's name and came back and said, you know, that file we had was the last time she got in trouble.
Yep.
We got her in touch with support services.
That's
And you know
awesome.
what? If you're punching random people, you end up in court again. So I don't think she punched anybody else who she had a dispute with. I think she just got her crap together, and that's tremendous. Like when you're able to change somebody's life from being in and out of jail to being whatever it is she's doing. Like, and like the Crown was like, yeah, we don't have a report that she's deceased or anything like that. She's just out of notice because she's not getting in trouble. And that's amazing.
So,
That's incredible of you, Ian.
A couple of quick additions from the chat. It shouldn't be that way, sure, but that's the way it is. Sometimes, yes. Ian's energetic tonight. I like it. Thank you, Azam. And then this one, Peg Leg Finance, Rob is wrong on this one. If a client is abusive, that creates a conflict of interest. Here's the problem: that even in the face of
how abusive,
even in the face of a conflict, you have to continue representation zealously and in your client's favor until the judge lets you out. Like you,
and the thing is
in the face of the most egregious conflict, you have to continue your obligation.
You still have an obligation that continues afterwards as well.
Yes.
But if you can't zealously represent your client because they're abusing you, you have the right to bring that to the judge and ask to be removed. And I think there's a limit at which the taxpayer gets to say, you don't get 6 defense attorneys to abuse and to conflict themselves out of.
I mean,
we're going to get to a point within the next 30 seconds. We're going to get to a point where I will tell you that this attorney sought leave to withdraw and did so in an inappropriate fashion.
And that's the thing is, in Canada, we've actually got very strong rules on when you can and can't withdraw, but also on privilege in the context of withdrawing. And I've had to go head to head with judges on this one because it's actually, you know, the case law here says essentially that if you are withdrawing, you still have a responsibility to uphold privilege and so forth. And so I've had situations where I've had to go in and it was quite literally this person filed a false document with the court. And the court determined that later, but they had provided me with a false document. They wanted me to present that to the court. And I was like, I can't do that. I have to withdraw because now you're asking me to tender fake documents. That's an ethical problem.
Well,
but so I went to the court and I was like, I cannot, like, I need to withdraw. A conflict of interest has arisen. And they said, Mr. Runkle, you need to explain this. And I said, no, I don't. This conflict is privileged.
Yep.
And I can't explain it to you. And I still will not give you enough information that you could connect this to a person.
Beautiful. We call those noisy exits here.
Yeah. And the judge was pissed. The judge was like, Mr. Runkle, she literally said, you will sit down and you will wait till the end. You know, we will have a conversation about this. You are allowed to withdraw from the record, but we will have a conversation. She was pissed.
That's
and then the guy
for her to be pissed about.
Well, then the guy ran his own hearing, and it became really clear what the problem was because she spotted the same thing I spotted. And after the hearing, she was like, Mr. Runkle, I said I wanted to speak more with you. I understand what is going on. You're released. You're
now, Oh God, I hate this because it got me sidetracked. Let me finish this, and then we can bring back the conversation of withdrawal, because we have not gotten to Murdaugh yet, and we're 3 hours in. So let me finish the letter. Please enable progress, Judge Wayne C. Wooten, not hinder. Just system means we have to work together. I've got the whole world incorrectly against me already. As stated by my investigator, we are at a loss without communication in any form, Mr. Bankowitz. Thank you for your invaluable time. I am grateful for your ethical awareness, fairness, understanding, and perspective. Well, that's different tone than she's taken in previous letters. Activate the inactivity, please. Again, and thank you. Actively seeking success in anything, Sarah Boone. Well, that's a cute sign off. What the hell was that? Actively seeking success in anything, Sarah Boone?
Rob, you know what that is.
I might have to steal that. That's actually a great line.
That's pretty good.
Actively
So this is from her
like
investigator.
my cover letter for my next job.
Oh yeah, it's like
so apparently she went and found a third-party investigator, which is a problem. Because they're not part of the legal team at that point.
No.
They are now discoverable. That's the problem. When the client goes out and says, I want an investigator, that's discoverable. That's not protected as an attorney-client privilege. When the attorney goes out and hires an investigator, that's protected. So, Sarah,
I would make an argument, I think, for that being protected.
Let me read the letter. I received your letter. I've made multiple attempts to contact your attorney, Mr. Bankowitz, since our meeting, but unfortunately, I've been unsuccessful. I'm not sure what's causing the issue. On May 22nd, I sent him an email requesting to contact the jail so I can have access to visit you and proceed with the mitigation process in person. See, this is now implying that this investigator is not part of the defense team.
Also, prison break investigations?
I love that.
Additionally, I sent 2 text. That's a wild signature. 2 text messages to his phone on June 1st, 2023, and again on June 6th, but received no response. Without a letter from your attorney sent to jail, I'm unable to visit you in person at the jail. Well, I would phrase that differently. I'm at a loss until I can reestablish contact with Mr. Bankowitz. If you wish, you can write to me, and I will send a letter as soon as I'm able to get in touch with him again. Billy Lane, Chief Investigator, Prison Break Investigations. Well, that's a phrase. That's a whole phrase.
You know, the reestablished though implies that he has established a relationship with her attorney.
It's possible.
And I suspect that relationship was, dear sir, I am in receipt of your correspondence. Please fuck off and/or die.
Well, that's
regards, attorney.
So this is the motion of withdrawal that was filed, and it was filed on August 22nd. So I'm not going to say the first 2 words because Ian's going to make fun of me. Frank J. Bankowitz, counsel.
Oh no, you got to say this. You got to say the words.
You have to say it. You have to say it until attorneys stop putting it in their pleadings and motions.
I still put it in my freaking.
If I win the lottery, I will literally fund the creation of a Victorian porno called "Comes Now."
I hate you so much.
And I will distribute it to every lawyer and judge.
Oh God,
I will actually put into it, like, the copyright terms are, by accessing this, you agree that you will send it to 2 attorneys and 1 judge.
Nope.
Comes
That's
now.
just no.
Frank J.
And this will continue until "comes now" is no longer part of the legal vernacular.
Every time I read it in a pleading, I just laugh. I laugh. I read it to my clients and they're always like, what does that mean? And I'm like, it means exactly what you think it means. And I leave it at that.
Oh, what the hell, Danny? That's even worse. Anyways,
because I'm the worst. I am the worst. And I'm like, if you see your attorney putting that in their pleading, they don't know what they're doing. They're backwards.
Except in some places it's required.
JR, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Every fucking time I write that sentence, and I have to, because judges here,
is it required in your jurisdiction?
It is unspoken rule.
So here's the thing.
There are judges. There are a lot of. Here's the thing, Danny. You're probably right. There are 90% of judges that would love to do without it, but there's 10% that if I leave it out, they will not read my pleading the same way. I can't risk my client. That's the point. That's the point. I'm not going to put my client in a position behind the 8 ball when just writing that stupid thing that's what it is.
And that's
You know what?
fair, but I went to the Supreme Court and specifically did not use the official standard, which is to use what is it, supra and ibid and
Yep, I get it.
infra.
You know what? In Virginia, you won't be heard. That's the thing. So
yeah, if you're in a situation where they're going to say like, I can't hear you. Tangent. Young lawyer goes in and shows up for court improperly dressed.
No tangent. No tangent. Not allowed.
You got to hear this one. This is a good tangent.
Motion withdrawal. God damn it, Ian.
This is a good tangent. You got to hear it. So young lawyer shows up improperly dressed. Specifically, they're in the Court of King's Bench, which requires you to be in robes. And they were just in their suit. And so the judge or the justice was making a point of this and saying, like, you're not properly attired, and told the lawyer, I can't hear you. And what the judge meant was, because you're improperly attired, I am not going to listen to you. And what the attorney thought was, this old guy is having trouble hearing me. So he started speaking louder and louder until eventually he asked another lawyer, how deaf is this justice? And the justice says, my hearing is just fine. You are improperly attired and I will not hear you. And that is the point where you realize that you have just effed up in the worst way, and this justice hates you, and your entire career is now going to be defined by this justice punking you every time they can.
Okay, but you know what? Screw that justice, and screw judges who, when you come in or you file motions or you file things, they deny it and they don't tell you why.
I'm so
Playing guessing games with attorneys is as pathetic as it gets.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Focus. So, comes now Frank J. Bankowitz, counsel for the defendant in the above styled case, and hereby request that this court enter an order permitting court-appointed counsel to withdraw from the case and from further representation of defendant. In support of such motion, the undersigned states to the court as follows. On or about July 11th of 2022, the undersigned was a court appointed to represent the defendant in the above styled action, that being the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Due to the irreconcilable differences which have arisen between the undersigned and his client, the undersigned will be unable to effectively and properly continue representing the defendant. Can he not
write like a normal person?
Will you stop, Ian? This is how lawyers in these jurisdictions write.
That second paragraph is standard.
That is, yes.
That's how we describe divorces here too.
The undersigned will, it's just like an irreconcilable difference has arisen between lawyer and counsel, and proper representation has become impossible. Done.
This is why we get paid the big bucks, is for our magic language.
It's just proper, yes. The defendant will not be satisfied with any attorney unless said attorney does not have a caseload and can dedicate his or her time solely to Ms. Boone's case.
Yeet this lawyer into the sun.
Now, this is a fucking problem.
Yeet this lawyer into the sun.
Not satisfied with any attorney unless said attorney does not have a caseload and can dedicate his or her time solely to Ms. Boone's case.
Improper as hell. Throw this lawyer into the sun. And then throw like 50 cans of Raid and all of the poop that car bowl generates in a month.
And this is the thing. We were talking about abuse. And lawyers take a lot of it. And I said you have to.
But this guy deserves all of it.
No, what's funny? No, I said you have to, and that's the job. And part of it is...
And part of it is that afterwards you need to not make it sound justified by doing this shit.
You seek leave to withdraw and you leave this shit out of it.
Yeah.
That's the part.
You exit with a bow politely. Yep. You ask for leave. You say, thank you, Your Honor. It has been a privilege, but I can no longer serve this client.
Yeah, based on the current circumstances, I'm unable to provide proper representation, and you leave it at that. You let the court wonder if it's your problem or the client's problem, because you never throw the client under the bus.
No.
Yeah.
And the only exception to that is in a circumstance where you are literally under oath and compelled to testify honestly.
And even then, you tell the judge, excuse everyone from the room.
Yep.
You're not, throwing the client under the bus. You are just honest. And that's it, right? It's just like
there was one case, and there was one case where there was one case that I might or might not know of where a client or some person hypothetically in some strange world might have forged a document and provided that to their attorney, not me or anybody I know. And that attorney submitted that as an exhibit as a court.
I may or may not have known of a similar case in my jurisdiction. And it is abysmal to, sorry.
And when said occurrence occurred to this attorney who I don't know or no one knows, or when this occurrence happened and the attorney discovered, because the client eventually divulged that they had falsified the document, then the attorney posed to the client, as they are ethically bound to do, the possibility of the client correcting the mistake or advising the client that if the client did not correct the mistake, they would have to correct the mistake. And when the client advised that they would not correct the mistake, the attorney, in this particular hypothetical that we're talking about, filed a motion that was one line that said seeks leave to withdraw and filed it under seal and sought to file it under seal. And it wasn't until the judge agreed to seal that the attorney filed the remaining motion. And the motion was sealed for judge's eyes only. So that's how you're supposed to handle this shit.
Yep. He might as well have just asked the court to take judicial notice of her being a high needs bitch. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And
it's a big no-no.
Yeah.
I have seen lawyers get ripped apart in court. I watched a lawyer. It was not me. Thank God I have better sense than this. But the lawyer walked in and said, I need to be removed as counsel of record because this client is, sabotaging their own defense.
Oh no, you're getting your ass. Nope. If I'm a judge, I'm chewing your ass out.
The judge just said, Mr. So-and-so, I'm going to stop you
Shut
here.
the hell up. Yep.
First, you are excused as counsel. Second, I want to hear from you as to why I should not rake you over the coals over this.
Or sanction you.
And he was like, and it's like, no, go downstairs to the scheduling office. You are going to book a half day.
Yeah.
We are going to talk about this in a specially scheduled hearing, which, if you have any sense, if you are the subject as a lawyer of a specially scheduled hearing, this is a brown alert, not red alert. This is brown alert. So yeah.
Last point was this one. The best possible avenue is to have the defendant represent herself, as no attorney can satisfy her. Well, that was put into a pleading by her attorney. And while here's the thing, while we all might feel that, while everyone that reads her stuff might feel that, her attorney can't say that.
Yeah.
Please tell me you got sanctioned.
No, he got out.
Into the sun.
No way.
Why
am I surprised? Why am I even surprised? Just kidding. I'll shut up.
Crazy Cat Queen, Banquet shouldn't have thrown Boone under the bus, especially as she does such a great job of lying down in front of the bus on her own. I am constantly reminded, and I always forget, 1,300 people forgot to smear their DNA and the like. So Guys, like the stream. If you are enjoying the content, please subscribe. If you have not been here before and are not subscribed, I very much appreciate all the people watching tonight. My guests, Runkle LeBailey, Danny on Direct, please go check their channels out and subscribe as well. So then afterwards, well, let's do this. I'm going to do this quick. No interruptions, none. I'm going to read through and you can have opinions, but we'll reserve them until we watch the video.
I have opinions.
August 26th, 100 more days of no communication. Judge Wooten, how do you feel about your attorney withdrawing during an attempted video visit by a misrepresented, shifty reporter? This is how I was made aware of my attorney, Frank J. Bankowitz, cowardly and for the second time trying to ungracefully bow out of my case.
So many opinions.
Mr. Matt Johnson, please honor the integrity and ethics of a real reporter and not camouflage yourself as my friend in order to push your way through the rules and regulations of the correctional facility. Shady AF. Professional is also an option when scheduling, but clearly does not pertain to you. Just don't schedule at all, as I have nothing to report to you or court TV altogether. Oh, shit. Okay. You're not even a real news channel and only add to the confusion and hysterics wrongfully, illegally, and inappropriately concocted in my care. Do not contact. Okay, you can talk now. Holy shit. My God.
I love her in that she is not my client and is far away from me.
What the fuck is that paragraph? This is court TV saying that it's a friend. Yes, I get it. You're not even a real news channel and only added confusion and hysterics wrongfully, illegally, and inappropriately concocted in my case.
I gotta say, I've really been impressed by Chanley, who's at, I think, Court TV.
And I like Kathy Russin too. She's one of my favorites. She's one of their producers.
Okay, I don't know that I've had interaction with her. So, but like Chanley's great. Yeah.
I don't have an issue with Court TV, but I love that she does.
She's really bad. Can I? Oh, now we're gonna get so we did not get her perspective in the earlier paragraph. We're getting it now. From my perspective, am I surprised my attorney is trying yet again to give up completely? No. Is it a blessing? Yes. Let's be honest. Frank J. Bankowitz is a dud of an attorney. He is unprofessional, hides, lies, and is disrespectful. I had a feeling when other attorneys spoke about him, winced, sighed, or rolled eyes, saying they had some of his clients. And after finding his 3 public reprimands, I announced to the court, in which he said pissed him off, being the reason for his first attempted with, back of the page, withdrawal. This was going to be an adventure, but nonetheless hoped. Where was it? Hope for the best. Unfortunately, I seem to have gotten worse. Thankfully, there are many other professional and scrupulous, valiant attorneys still available, and hopefully, after all my previous letters and 6 withdrawals to date, not by my choice, Judge Wooten, you will remove the blindfold this time when throwing your darts of justice at the remember everyone has constitutional rights and should be treated fairly dartboard. That's a new thing. I have to put now. So now I need a dartboard that has a sign above it that says, remember everyone has constitutional rights and should be treated fairly.
That's a really long sentence to put above a dartboard.
Yeah, I think I lost it halfway through, and I can't tell if it's my dyslexia or ADHD or both.
It was one sentence, Danny. It was one fucking sentence. Unfortunately, I seem to have gotten the worst. Okay, period.
Okay,
I think
period.
that's period.
Okay.
Thankfully, there should be a comma. There are many other professional and scrupulous, valiant attorneys still available. And hopefully, after all my previous letters and 6 withdrawals to date, not by my choice, Judge Wooten, you will remove the blindfold this time when throwing your, quote, darts of justice at the, quote, remember everyone has constitutional rights and should be treated fairly dartboard.
Oh, I see. So she's saying that he's just randomly doing crap and he needs to remove his blindfold in order to justly appoint an attorney to her.
6 attorneys in.
This makes perfect sense. Like all of that, the logic follows.
Please, thank you in advance for hopefully carrying this time. You know what's great? Passive aggressive darts at the judge. That's
Yeah.
how you get.
Oh, this level of I couldn't. She's
This-
you know.
This judge has near infinite patience. God bless this man for
Nature
being
of the
bench.
job.
Also, if you are insistent on continuing to be my judge, oh my God.
Does she
She
think
has a
she's
choice.
Oh my God.
If you're
Oh my
insisting
God.
on continuing to be
Wow.
my judge, like he
Wow.
serves her.
Like, sir, are you going to be my suitor for the next few years? What the
God.
hell? Oh,
The
okay.
delusion this woman carries.
As revolution is supposed to be every 2 years, I'm going on 4 now. And you've stated to me in your courtroom previously, I have not, because I ask not. May you please observe and act independently as a judge and utilize your judicial authority to judicially maintain forward direction of proper, lawful, ethical treatment and respect to the client in any case, effective communication between all parties. This is now anger. Her handwriting has gone straight up slant, and especially if the client, the attorney, is being made productive, regular progress is being achieved, and all around fairness of and in every aspect is constant. That was one sentence. Aren't you tired of getting my letters?
I'm tired of getting her letters, and I'm not even in the file.
Aren't you tired of getting my letters? About the same questions, concerns, and drab information, please do not ignore and avoid what I have to say any longer, as I'm sure the taxpayers are unapproving of their tax dollars, mine too.
Oh.
What tax dollars? Excuse me, what? Wait, what?
She had a
Wait, what?
job?
What? What? Okay, being wasted for all of my attorneys, you keep blundering. Well, that's a good way to get in the judge's graces. It took almost 14 months before my I told you so moment with Bankowitz and all my other attorneys, 42 months total. Please also see finally the absolute unfairness, fabrications, impediments, illegalities, and dysfunctions ongoing in my case, and how truly unmistakably ransacked by the justice system and perverted by the whole world my entire case has been and become. Add yourself also to the mayhem, hype, and added difficulties. Well, that's gonna go great, honey. Fantastic.
The F around and find out scale just increased significantly.
And now for those in the chat, like the judge was like talking about the intolerance. A lot of this is the judge's, like, every ounce of patience is kind of just gone.
Yeah.
I have an unfair opportunity in everything with all the predisposed, non-permissive, illegally distributed, case-altering, sensitive information and details spread globally for everyone's viewing except me. That's a fucking sentence if I've ever read one.
I have an unfair opportunity in everything. Oh, okay.
My hand is known before the cards are even out of the box. You know what?
Hand?
If you're gonna put like a comment like that, best practice, do it in the first sentence. If she does it in the first sentence in the next letter, I'm gonna be pissed. There's not a bell anywhere that hasn't already been rung for all to hear. Seeds have been planted, all illegally and unfairly.
Oh,
You are filing these letters, my dear. You are filing these
so
letters.
badly wanted someone to be convicted and punished.
Lori Vallow. That's
yeah,
my
but
response to
even
that.
Lori Vallow
No,
wasn't writing
that's
this
my-
crap.
No, but don't be delusional to yourself. You saw her sentencing comment. I know you did. So
That's true.
for the monumental amount of time allowing the world to abuse and devastate my private case information. You are publicly charged, my dear. Lack of proper orders, not having an appropriate attorney, and non-existent security and protection of any kind for all said information becoming so easily accessible, mutated, and shared without my permission and before my trial is unfair and unlawful and heavily prejudicial, ignorant, incorrect prejudgment has been made as a result. That was one sentence.
You know, this encourages me to go back to church quite a bit, because if there's a hell and she and Daryl Brooks are in it, I don't want to be there. This is just a great reminder of how the kind of people that go to those places.
This could have been stopped, lessened, or averted if someone was doing their job correctly. I am still doing mine by telling you so. I am not wrong. No. Oh, no. No, still, I believe it all depends on how much money, notoriety, and benefits anyone and everyone can get for themselves. And however, no matter the destruction, counsel, or the ominous, irreparable shadow made along the very lucrative way, a system for all the wrong reasons. As for Bankowitz and his irreconcilable differences, in quotes, this means because I asked again about his phantom phone numbers and any progress occurring since not speaking to him for months and after, 408 days, 58 weeks, 9,792 hours of his, quote, representation from the date of appointment to the 7-11 to withdrawal attempt on 8/22/23, with only 6 in-person meetings totaling 7 hours out of 9,792. To be honest, what are you going to give him that he can't get by documents? I mean, honestly, I don't mean it that way, but
she's going to give him a headache.
Four 15-minute visits and 2 phone numbers given, 0 working, 0 calls answered, 10 letters from me, client trying to communicate, no response, 8 letters from me, client to the judge, no response productively. Well, that's not a good way to write to the judge. 4 letters from me, client to my investigator, asking him to attempt communication on behalf to Bankowitz, 5 known attempts by investigator by himself directly and on my behalf, no response. 9 attempts made by outside sources on my behalf, including phone calls, voicemails, emails, no response. Also trying to use recycled components of my case, no discovery, witness list, research, orders, instructions, records, depositions, downloads, etc. after 13 months. I feel that's bullshit. Nothing but confirmation of his lack of professionalism, principles, disrespect, lies, and not caring. And please note, 11 out of 13 months were/are with no communication in any form. Oh my God.
I feel like I understand Kurt Cobain a little better.
No, does it go further? How many more fucking pages are there? Because I have to get to the hearing. I have to get to the hearing. What the shit is going on? I have to get to the hearing. And there's another letter. There's another letter.
How many pages?
Other letter is 3 total.
Okay.
How many do I have on this one? Oh my God. Okay. The only difference is I want progress, productivity, honesty, respect, and results. If he were such a professional attorney from the beginning and not selling me on his stable of witnesses, historical background, and all his abundant resources, he would still be avoiding and cowering behind his now second attempt to withdraw. Number 2 per motion to withdraw. Clearly, everyone can see anyone not lobotomized. That was a word I didn't see coming in my size.
Didn't you?
I mean, she did score very high in English and in school. If you'll recall, she was the top of her class.
Oh, that's a tremendous insult to the rest of her class.
I mean,
if I was in her class, I would be like, y'all facing some defamation lawsuit here, or at least you would be if you had any money.
Clearly, everyone can see anyone not lobotomized in my slides would be highly unsatisfied with Bankwitz's overall performance as an attorney. See prior data, and no dedication has been made on his part in my case or any productive progress or effort. What time has been put forth solely the 7 out of 9,792 in 13 months. Number 3 per motion of withdrawal. And as I reminded Bankowitz during one of 4 video visits and him repeatedly telling me how busy he is with all his other murder cases after, again, no communication for months, I politely raised my hand to the camera where he could see and said, "Murder case, I'm your client also and have been. When do I get to go to trial like all the other clients?" He said he had to think about everything and disconnected. No words since 100 days later, except for the withdrawal I learned about from Court TV, not him. Number 4, per motion withdrawal. Judge Wooten, with everything I have stated and all my information produced to you in all my previous letters, so you are aware, clearly Bankowitz should not continue being my attorney. Wouldn't you agree? Clearly, you should have listened and reviewed, in all caps underlined, much earlier when I was trying to, all caps underlined, communicate to you 10 letters ago, underlined, just about him. Please listen and include me going forward. It is my right. What the actual mother fun stuff?
The court wanted to
Unbreaded
respond for us.
Rotate page. How do I rotate page? Rotate page. Rotate page.
Okay.
No. You rotate page. Rotate page.
I do not rotate page.
Rotate page.
Nah. Wait.
Oh, bad Adobe.
Bad.
They moved all the features I like to use.
They
Maybe in the upper
moved
left-hand corner.
everything. They moved all of the things. Can I rotate?
Oh, it's to the right. You see the thing, the thing? There's an arrow to the right. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, there we go. We got it. Teamwork makes the dream work. All right.
We're doing law here. There's no dreams.
I know. With that being said, and because in the past you have stated to me that you have other priorities, not allowing me rightful, appropriate time to speak in your courtroom when I am allowed permittance to my meetings, and I am on your schedule for that day, 4 times going to court with Bankowitz, total times with all other attorneys, 3, 7 times in ongoing 4 years. April 29th, that's my birthday. I said that out loud on the internet, is of 2022, is attorney withdrawal attempt.
I'm now taking out a mortgage in Rob's name.
No, you're not. Don't do that. That's mean.
My birthday appeared earlier, but I was smart enough to keep my mouth quiet.
I forgot. May 10th, 2022. First attorney withdrawal attempt agreed and granted. Okay, so 1 attorney gone. December 27th, 2022. 6th attorney withdrawal attempt denied. I've never knew about until stated in court during status hearing. No copies received yet. February 10th, status hearing, carryover. March 31st, status hearing, carryover. May 25th. Status hearing, carryover. Judge stated I was delaying trial. Me, hence my letter dated 6/29/23, hand delivered. Second copy, 7/21/2023. 7/21/2023. Status hearing, carryover. Judge stated he has other priorities for the day when I was trying to address the court. Because he has other priorities for the day. Please grant Frank J. Bankowitz's motion to withdraw dated 8/22/2023 as my attorney.
This person is a human bladder infection.
I, Sarah Boone, permit Judge Wayne C. Wooten to please Frank J. Bankowitz to release Frank J. Bankowitz entirely from my case for obvious aforementioned reasons stated. I will allow the withdrawal when it should be termination. We all know it. Me and my hope next.
When she says termination, does she mean like fired or killed?
Yeah.
Now I got to do it again. Now I got to do this.
Did that say September? Did you say September earlier, Rob?
Which one?
Earlier, the thing you mentioned earlier.
My
if
birthday?
So, happy birthday. Yeah.
No, birthday is April.
Oh, well, happy birthday, April.
Thank you. You were on my birthday stream, my dear.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Happy birthday again.
In the meantime of the selection of my next attorney, aim, please. Dude, okay, I'm not going to lie. That was a good job.
You know what? If I was forced to be in a relationship with her, I would get into the suitcase myself.
3 pages later, and she references back to the dartboard. That's not bad. That's pretty
that
good.
is impressive.
That's impressive. So
I would get into the suitcase myself. I stand by it.
Aim, please, and also going forward, please enable and support me in still trying to utilize my constitutional rights and as a still proud citizen of the United States, and stop willingly, actively allowing the violations of said rights. See previous letter dated 5/15/2023. Please include me. Please listen to what I have to say. No one else does or has. It's my case. Honey, it's your life and your attorneys are trying to save it.
I mean, it's the state's case.
Whereas hopefully, futuristically, with a better, non-appropriate professional, it's the hyphenated professional that she has done several times in this letter that bothered the hell out of me.
Well, it's because it's ending on that page. She doesn't.
I know, but just begin it on the next page. What?
She's angry.
Professional attorney of your choosing. Less letters, if any, will be generated, and more time you will have to dedicate to all your quote priorities you've made known to me in the past.
I mean, fair
oh
point.
My God. If I said any of this to a judge,
if I wrote this to a judge, the
I
judge
would be in
like
jail.
The judge would be like, Sheriff, can you take Mr. Runkle into the back and just beat the hell out of him?
I need to send Xanax and cookies to whoever her next defense attorney is.
Oh, well, we're going to find out.
Whichever one makes it to trial gets cookies.
God, please know also, Your Honor, I know I am not a priority, as you condescendingly and incorrectly stated, nor am I making myself out to ever have been in anything my entire life. I am a client to my attorney, now 7th and all prior, an inmate to the county jail, and a criminal case for your righteous judgment. Still, God bless this judge in trying to reach fair disposition on all motions hearings. Clearly, after yet another letter from me and another withdrawal not by my choice, and 42 uneventful months later, still looking for the starting line 7 more times more, nothing has been made priority. Please help Bankwitz wipe the sweat from his brow and inform him he can stop self-sabotage. He is no longer my attorney. Amen. My perseverance is real, so is my truth. I can't wait to meet my bullseye. Court appointed. Audacious gratitude, Sarah Boone. Okay, when I thought she couldn't do any better, audacious gratitude. This is now. That is now my new. That's mine. I'm stealing it.
If I ever get a boat, I'm naming it Audacious Gratitude.
That's fantastic.
That puppy.
He's so cute. You've been posting him.
Everybody.
He's really cute.
Are you audaciously grateful? No, you're not. That's why you were scratching at the door.
Yeah. All right. Last letter
Zora
until
learned to open
until the motion.
Zora
she learned how to open the door.
I saw your post.
Well,
It's
and the
terrible.
funniest thing, we took her to puppy jail, like the kennel, because we were going to be away for the weekend.
Do you want to go to puppy jail?
So Mrs. Runkle was telling them, be careful, she can open doors. And they're like, nah, we're good. And then Zora comes trotting out because she opened the doors to let herself out. And they're like, those doors are like, you got to do the thing. And there's 2 of them. It's like, yes, she can open doors.
My dog, he learned how to jump on the couch once, and then I played a trick on him where I made it seem like he couldn't hop on the couch, and now he's forgotten how to hop on the couch. Thank goodness.
Oh, that's brilliant. I gotta.
It's all in the mind. You just gotta teach
she's
him
a
who
freaking
can't do
raptor.
it.
The chat is yelling at me. Hang on.
He's also
and big and hold up, raptor.
Here's Raptor. He's biting.
Rawr.
He's so hyper tonight. Una.
Rawr.
Una,
Yes,
over here.
raptor. There we go.
Look at him. He does helicopter when he's really mad. Ugh. Say hi, everybody. For those who don't know, schnauzers are like, they go through a really cute puppy stage, and then they're little dinosaurs where they bite everything and attack everything and just destroy your life. And then as soon as they get snipped, then they're okay.
Yeah.
So I earlier I had a nap because I was done work and I wanted to not be too
Don't just
attention deficit-y when I got on the stream. So this is me after a nap. I'm just
Oh my
putting
God.
that out there.
George,
Zora jumps up in the bed and she goes,
I hear.
he's like, we're going to snuggle. And I was like, oh, that is the cutest thing.
All right, say bye, everybody.
It's adorable. Yep,
Say
absolutely, indeed. Who's the better writer, Sarah Boone or Becky? Will we ever discover this? I don't know.
Sarah
We
Boone,
need to
because
get to her
Sarah Boone.
first.
Sarah Boone, because I've actually thought that some of her turns of phrase were clever, and I was
Actually,
interested reading it.
The dartboard thing and then referencing that like 3 pages later, that was pretty good.
Well, and it was
So-
interesting and not like just
Full hearing we have to watch, Ian.
oh,
August 30th, 2023, Clerk of the Courts to Judge Wayne C. Wooten. Clerk of the Court, Judge Wooten, anyone in all caps. My God. So confused. All caps incoming. So tired of the perpetual question marks over my head. As usual, thanks to the ongoing convolution of everything from no communication, no system, no including me, and no care. And I can't ask my attorney because he's trying to withdraw again. I wouldn't get a response anyway. I love the shade. The shade's pretty decent, and that's a good throw of shade. It's funny how the only piece of correspondence via mail I have actually received from Bankowitz is his motion to withdraw as counsel. My word.
okay, that
Judge
is actually
Wooten.
solid shade.
That's actually, I kind of like, first 2 paragraphs are good. Judge Wooten, all caps underlined, please clarify. My requested information as follows. So I, the defendant in my case, can prepare and plan accordingly. See letter dated 6/29/2023, hand delivered, second copy 7/21/2023. What is going on?
How is she able to hand deliver shit?
7/21 was in court.
Oh,
Wait,
she handed it to
brought this to
Taylor.
court and like
Yep.
handed it up to the judge.
She brought a copy of it.
Bold move, Cotton.
It was, and she assertively said it. So I was impressed. It was pretty good. The information in question is all I have from an outside source looking on the clerk's website to keep me updated, since no one else will. I've tried to dilute some of the question marks, but need you, Judge Wooten, to help me get it correct and begin my preparation.
Oh,
Well,
that's
not
a tall
the judge's
ask.
job. That is not the judge's job. All caps underline. Please clarify and send copies for. Scroll.
I mean, I do agree. She probably should represent herself.
Filed July 21, 2023. Title, Notice of Hearing for Pretrial Conference. When? September 8, 2023 at 9 a.m. Defendant received copy? Question mark. Yes. From court. Is defendant attending? Question mark. Unknown. Why didn't I receive a copy from the attorney? Filed July 26, 2023. Title, Notice of Ex parte? Question mark. What is ex parte? For Notice of ex parte when? September 8, 2023 at 9 a.m. Defendant received copy? Question mark. No from either. All caps underlined. Need copy. Is defendant attending? Question mark. All caps unknown. Bullet points beneath
Why is
this.
this getting
I
like the
thought
action movie star reading?
because it's, tell me it doesn't deserve it. Tell me it doesn't
It
deserve it.
doesn't.
It doesn't. It's. I thought the PTC was on the date.
Oh.
See
She deserves
previous
the
filing?
clown car reading.
Go ahead, Danny. Continue.
Is this meeting for the recycled psychologist? Why didn't I receive a copy from the court? Why didn't I receive a copy from my attorney? Oh, I love the rhetorical statements.
I need you now have to read the file. You have to read this. So how would you read
Filed.
this?
August 22nd, 2023. Title, Notice of Hearing.
Ugh.
For status hearing. When?
So much less
September
exciting.
15, 2023 at 9 a.m. Defendant receive copy? Yes. From the court. Is defendant attending hearing? Unknown. Is
Okay, this is
for
better.
a motion to withdraw? It was filed on the same day. If not, what What for specifically? Why didn't I receive a copy from my attorney?
This
Filed
is a lot more
August
effective.
22nd, 2023. Title, Motion to Withdraw as Counsel. Defendant received copy? Yes, from my attorney. Why didn't I receive a copy from the court?
I like your reading.
This is it's so
Danny's
good.
reading is
It's really
better
good.
than
It's
Rob's.
really good. It's so much better.
Filed August 22nd, 2023. Title, Notice of Hearing. 4, Motion to Withdraw. Bert Bankowitz signed document. When? September 8, 2023, 9 a.m. Defendant
That's today.
received copy? No, from either. Need copy. Is defendant attending? Unknown. 2 meetings are already scheduled on this day. See previous filings. What is correctly happening? This was filed the same day as my attorney's motion to withdraw. Why didn't I receive a copy of this from him also? Why didn't the court send a copy with me with the status hearing notice filed the same day as the motion to withdraw? Which date is correct for the actual motion to withdraw? Again, what is going on and when? I rarely am included. Hold on, I can't read this crap. I gotta get closer. I don't have my glasses. I rarely am included in the certificate of service for any document filed for anything else or
Because
anything
you're not
else.
supposed to be. Sorry.
It should be an automatic inclusion. Please send revised and or all correct copies of the aforementioned documents so I have for my records, and this is the only way I know, unless able to find an outside source. Again, receiving copies of notifications, updates, schedules, everything to all my meetings / conferences should be automatic. So I know it is my right. Please include. Finally, am I really the only one who is trying to figure out anything out for and about my case to finally conclude? Shouldn't I, the defendant of all parties in my case, be included overall and receive necessary needed copies? Please clarify everything. Sarah Boone.
Danny, like 1000% bravo.
Thank you.
Also, I am so much more angry having heard that in that voice.
Now you see what I'm saying? Because this is the voice that I've had so many clients read things and scream at me on the phone with. I'm speaking from experience. This is just.
I am so much more upset hearing it in that voice. I am so. Here we go. Love drama, Danny. Yep. Thank you, Joshua. Danny, the narration is perfect. Thank you, Angie. Equality. Why is Danny perfect? Here's a good question. Since Boone mentioned the recycled psychologist in the letter, is that discoverable item for the prosecution? No. I mean, she had psych evals. They were discoverable. So they have them already. Yeah.
My dog.
January Garnet says our 4-month pup has been alone in a kennel 2 times. Both times she's met us at the door when we were home. Tail wagging.
She got out. Cute.
Yep. Sarah Boone, please change out of the hair suit. Okay, so this I actually did have. Oh God, the hearing from today. Pull this up, share the screen. Boom, boom, boom. Here's the hearing from today.
State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, 2020, CF 2603, state.
Dave Cacciatore on behalf of the state.
Franke Arrested. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear?
Wait, hold up. Is Frank Bankowitz the one that... Is that a walking assistance? I'm not disparaging. I'm just curious.
Probably.
It's tough. Okay.
Affirm that the testimony you shall give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Can I have JAC announce himself as well?
I just got back. Who's Methuselah?
More for JAC.
So Frank Bankowitz is at the council podium. He's got a kneeler, like knee injury, etc. Sarah Boone's in the courtroom. JAC is in the house. So JAC is probably going to be commenting on the approval for the costs that Bankowitz has been seeking for their expert. So you're caught up.
All right. So we have multiple matters scheduled this morning, one of which is Mr. Bankwitz's motion to withdraw. My reading of the law is I feel like I have to address that motion first and rule on that before I can address any other motions that would be heard today. So,
Oh shit! This is going to go sideways, isn't it? If the judge lets the lawyer out and then has the other arguments.
I mean, I think that's the appropriate order.
I get it.
Right
I get
call,
it.
'cause you can't keep
You've seen
representing
it,
her.
but you've seen it, and I've seen it, and the lawyer gets out, and
I mean, if I'm the judge, my response is, okay, first let's have the lawyer, is the lawyer going to be excused? And
Yeah.
then the next thing I'm doing is offering the accused an adjournment on everything else.
like I
So
don't
that
want to
they
hear
can-
this today.
Yeah. It's just like, let's wait until you've got new counsel in order to address the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, don't make me do this.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Mr. Bankwitz, I'll start with you. Tell me why you're moving to withdraw.
Judge, the letters that have been coming to your honor, the derogatory berating of my services in this case, I can't effectively represent her. She doesn't trust me. She calls me
You
a
shouldn't. You're
dud,
being a
I think, a
jackass.
buffoon, on and on and on and on.
I didn't
And
say buffoon,
no one
but
should
it's
have
not
to.
inaccurate.
I have an issue with this. I have a big issue with this.
Me too.
He's
I have
buffooning
I have
himself.
I have a very big issue with this. I have there is astronomical levels of how much I have an issue with this.
Yeah, he
Why?
sucks.
Why is this public? Why are you talking about this? One, he put his pleading. Two, she put in the letter. Maybe less of an issue because well, ethically speaking, you know what? The ethical rules. In the US, if your client goes down that path, you're allowed to respond. You actually are allowed to respond ethically. I'm not a fan of a lot of this.
Eat him into the sun and then eat garbage into the sun after him.
I feel like the judge, and I'm not going to be too critical here because both of these,
I will.
Both of these,
I do
the
it for
judge,
sport.
You know what? Judge and counsel have been berated. But if I was the judge, I would have said it's a motion withdrawal. The public doesn't have an interest in it. We're going to do it in chambers. So
Yeah, and you're a lawyer. Pull on your big boy pants. And somebody said something mean about you? Shit, man, that's only every day if you're in criminal defense.
He came right in and started throwing his own client under the bus.
Well, it's because he's so unprofessional.
He basically built a new bus from scratch.
Danny, that voice
in a
is
cave in order to throw him under the bus or throw him under a new and more interesting bus.
That voice might need to be more normal because he's kind of being unprofessional. You don't go in there. Oh my God, Danny. Okay, we'll let Sarah Boone talk for herself. Son of a bitch. Okay.
No, that's a bad idea.
Killing me. Well, yes, it is. I don't know why I previewed that. Here we go.
Endure that type of derogatory comments and expect to
Muffin.
effectively represent someone, especially in a murder case.
Ms. Boone, I read your letter dated August 26, 2023, and your letter dated August 30th, 2023. And just so we're clear, I read all of the letters that you send to the court. Whether I respond or not is based on what's in the letter.
I think we managed
And
to
whether
make
I'm
that into a
asked to
threat.
actually do something that's within my purview as a judge.
I am uncomfortable.
We managed to make that a threat. I read everything you write.
I'm very uncomfortable because this is a conversation. This is a proceeding that should be proceeding in camera. There is
I agree.
nothing about this. And I'm pissed at the judge. I'm pissed at the attorney.
I'm pissed at every life choice that brought me to listening to
Every
this.
single thing that is going on right now should not be fucking happening.
But we're not going to stop watching.
No, we're not. I'm going to continue watching.
It should
I'm
also not
just-
be regular happening.
I am just saying, and I will explain when we get to the end. I will explain why we shouldn't have seen any of this shit. Because we as the public have no business seeing this. The lawyers on screen right now, we've all seen this. We have all seen this. But not ever. This is not supposed to be anything outside this relationship of attorney and client privilege.
Or not. If I understand correctly, you have now decided that you think it would be best, in fact, if Mr. Bankwitz was allowed to withdraw. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you understand by him withdrawing, I have to appoint another attorney.
No, we're going to
Understand
explain
that?
why.
Yeah.
And that attorney is not standing here, so we're not going to be able to address, and I'll give the state a chance to talk to me as well, but
Motion to
assuming
put
I grant
Bankwitz in a
this,
suitcase?
we won't be able to address the other issues that were docketed for today, which means I'm going to have to reset your case for a later date. Do you understand that?
Ian, there you
I'm
go.
not sure what items it is you're.
There you go. He said, if I grant this, we're going to docket the other matters.
I love that from the judge.
Good.
Because really,
Speaking
it's,
of, I haven't
you've got a bunch
received
of
a copy
serious
of
stuff.
the
Hold on,
Yeah.
Bill.
So
Hold on.
we also were having a hearing today in
Can we talk about
regards
this a
to authorization for payment for an expert that your attorney believes he needs to defend you and issue about the compensation of that expert, which is why JAC is participating today. I don't know if your next lawyer is going to think that that expert's the right person to use, or whether they're going to go a different route after consulting with you. And even if they did, they're not standing here. And once Mr. Bankwitz is out, he's out. He can't argue the motion. So do you understand that?
I fully understand.
All right. Mr. Cacciatore, normally the state takes no position in these issues, but there are limited circumstances when the state doesn't take a position. So are you taking a position on this motion withdrawal, Mr. Cacciatore?
No, this would be one of those times where we would be not taking a position.
All right.
we want nothing to do with
I'm
it.
going to grant Mr. Bankwitz's motion to withdraw. I'm going to appoint find my list. Attorney Winston Hobson to represent Ms. Boone.
Over the chart.
In regards
Also-
to the other matters scheduled today, I'm going to take no action on them at this time until Mr. Hobson can, well, in regards to the motion involving JAC, I'm simply going to take no action on that motion at this point in time until Mr. Hobson has a chance to review it and determine whether he wants to proceed with that motion. I will address the pretrial because today
Also,
was also
Corky
supposed to be
Cacciatore.
pretrial.
Now I'm hungry.
Here's what we'll do. Let me just get my calendar up.
Isn't he basically implying that she needs to choose between two rights, right for a speedy trial and right for competent counsel? If
As far as pretrial conference,
They can't. They.
because that's the way he
Yes.
made it sound. I would have rather that he had explained, you do realize that by invoking
Yes.
this right to competent counsel, that it's going to take time for the new attorney to onboard and
Yes,
understand
you're
your
right.
case.
You know, you're right. There should have been more of an explanation because she complains a lot about time, and you're right. He could. I don't think he has to. I think he could.
Okay.
And I think he can go that extra step, but I don't think he has to. Not independently. That's her attorney's job.
I'm going to set this case for pretrial conference on Tuesday, November 28th, and a trial period starting
Granted.
Monday, December 11th. I think any earlier period of time
Motion
would be
granted.
unrealistic for Mr. Hobson to get on board, get up to speed with the discovery, and determine how he wants to proceed in regards to any experts. But I will set a status hearing on the case prior to that.
It's a young judge.
I like his demeanor. I mean, I haven't
I do
seen enough
too.
of him to, but so far I've liked what I've seen. Like
He's very patient.
and
Funny
his
comment. Lost in the
his
crowd.
response was entirely appropriate to be like, yeah, I'll grant this motion, but we're not doing anything else today. Like,
Yeah, that was a good move. And
Yep.
for a young judge to do that, and I say young, yes, he has gray hair, but he's a young judge.
Don't judge on the hair color, judge on the face.
yeah, nothing wrong with gray hair.
Unless he's like me and he has a baby face, he always looks perpetually younger.
But he's
Yeah.
done well.
Rob is outnumbered here in terms of gray hairs.
Yeah, Rob.
What?
Let's
Wait,
do a
I
game
think
one.
I think I'm actually the baby of LawTube. I think I'm younger than
You might be
How
younger
old
than all
are
of
you,
us.
if you're willing to say?
Don't say
I'm
it.
33.
Yep.
Then
I'll set
you're
a
younger
status
than I
hearing
am.
on the case Monday, October 30th, 2023 at 10 a.m.
God.
That'll be for the purpose of making sure that Mr. Hobson's on board, some sense of where he thinks things are,
Oh, okay, he's explaining it now. That's fine.
how
He's
realistic he
so
thinks the
screwed.
November pretrial is, any other matters I need to address with him at
There's
that
no
time.
chance at the November
Now, Ms.
pretrial.
Boone, in just a minute, they're going to take you back to the Orange County Jail. I'm going to suggest that you talk to Mr. Hobson about the various other issues you raised in your letter dated August 30th, 2023. One other thing I want to talk to you about, we had this conversation once in the past. Clearly, your working relationship with Mr. Bankwitz was such that it deteriorated to the point where the two of y'all just couldn't work together to defend your case. So I'm not going to try to referee how that played out, why that unfolded the way it did. But one thing I want to caution you about, if this becomes a problem on another court-appointed attorney, I'm going to look more closely at what the alleged disputes are. You have a right to a court-appointed lawyer. There are certain decisions a defendant gets to make in the defense of their case that are absolutely theirs, such as whether they go to trial or not, such as whether they testify or not. But there are many decisions in a case that a lawyer gets to make. And while you certainly have a right to consult with your lawyer and discuss with your lawyer, they don't automatically just do whatever you say. They use their professional judgment and experience and look at the evidence, look at the law, and do the best they can. Also, you've got court-appointed counsel. As I've explained to you before, court-appointed counsel rarely have the luxury of representing one person and only having one case to focus on. I have concerns that your expectations of what any court-appointed counsel might do as far as spending time with you and the depth and degree of communication may be unrealistic expectations. You always have the right to retain a lawyer to represent you, and then that's between you and that lawyer.
So
You can demand whatever expectations that you have as part of that agreement. But when it's a court-appointed lawyer, you have to accept and understand that they have other cases, other courtrooms, other responsibilities. And I'm cognizant of that when I'm addressing these types of issues about communication. So that's just food for thought, nothing to do today. I don't need a response from you. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that and were thinking about that as we proceeded forward. So again, the court minutes reflect that I'm court continuing pretrial. I have granted the motion withdraw. I have appointed Mr. Hobson to represent the defendant, and I'm taking no action on the motion, the ex parte motion for cost directed where JAC is responding. Ms. Boone will be returned to the Orange County Jail pending disposition of her case.
All right. I have a lot of problems with what just happened. Like a lot. I have.
What's the
I
problem?
am
Rob?
currently ordering wings, so
Ooh, no, I have tummy problems.
Yeah, that's.
I
not
am
good for that.
debating. I don't know if I want the hot AF wings.
That judge went into a whole back and forth monologue about the relationship between client and attorney. Now, granted, I will say this. This is the part where the problem becomes less significant for me. She brought it up. Like that's
He reads every letter, Rob.
no, I get it, but let's say, if I'm a judge in that position, I'm not. All those letters, all the disputes, you saw the motion filed by the attorney to withdraw. My ass would have brought that attorney in front of me, sidebar, and said, you do that again, I'm sanctioning you. And on the motion withdrawal, I would have had that in chambers. I would have said, you're going to air, you are upset. You are going to say things that are going to violate attorney-client privilege. I know you are. I'm not going to do that in a public forum.
Yeah.
And then the judge openly addressing a lot of issues that are remarkably sensitive between attorney and client. Here's the thing, as a public, this is the problem. This is the big problem. As a public, what do we now know that we would not have known? What do we know?
Everything.
Everything. What do we know as a public that we should not know about this client?
Literally everything we heard.
Yes, that's what I mean. What do you know about this client that you would not have known if that judge would have had that hearing in chambers?
But
a lot.
But her letters were public.
And that's the only part where I am, and that's where I'm looking at the chat. I see you, chat. That's the only part where I am going, I see how there's some saving comment or some saving grace.
But the judge also needs to balance to a certain extent the public interest in these cases. A bit. And I think to appropriately address attorney-client expectations and to tamper said expectations is not inappropriate. This is all general advice. I think where he may have crossed the line a tiny bit, to your credit, is where he said, I feel as though, or my sense is that you.
Yes. You are opining on the relationship.
That's where it crossed the line. Instead of saying, just so you're aware, generally, this is how things play out. Just for everyone to know. Just for anyone to know. And just speak in generalities. I think when he specifically said, I have concerns about your expectations, that's where it may have crossed a little bit of a line. And I agree with you.
And people are going to be mad because here's the thing. It takes a special person to be a judge.
Yeah.
Like a real special person. I mean, like 90% of the judges we have out there, they try, but they're not that caliber. Like there's a couple that are great at it. I don't know. Like people that can take that level of abuse at them and still protect the system. Like people were saying, like, as an attorney, you shouldn't take that abuse. As a judge, you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You absolutely have to. That is your freaking job.
Elected officials, appointed officials. I'm sorry, that's part of your job.
Yep, that's your job. That's your job. You put the robe on and you are no longer a person. That's what the robe means. That is when they put the robe on, that's what that actually means. You are not a person. You are justice. You are not a person. You put the robe on, you are no longer a human. You are not Judge Blank. You are the court. So yeah, I get pissed off because I see some of that stuff. But yeah, someone was saying that I missed the last comment and she did. Like the judge said anything more, and the judge says, and Sarah Boone says, "Am I going to speak?" And the judge says, "Nope."
No response from you is needed at this time.
You know why? Because you have a new attorney. And that's proper. The judge did proper. I'm not going to hear a single thing you have to say until you talk to your attorney and your attorney brings a motion in front of me.
And more to your point, Rob, I think he should have publicly lectured that attorney. If he was going to turn and say, my concern with your expectations, he should have turned to the attorney and said, my concern with your practice and what you did, even just now verbally to the court, knowing that this is a public hearing. And I agree with you. At that point, when the attorney opened his mouth and started saying what he did, I'd have said, counsel, stop now.
Yeah, counsel, sidebar. Counsel, chambers. And you better believe that if I was in court,
I agree.
Yeah.
I would have gotten that admonishment.
But I wouldn't have even said chambers. I would have said it publicly. I would have reprimanded him publicly. I would have said, you know better. You know that you have a privileged relationship with this client. And what you said just now was wholly inappropriate and a violation of your duty to your client.
And it's so hard because she says stuff that is so freaking infuriating. You want to, and this is going to segue into the next topic, because you want to just, you want the dirty laundry aired. You want all of it. You want the bad. You want all of it. You can't. Like, the system has to do better. It has to start doing better. We have done a shit job at this for a long time, and I'm going to start advocating for it to do better. So, on that note, there's Sarah Boone chats. Here we go. I caught the comment at the end. It was, am I not going to be able to speak? That was interesting. Yeah. Jeremy Morton, thank you on 2X catching up. Oh, it's going to be interesting tonight, Jeremy. Joanna, where's the Banquet's proof? He's been working on the case. I don't know. I have issues with that. Like, there were a lot of things that she said in her letters that are serious that should be addressed.
I agree.
So, Elizabeth, loving the voices during the reading. We all did. Just because I'm in tears over how good that was, in reference to the voices. Indeed. I would like to express my audacious gratitude for a soon-to-be 8-hour stream. It is not going to be that, Nicole. I refuse. Laura Leanne, new members watch all the members-only videos. There are members-only shop streams that are a lot of fun. I will announce the gifted memberships. I will towards the end of the stream. I pull those up so I don't get way off track. My brain, if I pull up another app, nope, not getting back. Sarah, so if we live here now, are we deciding Thanksgiving dinner? Okay, all right. The shade. Oh my God, that's good though. That is so good. Oh, that's Sarah. To burn is deep on that one. That's a good one. This goes along the kinds of unbreaded. Oh, her letter. Yes, unbreaded indeed. Christina B. Southern Law's deep dive into Sarah Boone's 6 attorneys is great. Please check out Southern Law. He has one of the best voices on the internet. Period. Like him and Chase Hughes, like that voice all day. Angel Baby 4210. Her other letters literally insults the judge. I know, and that's the part that Danny and I were talking about. I know you're pissed, Judge. I know you want to say the things that you're saying. Like, I get it. You really want to say them. The robe is more important. And he did a good job-ish. I don't know that any person in that position could have done better. I really don't.
Agreed.
Yeah. No, I was impressed by the judge. And a lot of judges would have just taken the opportunity to go ham and be snarky.
The restraint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It's Bree. Thanks y'all for making my night a bit better. Found out I can't apply to vet school next semester. Low funds. Sad and ashamed. Do not be ashamed. Don't be ashamed. That's foolish. Don't be
Yeah.
ashamed. Told I'd never make it as a vet with ADHD, and it feels like I'm proving them right. False. It's Bree. It's
No.
Bree. It's Bree. You want a motivational pep talk? These are three
Oh.
attorneys on the screen who are going to give it to you. So
Let me
I
tell you
was
about
a-
my ADHD scores.
well, let me
I
go
was-
first, because no, yours are the
Yeah.
pinnacle. You're the pinnacle. You're the pinnacle.
Fair enough.
I was told I would never succeed at anything I tried, that I would never amount to anything, that I couldn't ever finish anything in my life. And then I was diagnosed with ADHD and actually began treating it. And I went from almost failing college to graduating law school from like magna cum laude, like top of my class. I booked 3 classes in law school, which means the highest grade in the entire school. Don't never look at that diagnosis as the crutch that holds you back. It's a tool. It's an asset. It can be an asset. You just have to learn how to deal with it. It's a monster. You tame it and it can bring you to new heights. Danny?
It's pretty. I had to drop out of high school and take the GED to graduate, and I had to take the math portion twice. I
Hey.
then in college had to hire a elementary school tutor to help me get through math, and I then had to go on Khan Academy every night and cry myself to sleep because I couldn't pass the math. And it's in part because I have ADHD. Another part is I'm dyslexic. Another part of that is my family moved every 6 months growing up. And so I never learned math. And we were homeless too. So as someone who has gone through the ringer in life, I can assure you that the only thing that's out there holding you back is you. And that's a hard thing to accept. But once you accept it and you accept that your mistakes and failures are not failures, they're just one step further in your progression and in your learning, the happier you will be. Accept every failure with joy and say, I am so glad I failed. I failed hard. This is how I failed. Awesome. This is how I won't fail the next time. Thank you, life, for sending me this thing. And it's a radical acceptance of failure that will help you succeed in everything you do. So do not blame your ADHD. Do not blame yourself. Just say, I need to do a little bit better next time. And this is how I'm going to do it. But you can do it. That's the important thing. You know, there was a saying that got me through all of that hardship. And what it was is, whether you believe you can or you can't, you're right. You need to believe in yourself. You need to give yourself that opportunity to win. Trust that every opportunity is a next opportunity for success, because
Agreed.
You are special and you are who you are, and no one can be you. And we are lucky to have you. We are lucky for you to be trying again and again. That's part of the process of life, and you're living it, woman. Keep fighting.
And like I said, it's an asset. It's an asset when you use it. Use it. It's a super ADHD is a superpower. It is. In a weird way, it's a superpower.
It's a superpower with asterisks, is really what it comes
Yes.
down to.
But once you learn how to use it, like Danny was saying, once you learn that it's you control it. It doesn't control you.
Also, it's expensive. Don't blame yourself for shit being expensive.
Yeah, that's true.
You'll figure it
That's
out.
true.
Like,
That shit's expensive.
you'll figure it out, but it takes time. I am in so much debt. It's obscene. Okay. You figure it out. You do what you got to do, and you win over and over again. I am proud of you for gosh dang trying. And so should
absolutely.
you.
And I mean,
here's the funny thing. Wait, Yannick, because I'm going to give you the preview. And because I know the story you're going to tell. That's the thing. I know the story you're going to tell. You can make a lot out of nothing. And oftentimes it's the people that choose to make a lot out of nothing that become the most significant impacts in a lot of other people's lives. Ian's story in this regard is probably one of the most impactful I've had the opportunity to hear. So I don't want to take away from him, but Ian, your upbringing with ADHD and specifically how you ended up where you are.
So I didn't know I had attention deficit until high school. And I was lucky enough that my parents got me a diagnosis, or at least my mom did. And it explained a lot. The problem is that it didn't fix anything. It just explained it. And so it put it into perspective of like a lot of the stuff that is wrong with me isn't like I'm lazy, but it doesn't make it go away. And I, on tests, like I have shown my test scores to psychiatrists, and their response is to be surprised as hell, because my test scores on attention deficit metrics are basically unseen outside of the forensic population, which means if you see these scores, you're almost certainly looking at somebody who's in prison. That's where you see scores like that. And I was like, oh, that's not great. Like you hear that when you're in high school. They were actually reluctant to tell me how bad my scores were initially, because they were worried that it would become like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But, one of my, I actually had a psychiatrist who also had attention deficit who kind of let it slip. And then I've heard it repeated by others. But so I struggled. I didn't graduate high school on time. I ended up taking high school classes by night school. I went to a community college initially and I transferred from the community college to a university. So what you'd call sort of a proper college in the US. And so, but I'm just like, I'm not giving up. I'm keeping at it. And I was taking forever to do what lots of my peers were doing a lot sooner. But you just keep going. And so I went through university doing the best I could and struggling. And I finally got things a little more figured out. And part of it was a willingness to take medication, which I had been less willing to do before in my last sort of years of university. I had a prof who really stuck her neck out for me. And what I mean by that is that I was in her class and struggling. I actually, I was smart, but we had an assignment to do, and I got that assignment in sufficiently late that it was worth no marks. But it was still like I had to submit this assignment if I wanted to pass the class. So I submitted this assignment, and my prof basically said, "Can you come into office hours?" And I thought it was going to be my prof explaining that I'm failing, right? Because I got a 0 on the big assignment. So I assumed that I was failing. And she sat me down. She's like, "So, why was this so late?" I'm like, "Listen, I would love to tell you I've got a good excuse. Like, a family member died or something like that. I don't. The excuse is I have attention deficit and I just struggled." Like that was straight up it. It's just, I couldn't do it. I tried my best and she was like, "That's what I thought." She's like, "I have to deduct some marks, but I'm not going to deduct as badly as like our, as my sort of official rules dictate." So I ended up with like a B- from an A+ paper, apparently. So I was like, okay, cool. And she's like, "Have you ever considered grad school?" Now, I'm thinking I would love to do grad school because I really didn't have a plan. It was just I'm taking courses, and at the end of it, I'm like, I'm on some train tracks. I like being on these train tracks, but at the end of it, all I see is cliff, right? It's like, I'm going to come out of school with like an undergrad in psych and attention deficit out the wazoo, and I don't know where this goes. So she's like, have you ever considered grad school? And I went, I love that idea, but I don't see how I get into grad school with my grades. She's like, well, if you have a sponsor who's really pitching for you, that can do a lot. And I'm like, let me tell you my GPA. And her response was, oh, yeah, I don't know that I can swing that. Have you considered law school? And my response was, are you crazy? Like, I can't get into grad school. How am I going to get into law school? She says, what you need to do is you need to really nail the LSAT. She says, I think you can do it, but you're going to have to really do well on it.
Ian, what do you teach right now?
Well, I used to teach LSAT prep for a while.
I know.
So
I like this part. Yeah.
It's gauche in law to sort of talk about your LSAT score, but in the context of this story, I got a 178, which is
Damn!
Yeah, it's a good score.
What's the highest
For those
score
who
you?
don't know, what's the highest?
180 is the highest. I missed that by 1 point. There was no 179 on my test, so I came close to a perfect score,
Which is incredible.
It is
Which caveat, and Ian will agree. Caveat translates to jack shit as a lawyer.
Oh yeah,
like
100%.
He will agree. But
although every law school will disagree.
Oh, I mean, every law school.
Yeah. What it means is that Ian found a way. He found a way to take that superpower and apply it.
And I mean, my law school publishes a this grid of their acceptances, and it's this like wedge shape.
You're up in
and
this
basically,
or you're
so it's like a track. I am the like far corner, and so that far corner is I have the lowest GPA of my entry year, and one of the highest. Or
You're
one of the highest
you're
LSAT.
So,
So,
you're like stretching the corner. I'm on this side, this side. Like, I'm up here and up here.
But I mean, I made it in, and once I was in law school, I started out doing part-time. And part-time, I discovered I was bored because I finally found a place where essentially I could just throw my brain at things a lot better than I could before. And sure, it takes a lot of hard work, but I was doing better at it. So then I stepped up to full-time and, graduated. I do not have like a, top of my class. The gold medalist is some other dude. Like, it's not me. But I made it out. And I have been doing the things I want to do. And I can say I am not the most successful lawyer you'll meet. And part of that is directly by choice because...
But do you love what you do?
I love what I do, and I do a ton of free work. Like that's what really... I've basically managed to get myself into a place where I can live my life charitably and where I can live my life and just... because I want to help people, I can. That is amazing to be able to do. And so, I mean, I could make more money. I don't because I choose not to. But I really like what I do, and I'm able to be successful at it, notwithstanding the fact that I literally got so I had one of these moments. It was just absolutely nuts. I'm doing a sentencing for one of my clients. So my client is, he's pled guilty. He's going to get some jail time. The question is, how much jail time is he going to get? And we get this report from his psychologist who, and basically his psychologist says, looking at his attention deficit scores, this guy never had a chance and, basically is unable to function in regular society. And I'm like, I scored higher than he did.
That's C plus. That's C plus.
Where you're
I'm
like,
I am A
his
material
scores were
that is
high,
C
but I'm
plus.
like, I'm a little higher. And the thing is there are times I struggle. There's times of things that I, where there's tasks in law, and there's entire areas of law I couldn't do, like Hogue, the stuff he does. I could not do it.
Even you're getting sidetracked right now.
But
I appreciate the sidetrack, but you are on a sidetrack from a sidetrack. Back to the original sidetrack.
It's still like you find the things that you're good at. And I mean, I had a moment in a trial where I got surprised by a case I'd never seen before. And while listening to the prosecutor making their submissions, I was able to read the case, determine how to attack the case, and then afterwards the judge was like, "Mr. Runkle, do you need a moment?" And I was like, "I'm good to go." And I argued the case, and the judge said, "I'm going to need to think about this. I'll be back in like 15, 20 minutes," and left. And the prosecutor looked over and said, "You won that argument. Like, I knew you'd won before you finished." And it was just like, so stuff like that. I've had moments where I'm able to watch the video of my client, giving their statement, and listen to the, the trial. And I've got that going simultaneously. Most people can't do that. Most people can't split. And the thing is, it's like, if I'm not doing multiple things, I'm not doing anything. So you learn to make it work. And you know what? Low funds is not your fault. Like, low funds is the world sucks. In a perfect world, there'd be unlimited funding for people who want to educate themselves and better themselves.
Yep.
Well, and the education would be actually educational and be there to help you progress in your education. But that being said, it's Bree. You know what? I lost a ton of opportunities and internships that I could have taken had I had the money to do it. And I'm so grateful I did, because I wouldn't be who I am, where I am, doing what I do had I taken those internships. I would have been doing what I was curious and passionate about, and still am, but I'll get there at some point. It's just going to take me the long way around. That's okay. Don't compare yourself to others. Keep fighting. Keep struggling. The struggle is real, but it's worth it.
And it's Bree, that's really where I hope you're going to be at some point, is where you look back and you say, I didn't succeed at everything I tried at, but I like where I ended up. And that's all any of us can hope for. There are some people in life who are going to excel at everything they try. My brother's in that boat. Like, he
no.
every time he tries something.
Ian.
The joy is in the journey, not the destination.
Your interruption of my digression is too much.
Ian, my God.
You're making it longer, dude. Just let me make a sentence. But, you don't have to be that. Most of the world isn't that. Treasure where you are and try to keep fighting, because there is good things out there.
Hear that.
Okay. Did Danny fall over laughing when I said that?
No, I'm looking for my other earring. My dog literally licked it off, and I can't tell if he swallowed it, and it's causing me severe paranoia.
That's a weird sentence that I don't usually hear. Billy,
you'll get it back one way or the other.
I weaponized my ADHD in a good way. Yes, that's how you do it. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you for the very generous super chat. It's Bree. I flunked out of first college, 1.2 GPA. Never learned to organize studying thoughts. Eventually got through college, married, abused, divorced, broke, worked, saved, got MPA, gained confidence. Eventually graduated with MD at 39. You've got this.
Hell yeah. Love you, crazy
It's
cat
Bree.
queen.
It's Bree. If you needed any more motivation than that, I don't know that you could get it, because that's a badass life experience. And you know what's funny is Crazy Cat Queen. I have interacted with you enough that I know in my heart that like you would not have swapped out any of those experiences. All of the pain, all of the hardship, all of the bad. You wouldn't have swapped out any of that because it would not have made you who you are today. You could not be the strong person you are today without having gone through what you went through.
I mean, I would swap it out, but good for you. If
You would voluntarily do it, but you wouldn't be the same person.
And I'm totally okay with that. I'd be someone's trophy wife somewhere, like getting a nose job and sitting by the beach and sipping pina coladas with my au pair taking care of my 3 kids.
Yep.
You're gonna get offers at the end of this stream.
Laura Leanne, how does ADHD show up on IQ scores? Just curious. I have very high IQ, and that was what tipped ADHD. Was
Same.
my IQ was too high. They didn't understand why I wasn't doing it.
Although
I tricked all my teachers.
Some people with ADHD underperform.
And it depends on the exam and the test. So if
who's conducting it.
Right. Yeah. So if it's factoring in time, you're going to be screwed. But if you take away the time element, usually you'll perform much higher than most.
When you give me a test where I have to where it's like that challenge, my brain just engages with that. So like the LSAT, great. IQ test, great. Ask me to do my taxes.
Oh no. And, fuck that. Feral Dragon, Danny, look up dyscalculia. Some part of the brain thought.
I'm not looking that up.
That's fine. Crystal Berger, I have a multi-degree in cellular bio, failed intro to science 4 times in high school.
Hell yeah.
Yes. That is how we roll. That Sarah, first time catching FNF in a couple months. Busy AF. Summer in California. Lovely. And what a night to be back. My ND heart is full. Danny, that dramatic reading was everything. Also, the ADHD tax is real. Opposite of amnesia. Thank you. It wasn't until I stopped trying to do it the right way that I began to succeed. Just got diagnosed ADHD at 39. Things make more sense now. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Azam, thanks for sharing, Ian. Thank you, Azam, for listening and for engaging. Island, so do we think Becky the clerk is neurodivergent? Oh my God. Speaking of Becky, thank you, Island, for that. That was a fantastic.
Oh my.
The difference. The unicorn's eyes are angry. Like they're determined in the second one.
You want to
do it again. I'll show you that.
You know what? I am on board. I tried to make the second swoop fancy. The original is always
the eyes are like
the original is the best. It just
I kind of want to make a swoop that is just Danny giggling.
No, it's not. No, it's not the same. It's the cat on. It's the little eyes. It's the mechanical. It's the mechanical cat on the unicorn. It's
so wholesome. Oh, I'm not looking anymore. I gotta stop. Oh.
I'm dying. All right, so Alex Murdaugh. Alex Murdaugh. My God.
Sorry, I've forgotten who he is.
Salacious allegations. What are we going to do? So, oh God, do I do the interview? Son of a bitch. I have to.
I feel like we might have to.
I won't interrupt this time.
I can make no promises.
Interview, it's not going to be a long time. It's pretty quick. I'm going to put it at 1.25.
Like the shiny suit on the left.
That's Barber.
His arms need to be a little longer, like the sleeves, but
I appreciate the cufflinks.
I like that suit. That is sharp. I want to wear a suit.
Danny?
I've got my casual cufflinks right here.
Ooh, I like those.
While we're playing this, I'll go get my case. All right, I'm going to play this. Here we go.
Since they are heavily invested in maintaining Alex's convictions, we suggest they wait for the Court of Appeals to rule and receive direction from the trial court. If the Court of Appeals remands the case for an evidentiary hearing, if the Court of Appeals remands the case for an evidentiary hearing, we would also request that those in the media and the public respect the privacy of those included in this filing. Jim and I want to thank those on our team who stand behind us and have worked tirelessly to ferret out the truth. Alex Murdaugh maintained and still maintains innocence in the murder of Maggie and Paul and believes the truth will ultimately prevail. Jim?
The right to a jury trial,
I don't
is a
have the power to
fundamental
pause it.
principle of our justice system. Jurors must be free from outside influences and must decide the case solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom, subject to the rules of evidence, subject to the rules of the court, and most importantly, subject to the crucible of cross-examination that's guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution, and that is the right to confront witnesses.
They look like the
when
three
jurors
pigeons from Animaniacs.
private communications outside the confines of a public courtroom, the Sixth Amendment is violated.
My wife
and
wouldn't let me get mirrored sunglasses, and seeing Dick Booth here, she was right not to.
And I want to quote from a decision from the South Carolina Court of Appeals, which is behind me, and states this: where there is a private communication of a court official to members of the jury, an occurrence which cannot be tolerated if the sanctity of the jury system is to be maintained, a new trial must be granted unless it clearly appears that the subject matter of the communication was harmless and could not have affected the verdict. What we had filed today, supported by sworn testimony of jurors, is that the clerk of court had improper private communications with the jurors, and the subject matter of those communications was the credibility of the defense that the Murdaugh legal defense team put up, and it was the believability of the defendant's own testimony. Now, there's been a lot of talked about whether Alex should have taken the stand. I can assure you, when we considered what factors and what we should and should not do and considered whether he should take the stand, we never considered the likelihood, as reported to us by the jurors, that the clerk of court would go in to the sanctity of the jury room before he testified and tell the jurors, don't be fooled by his testimony, watch out for his body language. And that is what the sworn testimony that we have filed in court today says. And if that is true, which we have every reason to believe that it is, and no reason to believe that it's not, there's no choice but the courts to grant a new trial.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay. Well, I think we observed it. We did. No, I was there. Oh, yeah. I was there. I watched it. But, I mean, look, we were not looking to impute any nefarious conduct. But clearly what the jurors reported to us, that they were off talking, the forelady and the clerk. I saw them together, but, I wasn't watching. I believe, look, I've been doing this almost 50 years. The bedrock of any trial, and I've done hundreds of them, is that the clerk of court is the person that makes sure the jury gets their food. If they're put up for the night, someplace to stay, their travel accommodations are met. They're not someone that ever should talk to them about the case. I've never had it happen. Again, I've been doing this for a very long time. Never heard of it happening until this case.
And one thing we want everyone to understand, that the clerk of court is an elected official by the people, not appointed by the judge, not appointed by the judiciary. It's a public official who's elected and is an independent state actor. And so what we're complaining about in the motion that we filed today is the conduct of an elected official, not conduct by Judge Newman or anybody in the unified court system.
And I think it's important also to understand that she is a state actor, and that's why we forwarded today a letter to the U.S. Attorney asking them to open an investigation into the violation of Alex Murdaugh's civil rights by a state actor under color of state law. Well, this is an interesting story. Let Jim tell you.
So immediately in the aftermath of the verdict, we had received information that we needed to look into what happened in the jury room. We started down that road and we met a zone of silence. No jurors would speak to us. And so we were, what I like to call, we were given the Heisman, right? And then when the clerk of court wrote her book, published her book, that zone of silence collapsed. And jurors were upset about that, the ones we talked with, and they were more than willing to come forward and tell us the things that we had sort of heard through a whisper campaign. And so as a result of that, we were able to interview some jurors. Now, there's still a number of jurors who maintain that zone of silence, who have not talked to us. We did try to reach out to most all of them that we could get in touch with, but the information we got, I can tell you, was independent of each juror. The first juror we talked to, we got information about Ms. Hill saying, "Don't be fooled." And then the second juror, independent of the first juror, says the same thing, and the third juror, independent of the other two, say the same thing. And so we're very confident that the information is accurate.
Well, ask them. We don't have any control over that. We just did receive a notice appeals that the Attorney General has 10
I
days
saw
to
sunglasses and
Now,
hats.
interesting to me, again, having done this for so long, is that once we had that initial contact with that first juror,
They're the good
we began going
feathers,
around
Rob.
campus and knocking on, literally on Sundays, knocking on jurors' doors, asking them to speak with us. Some of them wouldn't come out. Some of us told us never to come back.
Did you knock with the right hand?
And some talked to us. I'll give you an example,
Or the left?
One of the things we heard was once the jury went out, even though there were 6 smokers and they were given smoke breaks during the entire trial, once the jury went out, they were told no more smoke breaks. No, you're not people that want
No more cuddling?
verdict first.
No more smoke
Now
breaks.
that indicates something, and the court would be the one to communicate that. Why? So a bunch of folks told us stuff that appeared to be inconsequential, but in the total context indicated to us that what we put in this petition about the clerk is credible. And based on sworn testimony from 2 jurors.
Our shiny
and we
suit
interviewed
guy
a
is
third,
trying so hard to be in the
my
shot.
paralegal, Holly Miller, really
He hasn't
a lot of these
moved.
folks just don't want to get involved.
He
They're
hasn't
going to be
moved.
involved if we get a hearing, because each and every one of
There's
them
some Weekend at Bernie stuff going on here.
before you.
His name is Mr. Barber. He looks like security right now, but
Wait,
he.
one at a time. Who?
He looks like he's here to prevent anyone from asking for autographs.
Well, and that's a good point. There's no suggestion that the judge did anything untoward. But what that does do, if it comes back, he may end up being a witness.
He looks like Nick
Well,
Ricciardo when
they've
someone's
been
drunk
okay.
on a
So
spoon.
That issue does not have to be dealt with.
This part's been bothering me a bit. They've made this comment, and they're trying to be cute about it, but they want Newman disqualified. They want him acknowledged by the Court of Appeals as a witness. They don't want him ruling on his own observations of the jury.
I think that's fair. What's
I think it's fair because he is
It's-
implicated. As a
He
witness.
is, but when you have to, what I'm saying is you have to appreciate the lawyer shade, Harpootlian saying, we don't think he did anything wrong, but he's a witness. Like he made himself a witness. We don't think he did anything wrong, but he made himself a witness. Like
He didn't make himself a witness. They say he's potentially a witness.
No. Read the subtext. Like the subtext.
The thing is,
he made
if
himself
you read the filing, it's not that he made himself a witness. In fact, he was a little skeptical of this clerk, which makes him a witness, right?
Rob, you can't just flap your angry ears.
He's like, I can and I did. I just like the line that they begin with where they're saying, I want to thank everyone who stands behind us. And I'm like, of course
There's
people
no
are
one
standing
around.
behind you, dick poop.
There's
We
also-
know what you do when you get a rifle in your arms.
I also
Of
like.
course.
It's also funny that he says that, and there's no one behind him. Like he's like
There's no
visual.
people.
There's just nobody behind him. Now, however, what I will say is that what he has alleged and what we have learned from this. Do we need to watch the rest of the? We don't have to watch the rest of this because he goes to questions. It's nothing.
He spends a lot of time not answering questions. Can we comment on their ties?
No.
Because we got purple, red. Like, did they coordinate that?
I'm telling you, it's the good feathers.
But I'm not going to disparage purple. But there is a second interview. Can we watch that? Second interview. Share this tab instead. There we go.
And I will always
purple,
call him
blue,
Dick
purple.
Poot because it's
All right.
hilarious.
There we go. Ready?
The 2 jurors that gave us
Boom.
The two jurors that gave us affidavits.
Stop. Back up one
and
more second.
encouraged other jurors to seek legal counsel.
The two jurors that gave us affidavits hired a lawyer, Joe McCullough, before they would talk to us and before they gave us the affidavits. The other jurors out there are on a group text, and we are reasonably informed that last week when these allegations began to surface, one of the jurors said, quote, "Who's talking?" I'm concerned that these jurors...
All right, that part's a problem. That part's a problem. Like the affidavits get filed, and then on the group text, like the affidavits that say that Becky Hill is doing this influencing and all of the other stuff. And then one of the jurors responds back, "Who's talking?" I'm waiting until this gets a hearing. And honestly, at this point, I don't know how the Court of Appeals doesn't grant it.
Oh, they have to grant the hearing, and if the hearing bears out the allegations, they have to grant a new hearing or a new trial.
A new trial.
Like, this is totally a do-over scenario.
This
is a do-over. He gets a do-over. They screwed up.
In fact, this is such a do-over that future trials will say, this is not like the allegations in the the Murdaugh trial. This is less than that, and so we're not giving a do-over in this trial because it's less serious than Murdaugh.
You're saying it's going to be precedent. Okay.
I'm saying it's going to be the kind of thing that is like so shocking that they will point to it's not this bad in any other proceeding where it's,
Now,
so,
Dick Harpootlian does what we expect, and he goes way too far with some of his arguments. So let's listen on.
Don't understand the import of what's getting ready to happen. They need to get lawyers. They need to understand they may have some exposure, and they need...
Nope.
Nope. I don't like that comment.
Nope. That part. Nope. You're now saying the jurors?
Yeah. No, I don't like that comment at all.
I get Becky Hill. I get that. Like, that's the focus of the ire. But this part.
Also, Dick Poot looks way better with sunglasses because he has the most bug-eye eyes on
He's
the
got
planet.
squinty weird eyes.
It's an unfortunate freeze.
It's just unfortunate face. There's a...
It's that his lower lid drips and his upper lid doesn't lift. That's his problem.
I want to remind everyone that when I was doing recaps of this trial, I was equally critical of both sides. Creighton Waters, Dick Harpootlian. But yeah, Poot, he ain't looking too. I mean,
he looks like my friend's French bulldog.
Continuing on.
He looks like a cinnamon
bun. Be careful before they start talking to the FBI or SWED or even us.
Don't insult cinnamon.
All right, here to discuss.
I mean, so here's the other thing. So the lawyer that represents two of the jurors is former colleague of Dick Harpootlian.
Us is criminal defense attorney Joe McCullough, who, as you heard, is representing two of the Murdaugh jurors who gave affidavits. Joe, great to see you. Thank you so much for taking out time to be on the show with me.
Can I ask an honest question? I apologize for pausing so many times. Are there like 10 attorneys in South Carolina? Like, is that all we have? Honestly, are there 10 attorneys in South Carolina? Like, what the?
I'm just going to say you can't trust a gray hair like this.
Well, from the Gray Wizard. The fuck.
That's white. That's not gray. That's white.
That's fair.
I do like his tie, though.
Are there 10 attorneys in South Carolina? Because this is...
yes, clearly.
Maybe if there's like a convention going on.
Maybe if we move there, there'll be like 13.
It's going to get worse because right now, former colleague of Dick Harpootlian represents two of the jurors. We're going to get another attorney involved. Yep.
Mr. Bland?
Yep, Bland.
Is that literally his name?
Yes.
Mr. Bland. Now, Mr. Bland actually represents several of the victims
Sorry.
to the Murdaugh financial crimes.
Oh, wow.
So does Ron Richter. So Bland Richter, that's the law firm. They represent a lot of them. Now, Kristen, I'm not disparaging South Carolina. I am not. I'm confused about what the fuck is happening in this case.
I'm discouraging Dick Poot, though.
I don't understand this case. Why? In this particular case, why is it the same cast of fucking characters every damn time? Every time, the same cast of characters. All of them.
It's the never-ending story, right? Like every time they open the book, it's the same characters.
Don't you dare reference Atreyu and Never-Ending Story. Don't you do that to
my
me.
name. Atreyu.
Here's the thing. It's this is gonna make it really easy when they make this into like a mini series. Because normally they've got the problem when they're like, we need to like, you know, because it keeps the cast low.
It's great. It's cost saving, but it would be confusing to the viewer as it is to Rob.
This is like sitcom drama. Like the attorney represents everybody all the time.
Yeah, it's like, you know, when you watch crime dramas or like, you know, what do you call it? Law and Order or whatever. And it's always like the same 4 lawyers that are involved in every file that happens in the planet. And I'm going,
yep.
There's only 4 attorneys in New York.
Yeah, like
But,
this
like,
isn't real. Like there's no chance this is happening.
Yeah.
All right. So going on.
Tonight. Really appreciate it, man. All right, let's start off first and foremost. Just standing afar from this situation. I know you represent 2 of the jurors, but standing afar, I just got to get your reaction to some of the claims being made by the Murdaugh defense.
Well, the claims don't please me as a trial lawyer or as a person who spent 6 weeks in the courtroom watching this trial.
Why?
And having a relationship with the Clerk of Court, who did a good job in running that courtroom and courthouse.
Oh, careful, counsel.
I don't take any great pleasure in where we find ourselves. So these are tough allegations. The defense has a job to do. The prosecution.
The claims aren't supposed to please you, sir. This is a legal filing, not a hand job.
It's not pleasurable.
If they have to, if the prosecution has to unwind its.
Ian, can I tell you to go fuck yourself right now? Because what the hell was that comment? These are legal claims, not a hand job. What the fuck was that?
Hey, if
saying these claims don't please me,
if
it's
they're
like
legal
what the
claims
hell?
and not a hand job, why does it say comes now at the beginning of every pleading?
My God, you too. I swear to God.
Or may
No,
it please the court.
I will mute the fuck. No.
Victory lap. That's going to be a bitter pill.
Yeah, no question.
Son of a bitch. And he said victory lap the second I unmuted. I need an adult. I need an adult. I need an adult.
About it. Now, you mentioned Becky
adult
Hill.
not
I know it's a
found.
small community out there. I would imagine you know her or have certainly been in the courtroom where she was the clerk of the court. She was handling a case you might have been involved in. What can you tell me about her and your interactions with her in the past?
Well, I had limited interactions. I don't do a lot of business down in the low country, or at least in that county.
God, the age is showing. He has both earbuds in, man. He is locked in. That is
2 weird buds in.
You have both in?
Yeah. So that I can hear you.
You only need one, my friend. It's Danny secretly laughing off screen. Continuing on. This is getting better. This is late night content.
I found her to be a very charming person and one who appeared to be doing her job. These allegations are troubling. They're going to have to be examined, and there may be innocent explanations, and there may not be. But she, I understand today, has hired her own set of lawyers, and that's appropriate and necessary. And my clients, for their part, are courageous ladies who came forward reluctantly, who agreed to speak to the defense. And I think all of this just now is in the hands of the court.
All right, so let's talk about your involvement in
Wait
the
a
case
second,
now. I
that was a
can tell you, Joe, that it
huge
has raised a few
360.
eyebrows.
That
Go
was
ahead.
a huge, 180, right? Like he started off with, yeah, she did
Respect,
great. She's
yes.
doing
A
her
lot-
job.
like-
She's so incredible, all the way to, actually,
was-
these are really troubling allegations, and I leave it up to the court. I don't know.
It was Danny, that was the bless your heart. That was the bless her heart, of social media, of media presence. That was the bless her heart. That what you heard for the first half of that was bless her heart. And the second half of that was, but she's a lying skank. That's what you heard. Like that
exactly
was
what
what
that
was
was.
laid out in that interview.
And F or RK says, Jesus, take the wheel. That is basically what he said.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what
We
to do.
went full
I
circle.
have lost control. I have lost control. Jesus, take the wheel. I
Did you
don't
ever
know what's
have
happening right
control?
now.
Yes, definitely,
Ian-
maybe. No,
Ian,
sometime.
I dabble with the concept of control sometimes, and then I find shit like this.
Hey,
and
I'm not
then
going to kink shame.
realize
Hey, don't you wiggle your angry ears at us. You're the one who just
the-
called the
that was-
freaking the clerk a
you,
skank.
Danny, you have to discern happy ears. These are happy ears, like the back and
Oh,
forth,
okay.
and then angry ears are in unison.
Ah. No.
I didn't
Oh,
realize
Happy
that
ears.
ears
Oh,
had
wow.
multiple emotional settings.
Oh my God. Okay. Going on.
Eyebrows. Everyone knows that you're friendly with Dick Harpootlian and used to work together. Guys have been colleagues for any number of years. I know you were involved with them in the defense, not helping them, but you would go to dinner and were getting some updates on the case. And now here you are representing two of the jurors that could be responsible for getting a new trial for their client. Tell me how you got involved in this case.
Well, I'm no friend of Alec Murdaugh since I was busy suing him throughout the 6 weeks of this trial. Absolutely correct. Dick Harpootlian is a person I've known for decades. We were law partners. I've known Jim Griffin. We've been on opposite sides of cases and on the same side of cases. I've worked with some of the prosecution team and tried cases against them. So South Carolina is a team of 10 lawyers that just sue each other all the fucking time. about that big. Everybody knows everybody. The fact that I went to dinner at the defense team's quarters during the trial, I believe I
Why
also
would you
drank
say
coffee
that?
and had breakfast with the prosecutors. So
Does he want to conflict himself
that
out?
6 weeks was a long 6 weeks where
There is
virtually
no
everyone
conflict. There's no
interacted
conflict.
on varying levels.
They don't understand the
How
concept.
I came to be involved on behalf of these jurors is I was asked to be. Initially, I was asked right after the trial to help jurors not be bothered by media, by the press. So I stood in a protective role at that time, trying to get them some peace and privacy. And I still have that role now. These jurors are courageous. They deserve the respect of the public for giving their versions of events and having the courage to do that. They don't deserve to be rolled and trolled by some of the more obsessed public out there.
Joe, let me
So
ask you.
we'll just.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
It will be.
No, I was just going to
please.
say, there's some suggestion that if this was going on, some of the things, they seem so egregious. At some point, do you have any explanation for why the jurors might not have gone to the judge and told the judge what was going on?
So people thought this was a very smart question. I thought this was a dumb question. Ian, you've run jury trials, right?
Mm-hmm.
Danny, you've had witnesses and people in front of courts. In what case is one of your clients or a juror looking at the judge as anything other than the most intimidating figure they've ever seen?
Zero case. Because, the jurors tend to be aware that, if things go really badly, the judge can throw them in jail
But
exemplified 3 weeks ago when the judge literally threw a juror in jail.
Yikes. Well, here's on the flip side though, with the Lori Vallow case, one thing I will say, and that was a huge jury. The judge was really friendly with the jury.
Yes.
And made a very strong point of saying, if anyone comes and talks to you, you talk to me. You just come let me know and I'll take care of it. So, I think it depends on the judge, the scenario, and the jury. But yes, I agree with you. I don't think it's common, nor should it be, nor should we expect them to, but we do expect them to, right? Like, is that not what the judge says every time he dismisses the jury for lunch?
This was why I also thought the question was, I get the question.
Right.
But I can understand why a juror isn't coming forward. I can understand that. Like in my gut, I know why a juror's not coming forward. Right? Like
I feel like Judge A was super friendly to the, yeah.
The judges are. They're supposed to be.
Yeah.
The judge is the protector of the jury. That's their job. They're to protect the integrity of that system.
Not according to this attorney. It's his job to protect the jury, don't you know?
Well, and you guys,
and he was asked to, not by whom, but he was asked to.
Yes.
By someone.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think that a jury is intimidated by the authority of the judge. This is a judge who at one point determined that the jury's selection of a 4-person was not his selection, and so he replaced the jury's selection. But I think that juries are, they've assumed a role, they become followers, they're not leaders, they're certainly not going to provoke authority in the courtroom, and I think that their silence in this matter is absolutely understandable to me.
And Joe, finally, let me ask you, so what's next now for your clients? Because clearly she's claiming, or Becky Hill is claiming, this stuff is not true. Somebody's lying here. What's next for your clients?
So he says this, but I don't think that Becky Hill's released a statement.
I think that she released a very vague statement that said, like, we deny the allegations and look forward to pursuing, a court process.
I wouldn't expect her to say anything except I plead the fifth.
Oh, I mean, if I was her, I'd be A, hiring a lawyer, and then B...
She did hire a lawyer.
And then B, like, moving to live under the biggest, darkest rock you could possibly find, and just being, like, completely impossible to find. Like, oh, media, you want to get a picture of me? No. I am living in a bunker, and, I'm having pizza delivered, and they just leave it on the porch. Like, I would not be talking to anybody. Speaking of which, I just ordered wings.
But you wrote a book.
Sounds delicious.
I mean, so we know she's not that bright.
But you wrote a book. Like you wrote a book.
I mean, it is technically a book, but have you read the excerpts?
I haven't read it.
I don't want to.
I
have watched my colleagues and friends read some of them.
It's so bad.
And I have zero desire to read any of that or give a click to that website because I am so appalled by any of that behavior. Of that behavior.
First of all, it should never have been written based on like how she's like. I think it makes her unsuitable for the role. But the other thing is the writing is god awful. If I was teaching like high school English and somebody handed that in as like, hey, this is what I wrote, I'd be like, well, I'm not going to fail you, but we're not going to do much better than that.
So Tam Jules, you know what else she did? She's getting picked on and threats and all kinds of social media backlash. Nobody knows if she's innocent or not. Today's world too hasty. You know what she did by the book writing? She outed the jurors. Like she wrote that under her own name. And then 2, she wrote about the jurors' impressions, the jurors who were private people.
Yep.
And how many jurors work in a monkey farm? Like,
what?
Did you not hear about this? One of the jurors
the monkey farms. That was
in a
that
monkey
was
farm.
the juror that was excluded.
That is extremely specific.
Yeah,
well,
it
turned out to be like a primate testing facility for cosmetics and drugs, but yes.
But it's still incredibly
That's even
specific
more
as to who it
specific.
is.
Very specific. Yes.
Like,
Jeez.
how many employees does the monkey farm have? Right?
Who were missing on the day that the
Exactly.
jury was.
That's
dumb.
Let's
Really, really
watch
dumb.
The rest of this, and then we'll get to some of the pleadings.
Dumber than
Well,
my
I think there's
dirty
an
picture.
investigation that's next, and the 2 jurors I represent, the other jurors some of whom have been on television, flown to New York, talked freely to the press, now will find themselves in rooms with investigators, if not in a courtroom under oath, and they're going to have to answer questions about their best recollections. So it's not really a contest of numbers, it's a contest of information. And I mean, if the defense is able to establish this tampering that's been alleged by them, then the burden shifts. There's a presumption of a tainted process.
Yep.
And that presumption is a strong one.
That's the thing.
All right, Joe McCullough.
So his articulation of the standard was appropriate. If there is a showing that this occurred around the subject matter, it doesn't have to have swayed the jurors. You don't have to have changed their minds. If you're talking about the case, that's enough.
I'm just glad we got to hear an 80-year-old man talking about taint.
Oh my God!
You know what? I'm not taking the bait this time,
Fucking
Runkle. As a
you
matter
son
of
of a
fact,
bitch.
I love you both, but I have made a fool
You
of
jumping?
myself enough tonight, so I am going to see my way out of here. Thank you so very, very much. I apologize for my inappropriate jokes, but thank
Don't
you for having me
apologize.
on. It was a pleasure.
No, Danny, it was a pleasure having you. It's been too long. It's been too long. I very much loved having you on. Thank you for your perspective on the cases we discussed tonight. Thank you, and I hope you feel better.
Thank you. God bless you all.
Do you
Thank
want?
you. Have a good evening.
Wait. Happy.
That is actually so.
Do the
I
swoop
just wanna
before she
grab
goes.
them and like.
Wait. We got to do it. Got to do it. There you go. There you go. So, unending happiness. Thank you, Danny, for jumping on and having fun with us.
Thank you so much. Stay calm, Danny. On peace.
See ya. All right. So, we've got an issue because now we have allegations of clerk misconduct. Why is my camera going nuts? Hi, find the hand.
I don't have camera powers, just so that.
If I move full, nope.
Is Rob doing that, or am I drunk?
It's very focused on the robots. Hi, camera. I'm here.
It's seeing their faces and it's doing face detection on the robots.
Oh, it's really annoying. It's really annoying. It really is, isn't it? I'm here. Hi, hello. Look at me. There we. Wow, that is aggressive. But it found the faces on the robots. False, tipsy, but yes. Going on.
Have you ever worried that your computer thinks you're less of a person than the robots?
I don't know, but chat is very mean right now. I am not. Chat's being rude. So we've got the pleadings. So these are the affidavits. And honestly, I kind of want to read the letter. So you haven't read the letter yet, right?
No.
All right, let's do that.
The ethics letter?
So-
No, I haven't.
So Becky Hill wrote a book. Well, let me pull this down.
She wrote a book, asterisk.
Yes. Why don't you describe the book?
So basically, it is a book where she spends a lot of time talking about things she has no business talking about, like things that the jurors confided to her in confidence, which should have remained in confidence. And other than that, it's spun together with her very, I don't mean to use this as a pejorative, but like, it's a very small town view of a bigger world, which is not super interesting because a lot of her stories are like, I went to the city. It's like, cool. I bet that was really exciting, but you didn't need to write a book about that. And it's just badly written. And, you know, when I say it's like a small town person going, I went to the city, I'd be equally annoyed about reading a book of like a city person going, I went to the country and I saw a cow. And that's really the level of like interest in most of this. It's bad writing.
Well, and one of
Yeah.
the problems I have with all of this is this. She styles it Rebecca Becky Hill, Clerk of Court. So she actually gives her official title to support the book's publication.
Yeah, that in and of itself is
I have
already
a
a
problem
problem.
with that. Yeah.
Oh, it gets much worse. Much worse.
So behind the doors of justice. So now what we have
But-
is the combination of
Scroll up
Becky
a little
Hill,
bit.
Clerk of Court. She signs it.
I just want to comment on the amazing shade of using in your affidavit a signed copy of the book.
No, that's no. That's the cover, I think.
No, somebody else showed me a cover that didn't have
Wait,
that. So
hold
I
up.
think
So they used the signed cover as the exhibit?
that's what I think, yes.
Oh, spicy. I like it.
I mean, isn't that like
That's pretty good.
that's a little bit of like covert shade that I am here for.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
yeah.
Wait, hold up. This woman, I am not throwing. I'm going to throw a bit of shade. That's her fucking signature. Do you know what my signature looks like? A piece of
like that.
garbage. That is, what is that? What is that? And the quote unquote Becky.
Yeah. Now, every time I see Becky, I get Sir Mix-a-Lot stuck in my head. You know the song Baby Got Back?
Baby God. Yeah, I do.
It starts out with, oh my God, Becky, look at her butt.
Well, yes, it does.
And that's just stuck in my head now.
No, Ian, get it out of your head. So here's the thing. Here, let me pull this down. You read the motion, right? And the affidavits?
I am sad to say that I have.
If anything in those affidavits is true, if 20%,
Oh, yeah. Basically, if a
20% of those
Yeah.
affidavits are true, this is
There's
like
like-
the most egregious thing to happen in a trial.
There's like one allegation that doesn't result in a new trial if it's true, but that allegation results in Becky getting charged.
Yes.
So it's like everything in it is horrible.
And that was what I was going to say was Eric Bland, who represents several victims in the case. Wait, I had the tab pulled up.
Now you do. I fixed it.
Wait, why? Where? Huh?
I pulled up the tab again.
Oh, thank you. All right. So This is the book that she wrote 6 months after the trial. I want to repeat that.
Which means she was probably writing it during the trial.
6 months after the trial, like as the appeal is pending, 6 months after the trial, she published a book, not a blog, not a video, not an interview. She published a book.
And again, a book asterisk.
She is the elected clerk of the court.
For now.
The clerk of the court is supposed to do nothing.
Pretty much.
They are the administrator of the court. And I hate to say this. They are the office manager of the courthouse. That's what they are.
Yeah.
People are going to be mad at me for saying that, but it's true.
No, it's true. If they're doing their job well, you should never really notice that they exist. And
correct.
And there's a lot of jobs that are super important that you only notice if they go wrong.
Yeah. Example. John Fry has been the clerk of the court for Fairfax Circuit Court for decades. He's retiring. Every attorney is shitting a brick.
Yeah.
Every attorney is shitting a brick. Because no one knew who that man was. No one knew who that man was. If I went to all of my neighbors in the whole neighborhood and said, "Who's John Fry?" no one would know. But every attorney knows that person is the linchpin to the court.
Yep.
They hold it together. They are the operations manager. They are the office manager of the court. That's their job.
The clerk of the court is basically like IT. And I don't mean that in the sense of they do the IT work. I mean in the sense that when IT is working perfectly, you just go into the office, your computers work fine, and there's no problems. Whereas if IT sucks, then you notice them all the time, right? Because then you're, so I'm just like, yeah.
So this is an example that I kind of want to highlight. Let me tell you how normal courtrooms run. Judges have law clerks. Law clerks are basically research assistants. They are, as Emily has styled it, research attorneys. They do the research for the judge. So they help prep the judge for the hearings. They do the background research. They help draft opinions. They are trained lawyers, but not yet lawyers. That's the law clerk. That's a law clerk. Then there are judicial assistants, and they manage the docket. They say, "Judge, you've got a hearing this date, this date, this date, this date." They coordinate with the attorneys on the docket. They say, "Attorney, you have a case coming up on the docket on Friday. I don't have a motion. I don't have an order. I need it." That's the JA, the judicial assistant. Then you have the judge's bench clerk, which is often seen sitting to the right of the judge. To the right of the judge, right? So the person in the well, the person that's right in front of the judge who is on the computer, that's the bench clerk. That person is coordinating the judge's schedule and everything going on. They are the office manager for the judge. Judge has lunch this time. The jury goes in this room. People are here. People are there. The judge has a break at this point. That is what that person is doing. Now, then there is the clerk of the court. Now, the clerk of the court is essentially the bureaucrat that oversees all of those other admin positions. And you're never supposed to see them. They are policy. They are structure. They are tools. They're the person that implements e-filing or filing systems, or how long we retain a file, or how we keep the file, etc. They're supposed to work with the court, but they are not the court. They're different. They're very different. And they're elected because they administer the courts. The judge gets to choose his or her law clerk. As a judge, I get to choose who's doing my research. As a judge, I get to choose who is my bench clerk, who is sitting next to me, hearing this proceeding and managing my calendar and docket. But the county gets to choose who manages the policy of the courthouse. Miss Becky somehow managed herself into the courtroom. And I believe she supplanted the judge's bench clerk, right?
Did she? That's weird.
I think she was the bench clerk.
Oh, that's super weird.
Because you would hear him talk to Miss Becky. Or he had two bench clerks.
Oh my God, Becky.
That's a problem. Bench clerks they have to know how that system runs. Like a bench clerk is like the exec admin for a high-powered executive. You know where they are, what they're doing, how they're thinking. You know them better than they know themselves. What I can tell you is that you would not see John Fry, the clerk of the court for Fairfax Circuit Court, anywhere fucking near the courtroom for Johnny Depp or Amber Heard.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
I'm betting he did a ton of work regarding
he probably did a shitload of work.
Like that was probably like cancel my vacation.
Yep.
This is gonna suck.
Yep.
But
we're gonna manage security, we're gonna manage input, we're gonna manage doc upload, we're gonna manage all this, but my ass is gonna be so far away from that courtroom. Yeah. Imagine seeing, so Judge A had a bench clerk, right? You saw her. She's awesome, by the way.
Oh, I just was so impressed with Judge A's courtroom and team. Like,
she's a badass. And the people she hires are bad. Like the people that work for her are badasses.
When
her bench
Judge
clerk,
A retires,
no, there will be another one. The thing is, Judge White before her, equal badass. Fairfax has done a very, very, very good job of keeping a good chiefship. We've done good at keeping good chiefs.
I just mean, like, I would love to shake Judge A's hand someday, and like, oh man, like if she was ever available for an interview, and it'd be like, you know what, everyone wants to know about the Depp v. Heard trial, and we're not asking you a single question about that because that'd be inappropriate. Let's talk about what it is to be chief judge of Fairfax County. Let's talk about Marine to chief judge. Like, how's that path go?
Jonathan, that was Judy, and she has another young man that's helping her too right now. I forget his name, but she has two. But Ian, you're right. So when they retire, they become mediators, and I had Judge Roush, who was a former chief judge, on the bench, and we had a mediation. At the conclusion of the mediation, she walks into my courtroom, or not my courtroom. She walks in my office. Mediation, Rob. And we've reached, we have an agreement. So they signed it. And she says, congratulations, good job. And she looks and she hugs my client. And I'm like, okay, that's good. She looks at me and she holds out her arms. And she goes, I hug now. And I was like, Judge, So I went in for the hug. It was like the you know, the uncomfortable ones where it's like the way outside and you're doing like the
You're like, all of this just feels awkward.
yeah, like I'm still scared of you. Like not really, like I'm not scared of you, but I still respect the bench that much that this feels weird, but yeah. Anyways, so Clerk Becky, who is the elected clerk of court, not the bench clerk, not the judge's law clerk, the elected clerk of court. So for Fairfax County, John Fry, the person who dictates the entire policy for the entire fucking court. That's who this person is. She writes a book. Now, if John Fry writes a book, things will not go very pleasantly for John Fry.
Judge A will be like, today I'm a Marine again. She'll grab her AR. Just like Judge A slotting a mag into her AR. Oh man, that would be amazing. Because like, let's go shoot. When she retires, we need to invite her to the range.
You can't. That's fair. Oh, she can probably shoot too. That'd be fun.
Oh, I bet she could. I think that would
fun.
be.
Oh, can we do that? I'm gonna do that.
When she retires, I will fly out for that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Like,
I'll do that.
I'll get on a plane and be like, "Yep, we're doing this."
Yep, and I'll propose it. That'll be. I like this idea. This is a great idea. So, the elected clerk of the court writing a book is fucking astounding. No fucking chance. I can't see any clerk of the court who is worth any ethical grain of salt writing a book.
Yeah.
So
it's baffling.
Yeah. So in this particular installment of the book,
and Rob, we have a great view of the robots.
That's cool. That's fine. They look great. Do they look good? Do they look good?
And then there's this sort of potato shape in the middle of the screen.
The tie looks good though.
The tie looks good. Maybe it's just focused on the tie where it should be.
It's fine. We can do that. We can do that for a bit. So we the people, duty, honor, and service. What an appropriate chapter name. I do not like this woman.
Yeah.
At all. And I do not like this woman.
The thing is, I always say that if you're going to drop a Bible quote, you gotta have earned it. And because otherwise it's just really kind of a dick move. And she has not earned this Bible quote that she's dropping here.
Yeah, I don't like this person. I'm not a fan. This is a disgrace to the office. Working with jurors is always a unique experience, and like with any jury, we had some behind the scenes happenings with our jurors, the alternates and the originals for the Murdaugh trial. That sentence alone makes me want this person to be nowhere near a fucking courtroom.
Here's the thing. I am not clerk of the court for Fairfax County. I can tell you the things I have said about the jurors are nothing. And in fact, if one of the jurors had come up to me and was like, let's talk, I would have been like, that's a nice notion. And I will now very politely send a message through one of the bailiffs to Judge A. Like if a juror had come up to me to chat, I would have been like, no.
You and I weren't in charge of the jurors. We were not.
That's the thing.
We were not in charge. We didn't feed them. We didn't house them. We didn't manage them. We didn't know their real identities. We didn't know anything about them. We were not in charge of them. We were spectators. spectators. If we saw a juror, and here's the thing, we saw a juror and we abruptly turned the other way and shut our damn camera off because that's how much we respected the system.
Yep.
But we did that because we're attorneys, and but that's how you're supposed to behave. You don't. We talked about them in ways that you could never identify them as people. Ever. You'd never be able to find out who the hell we talked about. This is so outside the pale. It is beyond anything I could have ever imagined.
It's bizarre.
While most of the jurors were focused and engaged during the Murdaugh trial, we did have one juror who was an alternate at one point who was not. She was more focused on the crowd, who was watching, who was or wasn't following Judge Newman's rules, and so on. For example, she, quote, caught a new visitor to the courtroom who was sitting directly across from her, who looked like she might have been taking a picture of the jury and that wasn't going to fly with her. Here's the question. How does she know any of this? She shouldn't. Any of this. The discomfort. How does she know it if the juror didn't express it to her?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a couple of possibilities. I don't think we can rule out that she just made up a bunch of shit.
That's possible.
I think that's very much, that's very much, in the cards here.
But then you have the thing of like, she wrote the book, so what's she gonna do? Take the stand and say I made it up?
I mean, it might be
advisable.
It might be a choice of that.
It might be
jail.
advisable.
Yeah.
In some cases, yeah, it might be.
So, yeah, like she's got real risk of actually doing jail time.
Well, and this is the operative page, and this is significant. Then there was the egg lady juror. Now, we've talked about her before. This was the one that was excused on deliberation day.
Yeah.
The juror worked on a monkey farm in Low Country. I clarified what that was. And she drove Judge Newman bananas one weekend, pun intended. Not a place to get cute, but sure. Nice try. Sarah Boone did.
I was kind of disappointed to hear what the monkey farm was about. I was hoping that there was like monkey milk for sale somewhere.
But when you heard the now that I told you what it was, when you heard the exchange between the judge where the judge says you must be happy to be away, and she goes, no, I miss my monkeys, and what she was doing was she was observing while they were being tested. I like this woman more.
I miss my monkeys is a statement I don't expect to see in most trials.
It's possible, but the introduction of drove the judge bananas one weekend, pun intended. Several reasons why that's remarkably inappropriate. Several reasons. And you know what? Sarah Boone is better with words than she is. I'm going to give that to her now.
I think that there are yesterday I drove past a guy who was stopped by the side of the road with a sign exhorting people for money. And I feel like that was better written than this book.
Fair. Through the Facebook page, Waterboro word of mouth, about 20,000 followers saw the juror's ex-husband's post about how she was talking way too much to friends and family about the case. based on the affidavits, that's not true. Many people became aware of the situation after a court on February 24th, and it was brought to the attention of Judge Newman. I typically didn't have the time or energy to watch any media coverage of the trial. You see, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
I don't believe her for a hot
lie.
second.
That is how someone writes
She's
a lie.
working on a book on this.
Yeah, that's how you write a lie. That's how you write a lie. But on that particular Friday, it happened to be so special. I scrolled through the Walterboro word of mouth. Wow, shocking. How would you know what that was? Wow. I am amazed that you knew exactly where to look. And
and are we surprised that she follows a gossip page?
Anyone else feel uncomfortable? Like, are you feeling uncomfortable yet? Good. I scrolled through the Walterboro word of mouth social media feed and saw the post from the ex-husband. Oh, she saw it, so she's a witness. That's interesting. But he didn't mention the juror's name or her juror number, but she still knew. So now she is 1,000% directly implicated as a witness.
Yep.
At the time, I didn't think anything of it and kept scrolling. Fucking liar. I apologize. That was rude and crass, but I've seen too many lawyers write a lot. Mainly because I had been inundated with emails and I'm so popular. From people all over the world about what they had heard, what they had seen, how the prosecution and defense should run their cases, how Judge Newman should rule. Look, Becky.
Oh my God, Becky.
I was doing nightly breakdowns, and we would have 10,000 people watching, and it was a lot of fun. I will say it was a lot of fun. But not once did I ever think that people were actually telling me to reach out to the judge and tell the judge how to rule.
I mean, there were some people who were like, can you do something? And I'm like, no. Because obviously not, right?
Yeah. And that didn't stress me more because I knew, no. Yeah. I can't do that. So on. And
I mean, they might as well ask me to fly to the moon.
I felt like a principal dealing with tattletales and the problem and issues every day. It was tiring. That's your fucking job.
Also, you loved it.
And the thing is, it was tiring. Too tiring to write a book?
Yeah.
Really? Too tiring? It was tiring. 3 words. Too tiring. It was tiring. Bitch, you wrote a book. I'm sorry. That was condescending. I apologize. When Monday morning came, Judge Newman asked
Now, to be fair, I suspect she had a book ghostwritten.
Oh, it was ghostwritten.
I kind of suspect the other, I suspect that she just told some stories to somebody else who wrote the book for her.
But she had to read it too. It's a lot of time.
Did she?
Ian, do you have time to tell me a story, me write it, and you read it?
I don't know that she read it. Because if you paid money for somebody else to write this, I think you would object.
Ian, do you have time in your life to tell me a story for me to write?
My dude, I don't even have time to sleep.
Thank you. That was a fucking point.
I mean,
this is, if someone is transcribing this, good, great. I don't have time to say this again. These live shows, there's a reason I do the live shows. I don't have time to sit in front of a camera and record anything. I don't. I have to do live. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, editing eats time.
Yeah, going on. When Monday morning came, Judge Newman asked me to find the social media post. Now you've made Judge Newman a fucking witness. You shithead. You shithead.
Yep. Yep, she did.
You know what's funny? That's a lie. That's a lie. Based on the transcripts, based on the court transcripts, that's a lie. But she just made Judge Newman a witness.
That's what I was saying. Like, it wasn't that
fucking shithead.
It wasn't that they were saying that like Judge Newman made himself a witness. It's she throws him all the way under the bus without even realizing that there's a bus or that she's, engaging in the sport of throwing.
You know what's funny? Judge Newman didn't make himself a witness. She made him a witness.
Oh, absolutely. Now, I mean, there is some bits where like Judge Newman said
where
something
he
like
interviews and says this is a problem. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Fuck. That's
Yep. Doesn't this make you angry?
One of our techies in the clerk's office looked and couldn't find it at first. Why? This is now becoming more and more of a problem. Luckily, though, she kept looking and saw where the post was taken down and replaced with an apology from the juror's ex-husband. Now we have an affidavit directly in contrary. He said Satan had gotten a hold of him and he had been drinking at the time he posted and was now very sorry.
This is so messed up that I expect Satan will file an affidavit saying, leave me the heck out of it. I was not involved.
Satan would like to be sluiced with your conversation. Ian, can you help me for a second and read the next, a little bit? Wait, there we go.
Show me where we are again.
We are when a juror, when a juror is, after Judge Newman interviewed the juror.
I think I see that. So after Judge Newman interviewed the juror and corroborating witnesses about this situation, he removed the juror from the jury before the court started that Monday morning. We learned later the ex-spouses hadn't seen each other in 14 years. And the former juror had 3 restraining orders against her ex-husband. Not your business to tell. Oh my God. Why are you getting into her family business? Because, when a juror is removed from a jury, it's normal practice for the judge to ask if there are any personal items they'd like to retrieve from the private jury room. Because, of course, you're not going to steal their... When Judge Newman graciously presented this question to the former juror, she said she just wanted to get her eggs, which caused some laughter in the courtroom and nationally once media got a hold of the story. Judge Newman even broke out into one of the largest grins I've ever seen. One of the other jurors raised chickens on their farm and had brought in a dozen eggs to whoever wanted them. At this time, eggs were selling for about $8 a dozen, which was very high, so it's understandable why the removed juror wanted her eggs.
It's a weird turn of phrase, wanted her eggs. But anyways, so, and then here Miss Becky becomes, what's when I can see people's thoughts? Telepathic. So while the jurors viewed the Moselle property, we all could hear and see that Alex's story was impossible. So let me repeat that and read it word for word. While the jurors viewed the Moselle property, so while the jurors viewed the Moselle, we all could hear. What are you hearing, by the way? And see that Alex's story was impossible. And why we?
We is a weird phrasing for that, right?
Because the beginning was while they were doing something, we could all do this.
Yeah.
God gives us all gifts, and the gift of discernment is shared by many. Oh, are you? Some of us, either from the courthouse, law enforcement, or jury at the Moselle, had an epiphany and shared our thoughts with our eyes. At that moment, many of us standing there knew. I knew, and they knew that Alex was guilty. Once we, who's we, were all back inside our vehicles, heavy-hearted and contemplative. Sorry. Our procession headed back along Highway 63 towards the town center of Waterboro. The wind had died down mysteriously, and the sun began to shine through the clouds. One of the roles of the clerk of the court. Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? You are going from that to this? One of the roles of the clerk of the court is to be Switzerland between the jury, the lawyers, the public, and the other entities involved. Are you fucking kidding me? You have to be joking. This is a big heaping pile of unethical bullshit.
See, when she says Switzerland, she's trying to imply neutrality, but what she really means is that she's got a bunch of teeth for sale.
In the moments riding back in our vehicle, again, I am uncomfortable with the plural possessive. We were just, again, plural possessive. Thank you. We were just regular people in our thoughts. Whoop, there it is again. Spilled out. Well, that's a fucking problem. That sentence alone.
Yeah.
In the moments riding back and with the jurors and decision makers in other vehicles. Oh, so she says they're indifferent. They're not there. So who is she with? And why is this relevant? Just as the jury would do in a span of 3 hours, we unanimously came to our own verdict in just 3 minutes. Guilty. Well, I'm sorry, honey, but you ain't special. You don't get to choose. Alex Murdaugh had a jury. You didn't get to tell him what to do or how to decide. I am fucking pissed. I am mad. I am really, really mad. I'm sorry. The fact that a clerk of court would write something like this at all about a trial. Ian, do you have opinions? You can use profanity. It's late.
Yeah, the opinions are basically what and also the fuck. If I wrote anything like this about jurors, I would not be a lawyer for long. They would be like, yeah, you get to not be a lawyer anymore.
This woman should never, ever, ever be near anything of any significant import or relevance or anything ever again.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, she's got real potential for jail at the end of this.
In my opinion, the decision to visit Moselle by Murdaugh's defense team did not work in their favor. They were hoping to show the proximity was too close for one shooter, and they felt like the pictures didn't show the distance correctly. All right. You and I had that debate.
Mm-hmm.
And we had different opinions, but we discussed it. Like, I get it. But wow. Oh, shit. Wow. Okay. Next sentence. Many of us question if Alex is bipolar, schizophrenic, or a narcissist. That's a whole ass sentence that you put in writing. Well, some wondered if he snapped due to financial pressure. Wow. Holy motherfuck. Wow. All right. So you're now a psychiatrist.
I mean, she's a psych something.
Right is right, wrong is wrong. And when there is, when and where did this family begin to blur this fact of life? Well, does that suggest something to you? The moral compass that rules most law-abiding citizens didn't seem to exist in Alex.
Or you.
But the thing is, she won't recognize that because
she's dumb.
Reasons. I don't really want to believe that a father could murder his son and wife. Sometimes, though, the line of love gets blurred and turned into a crime. Passion and crime of desperation. This is really stupid writing. I don't want to read this anymore. This is
I told you it's god awful.
This is really Alex's fate was sealed. This is so fucking stupid. So dumb. Here's the ethics letter. So she said I could write the book, right? And I got a letter from the South Carolina State Ethics Commission saying I could write the book. That's what she said multiple times. May 2nd,
I gotta be right
2023.
back.
You haven't seen this part yet. Okay, I'll read it. So, dear Miss Hill, thank you for your request for an informal opinion from the State Ethics Commission. The Commission. An informal opinion is the opinion of the Commission staff taking into consideration any applicable formal opinions, laws, and or judicial decisions. Please be advised that an informal opinion is not binding on the Commission. Additionally, the Commission's jurisdiction is limited to the applicability of the Ethics, Government Accountability, and Campaign Reform Act of 1991. That's a long name for a law. This opinion is based solely on the facts relayed by you and does not supersede any other statutory or regulatory restrictions. My God, that's a lot of fucking disclosure. A failure to disclose. All right, here's the thing. Every now and then, lawyers get into a position where they get confused and they don't know what they're supposed to do. So they write to the bar and they say, bar, please help me out. Bar, I have an issue. Give me guidance. Tell me what I should do. And the bar says, here's what you should do. And sometimes they say, here's what you should do. Like A is the best option, B is the worst. Sometimes they say, no, you can't. Sometimes they say, yes, you can. It depends on the language you use. This is a question that was posed, and the bar is responding and saying, I can't tell you we wouldn't hate this, but here's how we would handle it. Okay? So in an email dated April 28th, you submitted the following relevant information. First of all, when the bar starts covering their ass, because that's what this is. When the bar says, in an email dated April 28th, you submitted the following and quotes what you sent. It means proceed with fucking caution. Good morning, Courtney. My name is Rebecca Hill, and I'm the Clerk of Court in Cotton County. I have a question about the writing of a book by a Clerk of Court about the process of trial from beginning to end, focusing on the process itself, the history of it, and the course of high-profile cases that South Carolina has had.
Oh,
What
you
would be the
deceptive
ethical
little
procedure
weasel.
behind this? You fucking snake. You little shit. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm sorry. That was really aggressive. I'm mad. Why
That was
am I
not
mad?
aggressive enough for this.
Why am I mad?
Because she's saying, I want to write a book about the process of court. What she isn't saying, but what she means is, I want to write a book that is a tell-all about a specific case, which relies on my role and also on information that I had exclusively through that role.
This,
like, she's not telling them what she plans to do, because she knows that if she tells them what she plans to do, they're going to tell her to go to hell.
Look, here, I want to be clear.
So when she says, I had an ethics opinion saying it was okay. No, you didn't. You had an ethics opinion saying a completely different book you never wrote would be okay.
Here's the thing. Alex Murdaugh's lawyers have filed motions in this case that I have thought were complete bullshit. And I didn't cover them because they were complete bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
A lot.
I almost didn't cover this motion because I thought it was going to be complete bullshit.
Yeah. I thought when they said we have a bomb to drop on Tuesday, I was like, this is bullshit. I didn't want to give credence to that, and I didn't want to explain it. I didn't want to somehow lend. I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. Like lend authenticity, support. What's the word I'm looking for?
Credence, I think.
Credence. I didn't want to lend credence to something that just didn't have merit. So, in large part, with all of his other motions, I haven't said shit. This gets worse and worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, it's just so god awful.
Like, we are in what the fuck territory.
Oh, we are past that. Oh man.
And for anyone wondering, the book that we were referring to, the one we just read from, that was all about the intimate communication with the jurors and how we had spiritual connection and we understand each other and we had all these things. She asked this of the bar before writing that book. This was her question before
and if she'd
writing
written that book, I don't think any of us would have a problem with it.
Yes, she wrote this question before writing her book.
Yeah.
Her book.
But she already had, she said she already had her book in mind.
Of how she understood the jurors and how they had interactions and how they had understandings. This was the question that she wrote to the bar. Good morning. My name is Rebecca Hill, and I'm the clerk of the court in Cotton County. I have a question about the writing of a book by a clerk of court, so political affiliation, about the process of trial from beginning to end, focusing on the process itself, the history of it, and the course of the high-profile cases that South Carolina has had. What would be the ethical procedures behind this? One of these things is not like the other.
Mm-hmm.
Are you fucking kidding me? If I am her attorney, I am very, very pissed off. Very pissed off. So, in response, the South Carolina bar says, and they cite, here's what they do. And this is just a preview. When we write these questions to the bar, and we're allowed to. Ian, are you allowed to write to the Law Society?
Yeah, we usually have a phone number for them. But
yeah, we do too.
Yeah.
And you can call them or write to them. I like to write to them because I like to have it in the file.
Yeah,
But,
it's not,
like,
I always document it after I do.
yes, in complex cases where I might have a conflict of interest, that's where I write it. Like if I have a conflict, I write because I want to find out if I'm right. So section 8, blah, 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 says no public employee may knowingly use his official employment to obtain an economic interest for himself, a family member, or individual with whom he is associated, a business with which he is associated. This prohibition does not extend to the incidental use of public materials, personnel, equipment, subject to or available for a public employee's use that does not result in additional public expense. Well, I think that rule itself is arguably violated by her book. That one. So we've got 1 out of 1. Ian, thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not just mildly, it's strongly violated.
Oh yeah, she used Clerk of Court and obtained money for herself.
Oh, it goes even further than that.
Yeah. So statute 2, no person may offer to pay to a public employee, and no public employee may solicit or receive money in addition to that received by the public employee in his capacity for advice or assistance giving in the course of his employment as an employee. Well, that one I think she dodges because it's not about the advice. So she gets away from that. Ian?
Nope, she gets hammered on that.
You think? Why? Give me the reasoning.
Read the filing.
Oh,
She directly does that, and
yes, she does.
The handwritten addendum does
The addendum. Yeah, the addendum. The addendum. All right. So, section 8, blah, 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 defines official capacities as activities which, A, arise because of the position held by the public official, member, public employee. B, involve matters which fall within the official responsibility. C, are services the agency would normally provide. You guys, this is official capacity. Like,
oh yeah,
are we like, we're not going to debate that. It's not debatable. Official responsibility, also not debatable. Like, it's just not. Section 8-13-725 provides a public employee may not use or disclose confidential information gained in the course of or by reason of his official responsibilities in a way that would affect an economic interest held by him, a member of his immediate family, an individual with whom he's. Are you fucking kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Did she not read the letter before she wrote the book?
I don't think reading's her strong suit.
Or writing.
Or ethics. I should have ordered more wings than I ordered.
Confidential information would include any conversations with jurors.
Mm-hmm.
Any conversations with jurors.
Also conversations with the judge.
And that confidential communication exists by reason of their official capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And she sold it.
Yep. Jail. All the jail.
Wow. Wow. So B is aiding and abetting the same conduct. Wow. 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 And wow. She had this fucking letter May 2nd.
Mm-hmm. All the jail. Also, when the wing place says hot AF, they can do better.
Oh, I had my favorite like bad day meal the other day. Velveeta shells and cheese, my favorite. But I used the unique garlic.
Oh, nice.
With cut up hot dogs. Dude. Strong recommend. Like solid recommend. Like that made the bad day.
You're just
better.
like, everything is so much better now.
Oh my God. It was. And the thing is, I like the hot sauces that are hot, but give me flavor. Give me the flavor. Like the stupid. What is it with what's the one?
Oh, Da Bomb, the one that tastes like you're licking a urinal.
It's not. it's just stupid. It's dumb. It shouldn't exist. So, under this provision of the Ethics Act, a public employee is prohibited from receiving extra compensation for the performance of duties that she would be expected to undertake in her official capacity. Oh my God, I am so uncomfortable. Would you ever dance this close to a line like this?
No, because I like to be on the proper side of the line, and she's not close to the line. She's like rolled right past it. You know, if we're talking about the football player running into the end zone, they haven't just crossed that line. They've left the stadium and are now drowning in the ocean outside.
And here's the thing. So the Ethics Commission says there's a three-pronged definition of this term in the Ethics Act. And all three must be present for the outside employment to be considered within a public official capacity. You have to consider the following questions. You have to consider the following questions. 1, does the opportunity for activity arise as a result of your position as clerk of court? Answer, resoundingly yes, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You can't do any of that without being that position.
Yep.
Is the subject matter of the work something within your capacity?
Mhm.
Yes. Yes. Coordinating jurors. Is this the type of work something that the clerk of court's office would normally perform and for which you would receive expense reimbursement? Yes, unequivocally, yes. If the answers to all of these questions is yes, then writing the book would be within your official capacity, and it would be impermissible for you to receive compensation for writing the book. Are you fucking kidding me?
And she's probably going to say, I didn't receive compensation for writing it. I just sold the book after I wrote it.
But what she's going to rely on, she's going to rely on this. She's going to say, look.
Oh, if I'm
no, because she gave the shitty hypo. You know where I'm going with this.
Oh yeah.
The shitty hypo is this. In the opinion of the commission staff, it seems unlikely that writing a book would fall within your official responsibilities because the question she asked was bullshit.
Yeah.
The question she asked was this. It was writing a book by a clerk of court about the process of trial from beginning to end, focusing on the process itself, procedure, and the history of that process. How did the procedure arise? And of course, the high profile cases that South Carolina. So how has this process played out in high profile cases historically?
Mm-hmm.
You this is there one ethical person remaining in South Carolina? Like, do they exist?
No.
Lawyer wise, I mean it. I don't mean it, but I mean it.
Yeah, I don't know.
When SLED comes out with this quote, did you see this yet?
No. It's like SLED is like, we are going to investigate ourselves and we will determine that we've done nothing wrong.
Look at the third line, like joint statement, South Carolina, then these states. I don't really believe that was SLED, but that's their quote.
Yeah. No, I don't believe him at all.
So for those of you who are just listening, SLED's comment, the South Carolina Attorney General's Office and the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, says in a joint statement, South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson requested the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, investigate allegations of jury tampering involving the Colleton County Clerk of Court. The state's only vested interest is seeking the truth. As with all investigations, SLED and the South Carolina Attorney General's Office are committed to a fair and impartial investigation will continue to follow the facts where they lead. SLED? No. SLED, get the fuck out. And what's funny about this is people are making comments about hang on, go there. Eric Bland and Richter. So let me do this. This is where we're gonna end the night. And we're gonna end the night here. And I will do the Kowalski preview. I promise I will do that. I will probably try to do it on Sunday. Because it's 2:24 in the morning.
Ooh.
And it hurts because I was in court all day.
Yeah, no, that would hurt.
So, Eric Bland, share the screen. You can do this. So I haven't done this is a 6-hour FNF. I haven't done this in how long?
And you should have known it was a possibility once I was here.
I know. And me not being here long enough. So this is Eric Bland. So, quote, it's an extraordinary thing to accuse a clerk of court with jury tampering. The right to a fair and impartial jury is the bedrock of our judicial system. Time will tell whether there's any merit in the latest Murdaugh missive or whether this is just another Murdaugh. Hang on. Murdaugh
What line does he go in?
In the meantime, it's important to keep in mind that the system has to work even for the worst of us. And this is where I'm going with this. Like, every attorney has read these allegations. Every attorney has.
Yeah, I think at this point,
if you find an attorney that says, nah, no new trial, fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Ronnie Richter and Eric Bland. So they are representing two other of the jurors, and they are very much vetted in.
But even they don't say no new trial. They say, don't rush to a conclusion, but if it's made out, then new trial.
Yeah. Wait, where was this? This one was sorry, shouldn't give a surprise. Yeah. So for our part, we will ensure that our clients, yes, exactly. That's your job. Yeah. All right. So I don't like a whole lot of the representing everybody thing. It makes me uncomfortable. But
I assume this town just has like no other people living in it.
I don't like how, but how are they all high profile? Like how? I have so much anxiety. Like, do we have to always? Yes, and I know they're pro bono. Yes, they're pro bono. Yes, I know they are, and I'm not discounting that at all. I'm just saying, like, all right, I'm going to speed through super chats. I was going to try and do one more story. I can't get to it. It's been 6 hours, folks. 6 hours. 6 hours. I thought Sarah Boone was going to be short. It wasn't. Ian, if you have to jump off anytime, my friend, you're welcome to.
I'm still good. I can try to cover it a bit on Monday.
Yeah.
If people want to.
Oh,
and also
you know what?
Standing invite, like always.
Can I send you the Kowalski stuff? Because I think
absolutely.
I think you'll like it. Maybe we could chat about this weekend.
Yeah, let's chat because you got a standing invite, so anytime.
I like this idea. I like this. Ian's on fire tonight. He's always on fire. It was their spicy time. It's always a spicy time. No better place to spend Friday night. Thank you, Stacy. Stacy Cole. What about Barcelona poop flight? Well, I don't want to talk about the flight that turned around because of poop on the airplane. Because that's gross. Debbie O, her investigator's film is called Prison Break. Oh my God. That was Sarah Boone. Yeah. Fender, as a clinical psychologist, I love seeing you guys be open about your neurodivergent stuff. It encouraged me to tell my clients about ADHD too when appropriate. That's the only way to live. That's what I've found. I think you found the same.
Yeah. I got advised in law school by the career services person to like keep my attention deficit to myself. And I went, or I'm going to tell everyone. And I will say that it has lost me jobs, because there's people who know I have attention deficit. And it's just like any job that I lose because they know I have attention deficit is a job I never wanted to have in the first place.
Yep.
So it's been, yeah. All
right, my friend. I'm going to give you a hard truth. We have 63.
Oh, geez. I will try to keep quiet.
That's what we have 63. So, speed round. And I apologize if anyone feels that way. We have 63. We've been going for 6 hours and 21 minutes. Ryan Man YYC. Who looking forward to Rob's reaction to the court clerk? Yep, it was bad. Brentwood Sheik. Congratulations, Rob. So when will the get ready with me be ready? 2 weeks. Barney Cat. Great discussion for so far. Great. Congrats, partner. Thank you very much. Will Newman. Jughead Jones. What's next trial century going to be? Leopold and Loeb. Libra Librarian, right on Ian with that comment. Can't disagree. Peggy Terry, I'm in week 2 of being laid off. You guys are cheering me up. Peggy, I'm sorry about that. Good things will come. Glad we cheered you up. Susan Faria, been thinking about Rob's bio in the crochet. Wanna bone treasure map style. Nope. Sounds fun, especially with the surprises that are. Nope. Susan, chill. Susan, no, bad. Fender, as a clinical psychologist, I love seeing it. We talked about that. Be kind. Even my 4-year-old grandchild can keep track of his own shoes, and he is random as everything. Also, if you haven't ever worn different socks or shoes to work, you might not be busy enough to have kids. That cuts both ways. Yes, be kind. Thank you. Baby Gator, I do think some clients have an unrealistic expectation of constant communication. Always, man. Always. Torin 3, Danny DM'd your final version if you're okay with it. I will let her know. Pam, thank you. JFC, Ian, if you just say did you say the Crown? Yes, the Crown. That's who opposes them in their case. It's the Crown. It's the state. It's the same thing. Steve A, take your time, Rob. We're here for the duration. Well, one of us are. Angel Baby, thank you. Rob, you need to read all her letters. I did. You saw it. Angel Baby, sorry if your drink's in. Yep. Lindsay, at least you don't have to be up for L&D in the morning. Thankfully tonight. So when we end up streaming until dawn, you can pass out for a while. Well, we're getting there. M169, Rob, we've all missed this. Be patient. I have been, and I loved it. Torin 3, there's a thermite burning through the rails. Yes, it is. We went off the rails. Baby Gator Rob, just turn the lights on and off until everyone's quiet. Nope, it wouldn't have worked. They would not have complied. Celine, halfway through the soon to be 8-hour stream, we're gonna be close. Gwendolyn says, both my kids have ADHD and both are very smart. Often they are. ADHD does not mean not smart. ADHD just means ADHD. It's TJ Talk. Amazing how similar your stories are to my journey with Asperger's. Love the PSA, love the heart and wisdom from you all. It's TJ Talk. Thank you for that comment, and I'm glad that you feel welcome here. Melissa Simach, my pug Green Bean is barking at the swoops. Swoops are great. Henhouse Bath Company, life's been crazy. So glad I caught a part of FNF. I'll catch the rest of replay. Replay is great. We love the replay crew. If you are on replay, please hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't before. I had two wonderful guests tonight. Danny on direct. Please check her out. Ian Runkle of the Bailey. Please check him out. Please go check that out. I will be on with Ian on Monday on his Monday Night Fun Day. I love it. I want Monday Fun Day to be a thing. But we will probably be talking about a case that I want to cover coming in September, Kowalski versus Johns Hopkins.
We'll have
talk
to
about it.
We'll have to have a look at it.
Yeah. Lady Drake, thank you very much. If anyone's curious about what happens when Rob takes 3 weeks off FNF, well, here's your answer. Welcome back, friend. That is so accurate. It is wild. Gabby, someone didn't get the tie color memo. Nope. Missed it. Johnny of the Woods, I went away for 4 hours and you guys are still at it. Mrs. Runkle, get him to bed. I'm trying. I'm not Mrs. Runkle, but I'm trying to help Mrs. Runkle. Lady Drake, Poot drives me to day drink. He does sometimes. Megan Brogdon, best Saturday ever.
Is
The
Poot
Australian
married?
time difference. I could spend most of my day in the my apologies. In the ND Dream team, I am ADHD and feel at home here. Thank you, Rob, Ian, Danny, and EDB, which is how I found y'all. Megan, you are welcome here, my friend, always. And you will find a lot of ADHD navigation right here. We're gonna have it a lot. Stephanie, thanks for FNF. Always a highlight of my week. Thank you, Stephanie. Alan Muller, my closest brush with this was in a case where one of our decisions was if the stuff in the car was pot, the bailiffs gave us a warning about not disappearing any of the pot during deliberation. That's a thing.
It is
That's a thing. I would have had opinions on that. Mary Coppola, just wait till you guys are old. Pot size are better than shifty shifts. All right, Sandy, news flash, Control was lost hours ago. Yes, it was. Control, we lost it. Tonight's stream has been the most interesting discussions and debates. Really makes me think. Thank you, XCDA. Very much appreciated. And I hope the new place is working out great. Creed M, how is the jury supposed to know anyone includes the judge's right-hand person / sidekick? They might as well report the judge himself talk to them. That was always weird to me, that the clerk of court might have been the bench clerk. Ian, you know the distinction between bench clerk and clerk of court, right? Like, big difference.
We don't really have the one role where I am.
Really?
Yeah, we just
we
don't have an elected clerk.
Oh, okay. So All right. So that's big issue. JR, some random and way off topic from your bio. Did you go to high school in Fairfax? A couple of my cousins graduated. No, I went Montgomery County, Maryland. Linda Chi, Bankowitz's bio is bad. Sarah has rights. She does. And we made comments about the whole, I didn't like a lot of what I saw. I didn't like a lot of that hearing. Honestly, I didn't like a lot of how that's going on. Sue Candle, I can't help thinking she was a debt plant for Murdaugh. No.
No.
Sue Candle, deep plant. No. And again, deep plant. No. There's no way that the elected clerk of court is thinking that far ahead. Like, if he gets convicted, I'm going to write a book. No. Come on.
I mean, and there's no way that, like, if I've seen people say like Murdaugh planted her existence, and I'm like, if Murdaugh was going to, well, and if Murdaugh was going to like arrange for, a juror, he'd be arranging for a juror to acquit him, not convict him.
Yep. C-Wire 4 can't fathom precise juror stats on discussions, but do you think this could enhance jury security and case credibility with the publicity of this? Yes. I think every clerk of court is very anxious. They saw this come out and they're like, no, never, ever, ever. And they said, how do I prevent this from ever happening? So yes, I think this is ultimately helpful. Petty on a throwaway, wasn't Newman a traveling judge? Do his clerks travel too? Do they have to learn new courthouse ways and areas on the fly? No, usually the traveling judge relies on the clerk that's there to help the judge navigate that system. So the judge says, do we set this on a Friday or a Thursday? And the clerk says, we do it this way. That's how that works. But usually it's a bench clerk, someone who's operated within that courthouse for long enough. It's not usually the elected clerk. Petty honest throwaway. P.S. Not referring to Becky with the rest of the judges choose. Yes. Mel P. She's a tarot reader.
Tarot.
Okay. Interesting. James Thomas. 2 questions. B.H. Murdaugh book. Is there recoverable data or rough draft before ethics scrubbing? We're not going to get it. How much of the book could be considered facts versus fiction? I'd say it's all. I don't know. I would right now some percentage and some percentage, but it's not 100% in either direction. 50-50 is a good place to start. Go from there. We don't know. Black Lucky Cat. Come home to see you all still streaming. Oh my God. Yep. RJ McDougalheim. Field trip is weird to me. Out of the public eye. The judge was there. I think a lot of that dialogue. The field trip part was the least. Look, it's her own words. That's what I'm going off of. I'm going off of Becky Hill's own words in her own book. That enough, in my opinion, is enough to suggest impropriety. Jen, this sounds like she just published her diary and the writing is terrible. It's a really bad written diary. Stephanie, she wanted to be the 13th juror. Yes, she did. She's alive, and to think the ethics court greenlit this book. We read the letter. They didn't. Ms. Pete, thank you for the super chat. Jess, 2 a.m. Rob is officially my favorite Rob. 2 a.m. Rob is tired. Chris Cat Queen on the plus side. I'm now very interested in the upcoming trial of Rebecca Hill. Several are. Kimberly Stovall, question, how could this lead to jail time for bonehead Becky? Well, it's a whole lot of federal rights violations and a whole lot of like.
Well, and also a whole lot of she had that contract for here's access to the courthouse, and she said, oh yeah, now I'm going to add in that you have to prop my book.
Yeah.
And so if she's selling access to the courthouse and tagging on her own personal her own personal gain on that, that is a real problem.
Yep.
Like
and
huge.
And jury tampering is a felony in most states.
Yeah. So
yeah. She could be in trouble. Wesley Hope, no one can handle Ian's need for spice. Nope, no one can. Oh, Ian, someone sent me a great box of spice sauce. Spice sauce. Hot sauce. I'll send you the link. Will the real Ray E please stand up? Apparently, she misunderstood. She thought the bar meant do these things, not don't do these things. Yep, that might be the problem there. Joshua, thanks again for another great FNF and have a wonderful weekend. Thank you, Joshua. Anna P, good morning from the UK. Just up 7 a.m. here and excited to catch up while moving the boyfriend in 6 hours. Congratulations on the job. Thank you very much, Anna P. Hope all is well with you. Shell C, we all need sleep, so postponing the last topic is the wise call. It was good. Long FNF after a couple weeks off. Congrats again on the job. Thank you, Shell. That makes me feel wonderful. Azam, thank you. 3 a.m. is usually my time watching Lawyer You Know. I know the feeling, Rob. I like your docket today. Thanks, Rob, Ian, and Danny. Hazam, thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day. I know you're lining up for a great day. Please, cheers. Have a wonderful one. Bop it. I leave the house, pizza, beer, and a concert. Come home, and you guys are still here. Awesome. Yes. That is awesome. Alan, thank you. Every stream tip extends the time. Alan, bad Alan. Kristen, someone doesn't want more robots, no one ethical in South Carolina, huh? Kristen, I didn't say that. I said there must be 10 attorneys in South Carolina.
I still have no robots.
That's what I said. I love my robot family. They're fantastic. I love my family. I love them.
I still have no robots.
I get to see them, and they're all my friends, and they're all there, and I get to walk by them. Ian has my tie. It's that tie. It's a lovely tie. Nicole, shout out to Sandy for 16 plus hours. My God, Sandy, your ass should be asleep. You've been modding for Kurt since like 9 a.m. Get your ass to bed. Melanie Pare, thank you very much. Tuned at 2:30, and you guys are still going. Yeah, that's how it goes. Celine, Kristen, I think you're very ethical, and I can't wait to get my bot, all of them, if necessary. Ooh, rolling eyes. Susan Ferry, I apologize for nothing. I had a week from hell, and we missed you. You know what? That's the best way that we end weeks from hell, to be honest. That's how we end them. So catching up on the gifted memberships, because I always want to make sure I highlight these, but I don't always have the time. Lady Drake, gifted memberships. Thank you for 10. Right now, I see 10. Here for years, 10. Sandy, 20. Sandy, can you stop gifting memberships, please? I don't mean that in a negative way. You do enough for the channel, period. Lady Drake, you the same. A lot of you guys do a lot for the channel. You don't have to gift the memberships. You don't have to gift anything. You can just come and hang out. That's okay too. You know that, right? Like, we can come and hang out. I do this to come and hang out with you. Like, Ian is on here to hang out because we like hanging out with each other.
Absolutely.
So, Stephanie, thank you for the gifted memberships. Joshua, 20 gifted memberships. Just Because, 5 gifted memberships. Pants, 5 gifted memberships. Joshua, 10 more. Amber Brock, 20. Amber Brock, 20 more. Amber Brock, 10 more. Courtney Michelle, 5 gifted memberships. Joshua, 5 more. Fiona, 10 more. Ange Torres, 10 more. Baby Gator, 10 memberships. Vez, 5 memberships. Canonical Heat, 20 memberships. Cindy T, 5 memberships. Wesley Hoke, 5 memberships. Equality, 5 memberships. Amber Brock, 20 memberships. Lori Leanne, 5. Koru, 1 membership. Thank you, Koru, for that. Lori Leanne, 5 memberships. Angel Baby, 5 memberships. And Just Because, 5 memberships. Y'all, for those of you who don't know what we do during member streams, that's my shop time. So that's me in the shop. Ian will be in the chat, by the way. Like, you don't get it. Like, he will be in the chat criticizing me for what I'm doing in the shop. Oftentimes yelling at me for not putting on my glasses.
Yep, safety goggles.
So the member chats I try to do once a week, where I go down the shop and I make something and just chat about how I'm feeling. And with all you guys and answer questions. And Ian, you like them, right?
Oh yeah, I've got to get a good setup for doing leatherwork streams. I don't really like the resolution and so forth on the camera I've gotten there, so I want to get that working better so that I can do like leatherwork live streams. Because I think that would be good.
Yeah. So shop streams are the members. That's members only. So for those of you who are gifted memberships this evening, please check it out. It'll be a lot of fun. And then also Trials of Century. I think this Wednesday we can do the members only. Do you want to do it?
I'm down.
Leopold and Loeb. I
gotta
wrong.
check.
It was not Sacco and Vanzetti. It was Leopold and Loeb. I was corrected emphatically.
I got to check and make sure I don't have anything going on, but I don't think I do. And so, yeah, I will. I'll get back to you on that very shortly, but I think we're probably good to go on that.
Yeah. So Ian and I do Trials of the Century and the TOTC behind the scenes we do for members only. Like, we do a prep show where we walk through the case. I will say it's kind of not to be missed. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So, yeah. Anyways, without further ado, because it is 3 o'clock in the morning, Heather, thank you, my dear. I thought you didn't want to go a 6-hour stream. I've been to dinner and you're still streaming. Go to bed, Rob. That's the goal, my dear. All right. Thank you all for being here this evening. I'm very glad to be back on the interwebs. I love being back and talking to all of you. Ian, thank you for spending the time, my friend. I really appreciate it, like a ton.
Oh, I always have a blast. So I hang out because I enjoy doing it.
Yeah. So please, to those of you who are watching, please go check out Ian's channel if you have not done so already. Like, subscribe, watch his content. It means the world to him and to all of us. To Danny, the same thing. I will post their links in my description. One more, Snoopykins. It's 9 a.m. here, so it's like super late there. Go catch some sleep. I would, but you know I can't when you send those because I have to read them. But in any event, thank you guys for being here.
Life is hard.
It was a wonderful evening. Thank you all very, very, very much. I love all of you. Have a wonderful weekend and a wonderful week to come. And I will catch you on Monday with Ian on his channel, Runkle of the Bailey, for a Monday Fun Day. We'll be there together. All right. So not too long, 2 days, 2 sleeps. All right. Good night, guys.